You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
This is American Adventure, the first in a series of special programs presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the University of North Carolina. American Adventure deals with the soul of America as a living organism. Here, then, each week we dramatize man's greatest adventure on American Adventure.
America begins, or so it seems to us, with the realization that this nation is young yet, that she's still new and unfinished, that even now, America is man's greatest adventure in time and space. The University of North Carolina, through a grant in aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, made possible by the Fund for Adult Education and independent agency established by the Ford Foundation, presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, today's recorded program presents William Trotman as the Doctor in King with Crown.
I've sailed most of the waters of the world in my day. Sailed a Yankee brig built in Maine. Carried rum and sugar. Carried tobacco and cloth. Carried slaves. I carried slaves in 1793 from West Africa to New Orleans. Strangest voyage I ever made. And it wouldn't have been an unusual voyage at all if it hadn't been for the Englishman.
You say you expect no trouble from the Negroes or the crew?
None at all.
How disappointing. Would you tip that bottle my way a bit, Fletcher?
Oh, yeah.
How very unromantic of you, Captain.
A slave voyage is no romance, Doctor.
No, of course it isn't.
A slave ship is no place for a white man at all.
It doesn't seem to be a very decent place for Negroes either.
I told you not to bring him aboard, Captain. I don't like Englishmen.
No, that's no reason not to bring me aboard, Fletcher. I don't like Englishmen either.
Is there a wind, Simon?
Wind? Yes.
It's good to be underway, isn't it? To hear the sound of the ship creaking with the waves. But Fletcher's right, Doctor. This is no place for a white man. Back home, they're storing potatoes now, and apples are in the cellar. They're stacking the cordwood high. They have the hay in for the cow, and the Kennebec is running full with the rains. She'll freeze over soon, and they'll cut squares of ice out of her and pack them for use in the summer. Kennebec ice is the purest in the world, Doctor.
No, is it?
But we're not in New England. We're on a brig riding with 600 savages, tossed on the salt water in the Devil's Ocean.
It's altogether right. We, the Devil's men, tossing on the Devil's Ocean.
You may call yourself what you like, but take care with me. I don't like you, Doctor.
I'm sorry to hear that, Fletcher. But I shouldn't make too great a point of it. You might get sick, and I'll have to cut into you.
Doctor, you're an unusual fellow.
Oh, perhaps it's because I've seen the insides of so many people.
And what did you find there?
I found no difference, Captain.
Perhaps there are intangibles which can't be seen, which are different.
I think there is no difference. Take your cabin boy, for example.
Who, Simon?
He has intelligence. He knows some words of our language already. Wind and yes.
Wind? Yes.
Good, Simon.
Good.
I know that you selected him because he appeared to be the brightest and the strongest of the lot. But this boy is not to be discounted.
Cattle are strong, and parrots learn to speak.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes, of course.
But still, who's to say we're better than he?
I'll say it.
Doctor, your sentiments are rather out of place aboard a slaver. Why are you here?
Well, I was thirsty.
And I, for one, have seen little evidence among these savages to believe you're right.
Well, we must look into it further then, Captain. Perhaps a slaver is not the best place for such a study, but it's the only one available, isn't it? To a pleasant voyage, gentlemen.
I found out years ago that I couldn't run a slaver. I was too considerate. So Fletcher, whose mind was never changed, who was never stimulated by a new thought or a new method, ran my ship. With iron and a cat-o'-nine tails he ran it. A cruel thing, that whip. Pieces of metal held by long leather strips. Even when used by an average man, it would leave scars that would never come off. And Fletcher was the strongest man I have ever seen. What did he do, Fletcher?
Huh? Oh, hello, Captain. What did who do?
This Negro.
Him? Oh, he wanted something. He kept on and on.
What?
He's one of their leaders, that's all. And he kept on, making demands. You gotta keep them in their place aboard a slaver, Captain.
In this manner and by this man, my ship was run. Smoothly, efficiently, with nothing out of the ordinary permitted. But this was not an ordinary voyage, nevertheless. The English doctor who had joined us at the slave camp in Africa was no ordinary person. And he had dedicated himself to an experiment with my Negro cabin boy.
Table, damn it, table.
Table.
Chair.
Chair.
And what is this?
Clock.
No, Simon, this thing here.
Map.
Exactly. Fine work. Now, what's this?
Lamp.
And this?
Picture.
Of whom?
Man.
Which man?
Washington.
Ton.
Ah.
Now, who was Washington?
King without crown.
King without crown. It had taken them several minutes to arrive at that definition of Washington, and they had no less difficulty with other notables.
In the beginning was the word.
Beginning?
Beginning. At the first. In the number one.
Ah.
Now, in the number one was the word.
Word?
Yes, word.
What does that mean?
Well, Christ, I think.
Christ?
A son.
Ah.
God's son. A king with crown's son.
Ah, yes.
In the number one was the king with crown's son. And the king with crown's son was with the king with crown. And the king with crown's son was the king with crown.
The Englishman would teach all day, hardly permitting Simon to move. Then at night he would get drunk, he and Fletcher, and a stranger team has not been known.
You ought to see the way the savages live in Africa.
I have seen the way they live in Africa.
Not in the interior, you ain't.
And how do you know I haven't?
I've seen cannibals.
You must tell me about it at dinner some night.
They tie up the victims to trees.
Probably to keep them from wandering off, don't you suppose?
Then they do a wild dance around them, waving their arms, going crazy like. And then they start killing them. Cutting them with sharp stones, gouging them piece by piece, limb by limb.
There's some sadism in all of us. Even in you, my dear Fletcher.
What does that word mean?
Sadism? It means love of torture.
In me?
And me. But less in me. I notice you carry your whip with you wherever you go.
Never know when I'll need it.
I see, of course.
Fletcher's often told me that the women are the worst of all, Doctor.
Oh, you ought to see them women. The way they kill makes your blood cold. I've seen tigers kill. But tigers are nothing like women.
They're better off in America. far better off as slaves.
Perhaps not if you were to educate them in Africa, Captain.
I seen him kill a girl once. Pretty girl for one of them. Living sacrifice.
We have our wars, too.
But they do this just to keep the chief and the priest in power.
Exactly. So have been some of ours.
On a full moon, the priests go from hut to hut looking for the prettiest girl. They know which one they're going to take, you see, but they go into every hut over and over just to see the girls and the parents' faces. And then they pick this girl, and they take her off to the priest's temple, you know.
I think we follow you, yes.
And then when the sun is high, they cover her skin with some sort of chalk and walk her down to the creek's edge. And they tie her arms and legs to a stump. I seen this myself. And then they offer her up to the gods. And if the parents make any sign of grief, well, they take the parents...
I think I'll go out on deck and get some air.
Oh, if these stories shock you, Doctor, you should wait until Fletcher really gets going.
I don't think I get the same pleasure out of these stories that Fletcher does. Man's mistreatment of man has a long history, and I like no part of it.
Oh, this was a girl they killed, not a man.
So it was. You're right. You're so very right always. So very clear, Fletcher.
Soon the doctor didn't come to my cabin at night for his drinking bouts with Fletcher, but he and the boy turned this time to study also. And no boy has ever been taught more diligently during any 2 or 3 month period. For the doctor seemed to live for no other purpose than to civilize this Negro.
Repeat it again.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created... All men are created equal, that they are...
Endowed
by their Creator with certain...
Inalienable
rights. And among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Fine. Much better.
Doctor, tell me why the American and the English fought.
Well, that depends on whether you ask me as an Englishman or an American.
I do not understand.
Well, almost every question has 2 sides. You see, my hand has 2 sides. Whether you see the palm or the knuckles depends on which side faces you.
But if I could see the palm and the knuckle...
Oh, then you would be a scholar. No, you would be a prophet. You would be, at any rate, a rare and a great man. This is my commandment, that ye love one another as I have loved you. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friend.
Friend?
Yes, a friend is a person who likes you, even when he knows you. That is, he's an opposite of enemy.
And what is enemy?
Enemy hates you. Lion is an enemy.
A lion is an animal.
Yes, but Fletcher is an enemy.
Ah, I see.
Captain is a friend.
Ah, yes. And Doctor, his friend?
I am, yes. And you are my friend, Simon.
Of course.
And together we'll show them, won't we, boy?
Yes.
I'll teach you. I was no poor student. I was a good doctor in England until the plague came and my family... Now you and I, each without his family, we're together. And each will find in the other a friend.
Yes, I am your friend.
And when we get to New Orleans, I'll buy you and set you free.
No.
Why not?
I want to be with you, Doctor.
You will be with me.
I want to be yours, Doctor.
I see. That a man lay down his life for his friends. Ye are my friends if ye do whatsoever I command you. Henceforth I call you not servants, for the servant knoweth not what his Lord doeth. But I have called you friends, for all things that I have heard of my Father, I have made known unto you.
Doesn't look well to me, Doctor.
No, he's strong.
He studies too much.
Amazing mind.
You make a strange pair walking the decks together.
He's really quite a student, you know.
He's a savage.
Is he now?
It's a sin to educate him.
What an amazing definition of sin you must have, Fletcher.
Well, the Bible says that Noah had 3 sons. Who were those 3 sons, Captain?
Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
Yes, and one of the 3 of them did something or other. And so God put a curse on him and said his descendants would serve the other 2 forever.
I see.
And they're the black ones.
You've traced this yourself, have you?
Yeah, I'm not so dumb I can't figure that out.
No, I should say that you'd have to be absolutely brilliant to trace back the Gentiles and Negroes to Noah. And if you are right, in that they have to serve.
I'm right.
Didn't Jesus say that the meek shall inherit the earth?
Yeah. Yeah, that's in the New Testament.
So it is. I believe it was written after the Old.
Now look out, you smart, sniveling
All
English.
right, gentlemen. Let's remember where we are. Let's remember where we are. Poor winds bothered us as we approached the Caribbean, and it took us about 2 weeks to go the distance 2 days should have taken us. And once a gale quite took us out of our course. But through fair weather and squalls, the same scene was with us. Fletcher and his men watching sullenly. The Negroes watching suspiciously when they could see it all. The tall Englishman and the Negro boy with their books.
Philadelphia is the largest city in the United States of America.
Down below were 600 savages, naked and sullen, angry and pitiful. And but one black man aboard, a boy, had his head high.
Europe is divided into many different tribes. Among them, England, France, Germany, Austria, Italy, and England.
You said England once.
Spain.
We moved up the Caribbean Sea each day, bringing us closer to New Orleans. And as we progressed, the feeling grew in me that the doctor and his Negro couldn't upset the order and system of a slaver without consequences. But the ominous consequences when they arrived were not from Fletcher and his crew as I had feared, nor from the slaves, but from the hand of God. You notice the rash on the neck, Doctor?
Yes.
I haven't told anyone else as yet. I saw it only a moment ago.
I see.
The boy hasn't awakened yet, of course. I know what this means to you, Doctor.
Do you?
As much as anyone can love a boy whom he has changed from a native of Africa to a student of American history and Christian faith, I know.
Simon.
Before you waken him, I should like to remind you of the practice which is customary aboard slave vessels when a Negro breaks out with typhus. This is a slaver, Doctor. Remember that now, and the policy that is followed is not really inhumane when you consider the fact that there are several hundred of us aboard. I will expect you to diagnose this case and take action suited to the occasion.
I can save this boy, Captain, with a little luck.
At what price to yourself and every man and Negro aboard?
No one can tell the danger. We don't understand the disease.
Then understand this. I sympathize with you. But a slaver is run by habit, by the unwritten laws of 1,000 voyages long since made by other ships and other men. No captain stands in the way of those laws and makes his port. Remember where you are, Doctor.
Yes.
Wrap him up in the rug and take him out of here. There's tar on deck. I'd coat my hands with it before I moved him if I were you. Well, what is it?
I was just thinking. God has a way of following me with his own cat o' nine tails.
And you say that the Indians are natives of America?
Yes.
And they are still in the western part of the country?
Oh, they're over there somewhere, but let's not talk about them. They don't matter to us, do they?
Yesterday you said that every fact and every person is important, and that...
Yesterday doesn't matter either. Lie still. I'll have this medicine ready for you in a moment.
When may I go outside, Doctor?
Oh, soon. Here, drink this. No, don't touch me. I'm sorry. Just drink this.
It tastes very bad.
And set the mug aside, if you will.
The spots on my skin. What are they, Doctor?
They're typhus.
And what is typhus?
We don't know. It's a terrible thing that kills.
Killed?
Like a snake, it kills. But not always.
I see. I want to see America, Doctor. I want very much to see America.
I know, Simon.
You have told me about America.
I know.
I want to go to Philadelphia and walk down the streets with you and say to people, I am Simon, and I belong to Dr. Williams here.
Sometimes, Simon, we make our plans without considering the will of God. And you belong to him, Simon, just as you do to me. He has said, this boy, Simon, I like him. I like the way he holds his head high. Though I've seen too few of his dark skin hold their head high in the presence of the white men. I like him. I will bring him here to my city, which is far greater than Philadelphia, Simon.
Yes, sir.
And he will walk with me and say, I am Simon, and I belong to God.
But, Doctor, I should like to see Philadelphia. You are my friend, aren't you?
I am your friend.
Yes, and you are a doctor, aren't you?
I am a doctor.
Then you must make me well. You must heal me. You must...
Don't touch me, Simon.
It might kill you, Doctor?
No, I don't think so. My entire family had the plague, but I didn't get it. Doctors seem to be charmed.
And the captain might get the sickness?
Oh, he might, yes, but...
And Mr. Fletcher? And everyone?
Simon, please don't say any more. Just be quiet.
Doctor?
Yes?
If I die, does the disease die with me?
We don't know. We don't know. Yes?
Hello, Doctor.
Come in, Fletcher.
Don't be a fool. Is he ready?
Ready for what?
I ain't dying for no slave, Doctor.
Of course you wouldn't.
The sooner he's over the side, the better.
We'll need help in a few minutes to carry him up on deck.
Carry him? Let him walk. I'm not touching him.
You can't expect a boy to walk to his...
There's a way to make people walk, Doctor. You better find it.
I can walk, you see.
Simon, don't get up.
Don't touch me, Doctor.
But you're very weak, and the medicine I gave you will put you to sleep in a few minutes. Then I'll carry you up there. I carried you here wrapped in that rug. You see, I'm perfectly well.
Don't touch me, Doctor. I think that it will die with me.
How can I tell you of the death of Simon, the Negro boy who could read a few English words by himself? Let me tell you first that the winds were high and the Caribbean waves were slashing against us. The white men gathered on the deck, standing as far as possible from the doorway through which Simon could come. And so we stood until he came aboard, weakened by the disease and the drug, his wide eyes turning first to me, then to Fletcher, then to each of the others. The doctor followed him helplessly. Fletcher stood near the center of the deck.
All right, Simon.
Simon swayed on his feet, seemingly unable to focus his eyes on Fletcher.
Don't make it hard for us, and everything will be fine.
Simon seemed to barely hear him, if at all.
Well, drop that net over him. Be quick before he moves.
Just a moment there. I gave the boy a drug, so he'll be unconscious in a minute. You can do what you like, then.
There's no time, Doctor. You men...
No, you'd rather see him scream through the mesh of net. You'd rather hang him 5 feet above the waves and hear him cry out for mercy, hadn't you? Talk about the savages of Africa, but what are you? A monster. A savage in spite of every thought and fact which greater men have tried to give you. Well, understand this. This boy will not be thrown over the side until he reaches unconsciousness.
A cat o' nine tails slashed the body of the Englishman. Fletcher, stop that, do you hear? You'll kill him. I tried as best I could to stop him. I was only thrown aside as in the fierceness of his nature, Fletcher brought the whip down on the doctor. And the doctor was unable to rise from the deck. Each time he tried, Fletcher would beat him back, the strongest man I've ever seen. And then, as for a second time, I was trying to stay his hand, a gasp went up from the men. For the Negro boy had suddenly moved to the edge of the deck.
What's he doing over there?
Then, with a final look at the bleeding doctor,
Simon?
the Negro boy plunged into the sea.
Simon! Why did he jump? Why didn't he act like a savage? Why didn't he act like a savage?
You wanted so much to see America.
Of course. That impossible place you had told him about. A new world for him, populated with men who are not savages, who have heard, though faintly, the words of their patriots and their saints, and who live with one another with comparable sanity and freedom. Of course, he wanted to see it.
The cities amazed him when I told him of them.
Yes, I should imagine they would.
But what of Fletcher? What's to be said of him, Captain?
Not much to be said of Fletcher. Unless you need a man to run a slave ship.
American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, produced by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina. American Adventure is a study of man in the New World, his values and his characteristics, who he is, what he believes. The series is made possible by the National Association of Educational Broadcasters and the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. Many of the programs on this new radio series are taken from actual events. Others are not. Today's was not. Where we touch history, we'll make an effort to touch it accurately. But our chief purpose is to study themes, not incidents. 9 professors of the University of North Carolina serve as consultants for American Adventure. They do not always agree on the content or merit of these scripts, but the series is indebted to them for their criticisms and suggestions. They are Dr. Bernard Boyd, chairman of the Department of Religion, Dr. John Gillen, professor of anthropology, Dr. Fletcher Green, chairman of the Department of History, Dr. Everett W. Hall, chairman of the Department of Philosophy, Dr. Frank W. Hamp, professor of law, Dr. Clifford Lyons, dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, Dr. Howard Odom, chairman of the Department of Sociology, Dr. William Petit, assistant professor of philosophy, and Dr. Clement Sommer, professor of art history. American Adventure is based on a proposal prepared by Robert Schenken. In King with Crown, Bill Trotman was the doctor, William Waddell was Simon, Charles Kuralt was Fletcher, and John Ely was the captain. Carl Castle speaking. In the American Adventure, the cast is composed of students, faculty members, and townspeople of the University of North Carolina community. American Adventure is produced and recorded on the campus at Chapel Hill.
Monitor takes you everywhere each weekend on NBC Radio.
The best understanding of America begins, or so it seems to us, with the realization that this nation is young yet, that she's still new and unfinished, that even now, America is man's greatest adventure in time and space. The University of North Carolina, through a grant in aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, a series made possible by the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, today's recorded program presents Josephine Sharkey in Hearth Fire.
I walked down the steep path toward the two-story farmhouse. As a representative of the TVA, the Tennessee Valley Authority, I'd seen hundreds like it. For it was my job to move the mountain people from their homes, when those homes lay in the valleys that were to become TVA lakes. It was hard to explain to the mountain people about why they had to leave their farms, especially the old people. And she was old, the lady on the porch watching me approach. I knew it would be hard to talk to her. It's hard to talk business to mountain people at all. But in her case, it was far harder than I thought.
Morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are you, young man?
Fine, thank you. Is your husband about?
He's dead. 15 years.
One of your sons, then? I got business about the lakes.
No, just me and my daughter.
You two live here alone?
Yes, we do.
Strange. Lonely out here, isn't it?
Company aplenty in the hills. Company in the places they used to be.
Ma'am?
Would you like to sit down?
Yes, I would. I have important business, ma'am, to talk to the owner of this farm about.
Never rush business, young man.
I understand how you feel about that up here, but we do have to get the job done.
How do you like my mountain, young man?
Huh?
Jeff called it Wild Dog Mountain. Dogs run up there, have pups in the spring. Wild dogs. Kill the lambs, kill the calves.
Do they?
I'd stay close to the house. They might take a liking for me. Bears up there, too.
Well, ma'am, I have little time for bears right now.
You see that long shed?
Ma'am?
There was a bear come down to there one night. I heard it and poked Jeff awake. And he got up, dressed, went out. My bed was by the window in what's my daughter's room now. So I looked out and saw the bear standing on that shed roof. Jeff saw him, too. He commenced to laugh. My, how he could laugh.
Yes, ma'am.
And he threw a stone at the bear. And the bear got scared and commenced to run down the ridge of the shed roof, his eyes looking off to the high timber where protection was. But shortly he come to the end of it, and he fell. His legs a thrash in the air, ka-plop, and he hit the ground. Then he run off, and I couldn't see him anymore. Jeff would tell that story. Get right there in that chair and laugh at that bear. Ka-plop, he went.
Well, that's quite a story, all right, ma'am. Now, do you have any sons, ma'am?
Jesse, my oldest.
Could I talk to him? Does he live near here?
No.
Do you have any other sons?
Lloyd.
Where's he?
Knoxville. He owns a company there.
Does he visit you?
Yes, he comes over every once in a while. Ambitious he was, you see. Him and Jesse was like Jacob and Esau. Lloyd was like Jacob, restless. Nervous he was.
Yes, ma'am. Do you expect Lloyd soon?
Oh, he comes when he chooses. Brings my grandchildren. They love the farm. They love me. Did you know that?
Yes, ma'am. That's wonderful.
If anything was to happen to this place, I don't know what Lloyd's oldest boy would do. He loves it most as much as I do.
Yes, ma'am. Now...
Dinner's ready, Mama.
What, Sarah, are you yelling?
Hey, Mama. Dinner. Oh, excuse me.
How do you do? I'm Davis from the TVA.
I see. You didn't talk to Mama, did you?
I was trying to.
Mama doesn't know about the TVA.
Know about what, Sarah?
Mama, would you go in and pour the buttermilk for dinner?
Why, surely, Sarah. Glad to do anything that I can. You know that. You got that man to stay for dinner, if he has a mind to, Sarah.
Lord, me ain't told Mama about the TVA, mister.
Hadn't you better?
Not me. I'll not be the one to kill her.
But look, today, right now, I ought to talk to her. Arms for the folks.
You can come in and share our dinner, if you please. And talk to her then, I reckon.
Is that what you want me to do?
Mister, I want you to leave. I want you and the whole government men to leave and never come to this house again. That's what I want. But if you're building a lake, if you're going to flood Mama's house, you better come in and eat dinner with us.
I suppose I might as well say what I have to say and get it over with. The TVA is building some dams, forming several lakes. And this farm here lies in a valley that is going...
You remind me of Lloyd, young man. And yet you remind me of Jesse.
I beg your pardon?
The way you dress is like Jesse. You dress for the mountains with boots and good cloth. But you talk like Lloyd. Business, business.
Yes, ma'am. I wish you would listen to me, though, for your own good.
Mr. Davis works for the government in Nashville, Sarah.
No, for the United States government, ma'am.
Oh, then maybe you've come to tell me about Jesse.
No, ma'am. I don't believe I understand.
Jesse was in the infantry. He was decorated by General Pershing. He was missing in action.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I don't know about Jesse, ma'am. I'm sorry.
You want some more cornbread, Mama?
Yes, I do. I told Mr. Davis about the bear on the shed, Sarah.
Did you, Mama?
It was a fine story.
There was a bear got in the kitchen once, too. Got on the stove, jumped up and down, hollering, getting angrier every time his feet touched the hot metal. Might have been there yet if Jesse hadn't scattered him out the door.
That stove there, was it?
Right there.
You have some wonderful stories, don't you?
It's a big farm, young man. There's hardly a place that doesn't have a story to tell. We generally sit a while in the parlor after dinner.
Yes, it's cool in here.
Coolest room in the house, outside of the bedroom Mama uses now. That's my grandfather's rifle up there.
It's beautiful.
Made it himself.
That's his picture in the big frame.
Uh-huh.
That smaller picture on the mantel is of my husband, Jeff.
I see. What's he carrying, rabbits?
He was. Probably been hunting. Lloyd took that picture with a Kodak. Lloyd always was one for anything new.
And Pa liked to have his pictures made, didn't he, Mama?
Oh, yes. He thought he was so handsome. He was, too. Don't you think so, Mr. Davis?
Huh? Well, yes, I think he was.
Now, that picture by the window. Who's that, you know?
Could it be Sarah?
No, it's me.
You?
Yes. I was 17 years of age when that was tinted.
Why, you were very beautiful, weren't you?
Was I?
Extremely beautiful.
There were several boys who told me I was pretty. Many came here to call. This house was my father's, you see.
Oh, was it?
Grandfather carved the mantel there, Mr. Davis. He dug the cellar with his own hands, laid the foundation, reared the house, polished the floors. His father had given him the family house, which was on an old upper cover piece. But Grandfather built this, his own house.
Probably meant a great deal to him after all that work.
Yes, work and living. Living and work. Birth and dying. Young and growing older. Old and growing very old. I remember so much sometimes my mind gets tired.
Yes, ma'am.
Why, it was right here that Pa called Jeff and me in one evening. The third time Jeff came to call on me. And Pa was lying on that cot, for he was old. He looked up at Jeff and said, "Young man, do you want my daughter?" Just like that. He asked him. Oh, I remember it. I felt weak, and the blood just seemed to leave me, till Jeff answered. And he said, "Yes, sir. I want your daughter." And then I felt warm. I felt like all the life in this world was right. That every problem had its explaining. You see, Jeff wanted me, you see.
Yes, ma'am.
So then Pa said, "Well, you two get married and come back. This place will be yourn, for the others have left me." So Jeff and me, we went outside the door there. And I couldn't speak. I weren't but 17. And Jeff was hardly older. Young he was, and handsome, and clean as a tree. Then he took my hand. First time he'd ever touched me. I'll never forget it.
No, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Davis, I like you very well. Do you have business with me?
Yes, I do.
What sort?
Well,
If you're interested in buying that 50 acres down by the road, I'll tell you right now I'll not sell.
I was thinking about that acreage, but namely, I want to buy the whole farm, ma'am.
The farm?
I'd give you its value and more. I'm anxious to have it, frankly, and I know I'm imposing on you, but...
Why, I couldn't sell the farm. This house is... No, Mr. Davis. I'm saving this farm for my grandson, Lloyd's oldest boy. Tom may well want to come here. He likes it. This is going to be his.
I understand that, but...
The whole cove was once in the family, Mr. Davis. And this, the best part of it, is still ourn. It's mine.
Mama, Mr. Davis has something to say.
Yes?
Ma'am, I like you. I hate to hurt you, but... You see, it's very important that you sell this farm. Important to hundreds of thousands of people. We're building a dam, you understand, right across the Clinch River, and it's going to back water up into the coves for miles, into this cove. A lake will be here. Water. Tons of water. Thousands of tons of water, ma'am, for flood control.
Why, we haven't had a flood on this farm for 50 years. Except for one piece of bottom land that the creek washes once in a while.
I see.
Mama, please try to understand.
I am trying, Sarah. But what's the need? I won't sell.
You have to sell, ma'am.
What you say?
The government of the United States is going to build a dam down the river. And that dam is going to form a lake and flood this valley, flood this farm, flood this house. To 20 feet above this house, there'll be nothing but solid water.
Sarah, I want you to come over here and sit next to me.
Yes, Mama.
I feel awful lonely. Awful lonely. I feel as if Jeff just has to be here. Or Jesse.
Lloyd may be here soon, Mama. You can never tell when he'll come. Try to understand.
Flood this room?
Yes, Mama.
flood your bedroom upstairs? You were born in that room, Sarah.
Yes, Mama.
Ma'am, look at me. Please. Down to Memphis, down to Natchez, down to New Orleans, the river floods. And when it does, it kills like an angry thing, like a wild thing. It carries off land and people and babies and food, farms and animals. It wrecks cities. It's a terrible thing when the river floods. And we have to stop it.
New Orleans?
We'll do anything we can, ma'am. We'll find you a better farm, another house. We'll pay you, anything within reason.
I don't know anybody in New Orleans.
Of course not, ma'am.
I don't know a single person who ever left here and went to a place called that.
Yes, ma'am.
I like you, Mr. Davis. I told you before. I liked you.
Yes, ma'am.
But don't you see? When Jesse went away, it was to the government. They wanted him for something. Way off. I don't know where.
Germany, Mama.
Germany. That's right, Sarah. And he never come back. They said he was lost. They couldn't find him.
Please, Mama. Don't talk anymore.
And now, way off, somebody needs my farm. But I can't let him have it. You see, this is my house. And Lloyd's boy, the oldest, I want him to have it. He's to keep the fire going. I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. I like you. But you'll just have to do business elsewhere. 'Cause I can't sell my farm.
There's a car just drove up. Big car.
Then it's Lloyd. He got here fast.
Can he help her, Sarah?
I don't know. If he was Jesse, he could. She'd do whatever Jesse wanted her to do.
Hey, Sarah? Mother?
In the parlor, Lloyd.
Hello, Sarah.
You got here quick, Lloyd.
Yes, I did.
This is Mr. Davis from the government.
How do you do?
I suppose Sarah told you why I'm here.
Of course. Make yourself at home, such as it is. Where's Mother now, Sarah?
In my bed.
In your bed? Why?
I don't know. I went up to look at her a while ago. She wasn't in her room. She was in mine.
I know why. It used to be hers when we were children, back when Dad was alive.
Yes, but why is she using it now?
Because it was his, because she needs him, because her children were born in it.
I think you may be right, sir. When she went upstairs, she was very much disturbed.
Can the government take this farm from her, Lloyd?
Of course.
Then you must go up and talk to her. You can't avoid it.
What good would that do?
You're a son.
Sarah, don't make this sound so simple.
Mr. Davis has tried to explain, and she won't listen to me.
She won't listen to me either. I'm Lloyd, remember? I left her and Dad alone in this cove. I'm never to be forgiven.
You're her only son, nonetheless. Jesse's gone, and 4 died in childhood, and you're left.
Sarah, you know yourself how Dad stood at that very spot and cursed me. And Mother looked on silently. Since I left this cove, since I left them, I've been something other than a son. I'm Lloyd. I'm Esau's younger brother.
Lloyd, she's lying up there on my bed, just looking at the ceiling. She's your mother. Go talk to her.
All right, Sarah. If you think I should.
Why, I didn't know you were standing there, Lloyd.
Yes, Mother. I've been here for a minute or so.
You've been quiet.
Yes, Mother.
I've been expecting you to come to see me all week.
Well, it's a hard drive, Mother. It's 60 miles, and the roads are terrible.
I've been expecting you. Is Tommy with you?
No, I came directly from the plant.
Tom's very much like his grandfather, ain't he?
Yes, and like Jesse.
Yes, he is like Jesse, Lloyd, very much.
Mother, do you mind if I pull up a chair and sit down?
Of course not. Lloyd, there was a man here this evening wanted to buy the farm. Said I had to sell. I told him I wouldn't.
I understand, Mother.
You've got to fix it so he can't make me sell, Lloyd.
All right, Mother.
His name is Mr. Davis.
Yes, I remember.
You look older than I ever saw you before, Lloyd.
I'm as old as Dad was when he had the stroke, Mother.
Are you? Yes, you are. Let's see. He died in...
1920, January, the Tuesday after Old Christmas.
You remembered. That's strange.
What I want to talk to you about, Mother, is the love you have for this farm.
It is a love, Lloyd. You'll have to fix it so I won't have to sell.
I know. It's a deep love. It's a love you have for the past, which was good to you.
Not always good.
No, but you had security then and a future. You could look forward, couldn't you? Then Jessie died. Then I left you and went to Knoxville.
Let's not talk about that.
Then you and Dad were left alone out here. And there wasn't any future for you, was there, Mother?
Lloyd, I don't want to talk about all that.
So you and Dad did what anybody would do. You began to live in the past. Then he died. And all you had then was the house, the farm, the past. The places you remember.
Lloyd.
Believe me, I understand. I'm not blaming you. I want you to know I understand. I know how hard it is now that the past is being threatened when they're trying to take this house.
But I won't sell. I won't sell.
No, because you can't sell, Mother. Because you're a part of this house now. You're as much a part of it as the floors are part of it. As that chimney there, is this wall. You and this wall and Jessie and Dad and Sarah and me before I went away and the babies you lost and your father who lived here and built this wall. You're part of them and they of you through this place.
Yes, Lloyd. Yes. That's true.
And they're the best part of your life. I know, Mother. Remember that I know. Believe me. Because I have something else to say. Mother, your father was a builder, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, Lloyd.
When he was young, he was given the family homestead, as I remember.
Yes.
And he left it, didn't he?
He came down here and built this house, as you know.
He left his father's homestead, deserted it, and built himself a new and better house, didn't he? He was always looking forward, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Always the next planting, the next hunt, the next addition to the farm. He wanted to buy that piece of land along the river, the Thompson place. But he got sick.
Mother, why haven't you told my son that?
Why? What do you mean?
He comes back to Knoxville whenever he's been with you, and he tells me about the old days and how wonderful they were. He tells me about the Hearth Fire and about the orchard Granddad planted, one tree for each child. But he never mentions that the hearth downstairs is about to fall apart or that the orchard doesn't bear fruit anymore. He doesn't know you gather as a family around a hearth fire for love and purpose, but that you serve this love, you drive for this purpose by going out and changing and improving and rearranging as your father did before you. Back in the coves, Mother, are people who have forgotten this meaning of the hearth fire. They're isolated. They're lost. It's 1935, Mother, not a year for cove people. And in 1950, the year of Tom's maturity, that won't be a time for cove people either. Not for the isolated mind. Not for the man who is always living in the past.
I think you're saying something, Lloyd. But I don't know. I never heard you talk like this. Never before.
I want you to help my son. To help prepare him for his life. To give him roots deep in the soil of the past and his good fathers. But I want to be sure that he's ready to meet the challenges of his own day. That's what your father would say. That's what Jessie would say. Tear it down and build it better. I can hear Jessie say that. Can't you, Mother?
I don't know.
Sell the farm and buy a better one. That's what your father would say, isn't it?
I don't want to talk anymore, Lloyd. What do you want me to do, Lloyd? I don't know. This house is part of me.
So long as you have no future, it's all you have, Mother. But I'm trying to give you a future. I'm trying to give you a future in Tom. I want you to help me rear him. He needs all the knowledge of the old days, all the depth of living and life that you and I can ever give him. But my son isn't to belong to this cove, Mother. Nor to this house, nor to that old shed out there, nor to that hearth downstairs. But to the spirit that caused that hearth to be built, and that fire tended, and this house built. And that spirit must be in you. It isn't in these walls, Mother. Mother, listen to me. Can you leave the past for Tom?
But you mustn't tear it down, Mr. Davis.
Mustn't what?
That house has to be left standing.
But we have to clear the lake bottom.
I won't sell if you don't leave the house standing. And that shed the bear ran down.
But...
I mean it. It has to be that way.
Well, I'll tell them in Knoxville, ma'am.
And I want the government to move the fire.
What fire, ma'am?
In the hearth.
You mean move it to your new farm near Knoxville?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell them at the TVA.
I want it written down.
You see, Mr. Davis, when my grandfather built the house, he brought coals from the hearth at the homestead and put them there. They've never been allowed to go out.
I see.
You can flood the farm, and who's to know whether the house and shed still stand or not? But the fire, we want to be sure of that.
Yes, sir. You can be sure of it.
And one more thing, Mr. Davis.
Yes, ma'am?
You're to come to see me in my new place.
Oh, I will, ma'am. It's a beautiful farm. When I get married, I'll bring my wife to meet you.
You better bring her before you get married, so I can look her over for you.
I'll tell her you said that, ma'am.
Come on, Mother. Sarah is anxious to get started. Goodbye, Mr. Davis.
Goodbye, sir.
I wish you luck with your project. It's a big thing you're doing. Something for the future. For hundreds of years into the future. I'm glad the TVA is here with its vision and its plan.
Thank you, sir. And good luck to your family.
American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, produced by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina. American Adventure is a study of man in the New World, his values and his characteristics, who he is, what he believes. The series is made possible by the National Association of Educational Broadcasters and the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. In Hearth Fire, the old lady was Josephine Sharkey, a local housewife. The TVA agent was Charles Kuralt, a student. The daughter was Jean Herring, a clerk in Central Records. The son was John Ely, member of the faculty. Carl Castle speaking. American Adventure is produced and recorded by the University of North Carolina on the campus at Chapel Hill.
The best understanding of America begins, or so it seems to us, with the realization that this nation is young yet, that she is still new and unfinished, that even now America is man's greatest adventure in time and space. The University of North Carolina presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, his values and his characteristics, who he is, what he believes, what he lives by. American Adventure is produced on a grant and aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, made possible by the Educational Television and Radio Center. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton. Today's program presents William Waddell as Marshall in Builders on the River.
Back in the heart of the Depression, back in 1932, there was a man who lived with his mother and his brother in a shack town on a river in a southern state. And he built a house. Not just an everyday sort of house. It was one of the most wonderful houses ever built in this country. This is the story of the man, and his mother, and his brother, and the house.
Why don't you go down to the river and help your brother look for firewood?
I don't want to.
You gonna sit here and mope, are you?
Be quiet.
Don't you talk to your mother like that.
Oh, shut up, Ma. Have you got any coffee?
No, not for the likes of you. Not for a man who looks sad all day and won't sleep at night. What you looking at?
That joist about the window. It ain't put in straight. I think I'll get my hammer and...
Just a minute, boy. Sit down. Ever since we come to this shack town, to this house nobody wanted, you been a-pounding on it. Let it be. I got a headache.
Oh, you ain't got no headache, Ma.
When the river floods, it'll twist the house again. Let it be. Let it all be. The whole country's in a fix. Your pa worked all his life. He got a grave for it. We've never had nothing, and we never will.
I'm gonna fix that joist, Ma.
Marshall.
Pa taught me to be a carpenter. You can't expect a carpenter to live in a house like this.
Well, then move uptown. If you're a carpenter, go get a job.
No, there's no jobs around. I talked to foremen. I've been house to house, everything. The foreman, they say, you're Jeb Kaufman's boy, ain't you? And I say, what if I am? And they don't answer me. I don't know of any place I can get a job.
Well, nothing I can do about that.
Sometimes I think the only thing to do is to go ahead and build myself a house.
What'd you say?
I said build myself a house.
Where?
Right here on the river.
Where's your lumber?
I ain't got none.
Son.
But I can get it. I can find some somehow. Look, Ma, I'm a carpenter. A carpenter can't sit around the house. Not in a house like this.
You don't make sense, son.
Wouldn't you like to have a well-built house? A house that's square and solid? I could build it, I think.
Sure.
I could lay out a room, fairly large, 10 by 15, say. Then I could put a little kitchen next to it, and on the other side, a room for you. Big enough for a cot and your clothes, and... Would you like to have a room all your own, Ma?
Well, Marshall, I don't know.
Sure you would. I can see you would.
Marshall, you're not to do it.
Oh, Ma, come off that kind of talk. I gotta find me a level and a square. I got just a hammer and saw now.
Marshall, please. The river will flood and it'll all go.
I'll see you, Ma. I gotta go uptown. I gotta find me a level and a square. It's just that I'm a carpenter, Ma. Don't you see? A carpenter living in a no-good house. And I can build a good house, Ma, for you and Tommy and me.
Credit, mister? This is 1932, and I don't give credit these days unless I know the man I'm dealing with.
Well, my name's Marshall N. Kaufman.
You lived in this town long?
All my life.
Where you live now?
I live out in the country.
Where?
3 miles out.
Where?
I live by the river.
Sorry, boy. If you was me, you wouldn't loan nothing to anybody lived in that shanty town, would you?
Look, I think I can pay you next month, honest.
Sorry, boy. Folks in Shantytown are there because they can't pay you. Ever.
There was a large building going up on the corner of Taylor and Manning Streets. Marshall went down there as he did periodically and asked for a job. He was refused. He went to another place where he thought a house was going up, and when he got there, he found nobody on the job. Neighbor said the man that was building the house had to stop because he didn't have any money. That afternoon, Marshall walked back to the river at a place about 2 miles above the settlement in which he lived. He waited on the riverbank for wood to drift down. That afternoon, 2 pieces drifted down, but there was another man on the other side of the river, and he and Marshall had a fight out in the middle of the water for one of the pieces. When Marshall got back to the bank with it, he was so weak, he decided to go on home. Next morning, he examined the driftwood and found that it was warped. It was just good for burning. He went back uptown to where the building was going up.
Just a minute there, fella.
What?
What you got in your hand? What you doing with my level?
I'm just looking at it. I gotta make one.
Put it down.
All right.
Ain't you Jeb Kaufman's boy?
Yeah.
I thought so. Stealing my level, are you?
Look, mister, I never stole nothing in my life.
You mean a fort a day?
I mean never. No pa either. I just gotta build a house, and I ain't got the tools. I gotta make some.
You say you gotta build a house?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe you, boy.
I said I'm gonna build a house.
You gonna build a house, but you ain't got enough money to buy a level?
That's right.
Get off my land, Jeb Kaufman's boy. You don't make sense to me.
The next day and the day after, Marshall spent clearing a place on the river bottom for his new house. He selected as high land as he could, but there was just so high one could go before he hit the railroad tracks, and beyond that was privately owned. Marshall cleared the land well. Then he sunk some holes in the ground. This took another day because the ground wasn't thawed out yet.
All right, Tommy. How many river rocks you got?
I've been carrying rock till I'm dead, Marshall.
Is that all?
All?
Here, I tell you what we got to do. You and me has got to get enough rocks from the river to fill up these 8 holes solid. And we got to pack them down with clay.
Why?
We're going to rest a house on them.
Ain't no houses in this whole shanty town resting on rock.
Come on, boy. No more talk. My house is going to rest on rock. That's the only way to build a house, don't you see? On rock.
3 miles to town every day looking for a job. Every morning, house to house, looking for work. And once in a while, Marshall would get to hoe a man's land into furrows or to cut weeds out of a copperhead patch. But when he could find no work, he would look for wood. Any kind of wood to make a house.
What are you doing back here, boy? I told you.
How do you do, sir? I'm wondering if you got any scraps of wood around the building here that I might use.
For your house?
Yeah, for my house.
I got no lumber to give away, boy.
No, sir, but ain't you got some scraps? Like this in here?
Why, that piece of wood ain't more than a foot long.
Can I have it?
Why?
And that other piece. Some of these other scraps around here. I got to build a house, mister. Let me tell you something. This is the only piece of wood I got for that house. Can I have it? Don't laugh at me, mister, or I'll... Now, I'm a carpenter, same as you. I had a drunk for a father, and he got sent up once. But I never drunk, and I never hurt nobody. Then I'm asking you to let me carry off some of this waste wood.
This might make good firewood, boy.
I see.
Of course, it ain't my wood. It belongs to a corporation, and I expect they'll just let it rot. All right, but don't take anything except scraps under 2.5 foot long.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And about the level you picked up the other day in the house you're building, I'm inclined to believe you now. I don't know where you can get a level, though.
Well, I figured a level out yesterday down at the city dump.
You did?
I got a small bottle here in my pocket. You see, a square bottle with a cap.
Yeah?
I'm going to fill it with water and put the cap on and then fasten the bottle to a good straight piece of wood. And if the air bubble inside the bottle comes to the center, I reckon it's level.
Level enough, anyway.
It has to be level. Exactly.
Well, then, go fill it with water, and we'll test it again mine to see.
At 4 o'clock, Marshall and the foreman found that the bottle could be used as a level. At 5 o'clock, Marshall had collected several small scraps of lumber. He picked up as many of these as he could carry and started the 3-mile walk back to the river.
So I tell you, Ma, what I done.
Hush and let me get supper. I don't want to hear about that house.
This foreman, he's about 6'4", and he's been eating good all his life. You can tell that.
Most folks have.
And he give me all that wood.
So he give you the wood, little pieces of wood.
Well, I asked him if I could pick up nails around that the men dropped or that didn't go in straight and had to be pulled out, and he said it'd be all right. I tell you, Ma, it's beginning to look like it won't be hard to build this house.
Marshal, all day your brother's been a-going back and forth to the river collecting rocks. There he comes now. He ain't strong, Marshal. He ain't well fed. This fool house is something neither one of us likes.
Come in, Tommy. How did you do?
I got 2 of the holes filled up with rock, Marshal.
Good. I got good news for you, boy. I got some wood.
I seen it.
Of course, it's little, and we're going to have to sink some more holes, because I can't span more than 5 feet, even nailing the pieces together.
You're going to sink more holes?
Sure, just a few more.
Marshal, you listen to me.
Now, Ma, don't take this house away. It's all I've got. It's all I can do, and I've never wanted to do anything so much in my life. I can help Tommy carry the rock.
Well, see that you do, Marshal.
But it seems to have no point to me.
Of course it has a point, Tommy. Everything does if it's what you just have to do.
The next day, Marshall and his brother went into town and carried back wood. The day after that, they made 2 trips carrying wood. After supper, Marshall wanted to go back for another load, but Tommy said no, that he was too tired. Tommy went to bed. His mother went to her bed. But Marshall sat up thinking about his house. Then about 10:30, he heard footsteps in the yard, and he hurried out.
What you doing here?
3 men stood there, their arms loaded down with the wood Marshall had brought from town. Marshall picked up a piece of 2x4 and faced them. His eyes seemed to be deep in their sockets, and he was breathing hard.
My pa once killed a man for stealing from him. They sent him up for it. I'll kill the man that takes away 1 piece of my wood.
So the men put the wood back where Marshall had stacked it. Then they went away. They didn't say anything at all. The next day was Sunday, and the mother said that Tommy couldn't work on Sunday, so Marshall carried rocks from the river and filled up 2 more of the holes. There were 14 holes now, and only 8 of them filled. The next day, Marshall and Tommy carried wood from town. For 4 more days, they made 2 trips a day. Marshall carried rocks from the river at night. After 1 load on Friday, Marshall thought they had enough wood for the frame of the small house.
It's a lot of wood, Marshal.
Ain't it?
A lot of backache, too.
All we got to do is nail it together and put up a frame.
Yeah, all we got to do.
Of course, before we do that, we got to look for nails. Need a raft of nails. Come on, Tommy, we're getting her built right enough.
Marshall and Tommy found 517 nails. That night, Marshall straightened them. And the next morning, bright and early...
Now, Tommy, we're ready to commence.
You aim to nail them pieces together?
I aim to strike the first nail for the frame. Let me have one of the best nails.
Here you are.
Now, what'll she be, Tommy? Will she go in straight or bent?
Straight, I reckon.
It's a sign, you see.
What's your hands shaking for, Marshal?
It's a sign for the whole house. Now, stand back.
You're just driving a nail, Marshal.
Stand back. I gotta hit it just right.
Gee, Marshal, you near drove it clean into the wood.
Straight, you see? It's a good sign. It ain't gonna be so hard after this.
Everything had to be level and straight and plumb in Marshall's house, so it took a while to put up the framework. On days when it rained, he would go to town and gather more nails and other pieces of wood he needed, pieces of wood better than those he had. And then the frame was finished. The skeleton was up.
Look at that. Good Lord, Tommy, what do you think of that? It's there, you see?
I never thought I'd see a thing like that.
They said we couldn't do it. All the people have been snickering at us. Shake her frame. Try to shake it. Not too hard. You see, she's solid. And when we get the boards nailed to the outside, it won't shake at all. You'll see.
When are we going to get some more boards, Marshal?
We have to go to making trips to town again. When do you want to start?
Oh, it's just 3 o'clock. You want to go now?
Ain't you tired, boy?
No, I ain't. I don't get tired now that I can see the house.
Marshall and his brother carried boards from town and pieced them onto the framework to make the roof and outside walls. It took a long, long time. It took longer because both he and his brother often would try to find work because they needed money to buy food. But soon the garden the mother had planted came in with squash and beans and corn, and the boys put all their time into the house, carrying wood, finding nails, piece by piece, hammer blow by hammer blow, until there she stood. A naked thing without windows or doors or paint or a roof cover, but solid and straight and true from the floor to the peak of the wooden roof.
Mr. Moore?
Yeah? You come for some more nails?
No, I come to ask you about a problem. I've been looking while I've been building for something that might do for a roof cover for my house.
Yeah?
I need a tin roof, I figure. I don't want danger from fires.
Yeah? I ain't got nothing, boy.
Do you know where I can get some tin?
No, not unless you buy it. You're welcome to the nails you can find or the wood scraps. Though we ain't going to have many more wood scraps.
But a house ain't no good without a roof cover.
No. Well, I'm just as sorry as I can be, but I got no tin.
Yes?
How do you do, ma'am? I seen some pieces of tin stacked up beside your house. Could I do something around your place to earn them as my pay?
Where are they?
About 60 pieces, ma'am, at the side of the house, with a cover over most of them.
What can you do, young man?
I can carpenter or clear or might nigh anything.
Well, I got a garage out back that needs fixing.
Yes, I saw that from the street. It's a right big job, that garage. It leans.
It leans bad. If you want to fix the garage, you can have the tin.
But, ma'am, it'll take 2-3 days to fix that garage, I'd say.
Well, what do you want to do? I got nothing else but to fix the garage. Just prop it up and take the tin, all right?
No, I won't prop it up. I'll fix the garage, ma'am, for the tin.
I told you before you started you couldn't build a house.
I know you did, Ma.
You got how many pieces of tin from that woman?
Well, 45, not rusted.
For 3 days' work, you and your brother?
Well, we got good tin, Ma.
And you found 20 more pieces, you say?
Yeah, and the garbage dump.
So you got 45 and 20, 60 pieces.
65.
65 pieces. How many you need?
About 200.
200?
Gosh, I didn't know we needed that many, Marshal.
Yep, 200. And not another place to find it.
Well, you've put all this work in. A house without a roof cover is no good at all. But what you done was well done, Marshal.
10 cans are too little. 10. There's bound to be a way.
Allus a way, is there? How many times I heard your pa say that? He said he was going to save money, so as me and him and you boys could have a proper life after a while. You know how much money your pa had before it was stole?
You told us once it was $1,000, Ma.
$1,012. My. And then that man took it, but nobody could prove it. He would smile, like when he passed your pa. He said nobody could prove it. So your pa got mad after a while, and he done a terrible thing. Oh, my, a terrible thing.
Better to let the money go, Ma, than to ruin himself like that.
Better to let your house go, Marshal, than to beat your head against a stone wall. I told you.
I know you did, Ma.
But won't it rot, Marshal, the house?
Yeah.
Just rot away, huh?
Yeah.
There's something we can put on the roof. How about reeds or just weeds and stuff?
Roof ain't peaked enough to make that work. Burn anyway, most likely.
I'm sorry, son. All that work.
Work is cheap, Ma. Nowadays.
For a full week after that, Marshall didn't go near his new house. But he couldn't find any other work to do, not even hoe in a garden. Money was scarce in 1932.
It don't seem right, does it?
What?
The house.
Let it be.
What do you mean, let it be? You get going hard on something, and then the car tracks in. You can't just stop. You gotta crash into something, ain't you?
Well, let it be, I said.
We could finish the inside of the house.
Why?
Look, Marshal, we could get us some cardboard and put it inside. Cardboard ain't hard to find.
The roof leaks. Water'll eat away at the cardboard.
Do you mind if I go get some cardboard and put it up? I'll do it right, Marshal. I'll find some tacks and do it right. Then maybe we can paper over that. You want to help me, Marshal? I'll go uptown right now and try to get some tacks from somewhere, and I'll bring back a load of cardboard.
Oh, let it be.
No, I ain't. We ought to do all we can.
We done all we can.
No, we ain't. We can put up cardboard for the wall.
It'll all go with the rain.
Well, I don't know about that. I just know we got to do all we can. We can't stop now, can we, Marshal?
The boy brought back 2 pockets full of tacks and as much cardboard as he could drag from town, towing it on a wide board he pulled with a piece of wire he'd found. The wire cut his hands. Tommy made 3 trips for cardboard. Then he cut it into proper widths and tacked it on the walls. 4 days later, the house was papered with wrapping paper he had found at the city dump. The next 2 days, he and Marshall sat around waiting for the rain. But it didn't rain.
You think a good storm would ruin the cardboard?
I don't know. I guess it will.
Marshal, maybe we could paint the house.
Why paint the confounded
Why not?
house?
What else we got to do?
I had a plan for painting it. I was thinking we could get some paint at the dump. Scrape it out of cans. Out of a couple of 100 cans, we could get enough.
Sure we could.
Find an old brush or 2.
We could make it real pretty, Marshal.
Try to get a fair color out of the mixture. Not easy to do.
We could try.
But it'd take a couple of days.
What do you think?
What's the use?
Well, what do you think, Ma?
I've said my piece. No use trying, boys.
There is use trying. I'm tired of hearing you say that, Ma, there is. Come on, Tommy. Let's go get some paint.
I think all these empty cans are right down here. Somebody threw away a raft of paint cans. Yeah, here are a couple.
This is good paint. Not much left, though. We'll need 50 at least.
Got all colors, Marshal.
Well, we'll make something out of them. I'll stack them up over here, then we can drain them into 1 or 2 of the cans.
Hey, Marshal, here's a big one.
Huh?
Here's a 4 or 5 gallon can down the bottom.
Let me see.
No paint in it, though. Here you are. What do you reckon was in there?
It smells like turpentine.
Here, let me smell. Yeah.
Are there any more?
I expect so down under the paint cans. Why?
It's thin metal. Let's see. You know what I think, Tommy?
What?
I think maybe we could open up a can this big and cut out a good square of tin.
Yeah, you do.
I think so. And I think maybe we can.
Looks like maybe we can to me, too, Marshal.
We'll have the finest house on the whole river if we could.
All the carrying of rocks and wood would be worthwhile, wouldn't it?
I think we can.
I do, too, Marshal.
I think we can, you hear me? I think we're going to finish this house. I told you we could build a house, Tommy. Here, give me that piece of tin there.
Yeah. Clouds are still gathering, Marshal.
Let them come. Let it rain forever. We got just 2 more pieces of tin to nail before this roof is done, boy.
Here's another piece to nail. Hurry, I felt the first drop of rain, Marshal.
Never mind.
Gee, you can see a long way from up here on the roof. See clean down the river. See plumb over the other houses.
Yeah.
I felt another drop of rain, Marshal. And there's another one. It's starting to rain, Marshal.
Give me that last piece of tin.
Here you are. If we'd had 2 hammers, it'd have been better. Boy, it's coming down, Marshal.
Let it come. I hope it rains all night. There. We're finished, you see? We're done.
Sure.
We're done. Rain, do you hear me? Come on down. I want a thunderstorm. I want lightning, do you hear? We've done it, boy. We've done it. We done built a house.
Word got out, for word travels. Word got out about the house down in the shanty town. The new house with windows which had been put together from broken pieces of frames and discarded pieces of glass. Windows which closed on level sills. There wasn't a carpenter in the county who didn't come to see it.
Marshal, Marshal, Marshal. What can I say to you now? You did it.
Yes, sir. It ain't as big as your building, but Tommy and me did it.
It looked for a while like we wasn't going to make it.
What color would you call that house, Marshal?
I don't know. What color is that, Ma?
It's sort of blue, ain't it?
We mixed all colors together, and then we added some dye until we found we had the right color.
It's all right. It's a solid house.
Solid as a rock.
I couldn't even shake the floor when I was inside.
It's the finest house I ever seen.
But what if the river floods?
Oh, it'll be standing when the river goes down.
Yes, but the mud and all.
We'll take care of it easy enough.
Maybe it won't flood. Anyway, we done the best we could.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, come to see me, Marshal, when you need a job.
Sir?
I said, come to see me when you need a job. You're a good artisan.
I've carpentered a good deal, sir, but...
An artisan means a man that does his work for the love of it. So he does it right. Workmen are easy to find. Artisans are hard to come by.
Yes, sir.
So come to see me when you need a job.
I'll come to see you tomorrow.
Yes, I sort of figured you would.
Ma? What does it all mean? Why's everything changed? Even the children around here follow me around all the time, just looking and asking questions like I got a secret or something. Now I got a job. What does it all mean, Ma?
I don't know. But everything's a lot better than ordinary.
All Tommy and me done was build a house.
American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, and is produced by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina, Earl Wynn, director. These programs are produced on a grant and aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, made possible by the Educational Radio and Television Center, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. They're intended for use by educational and commercial radio stations in this and other countries, and by schools for in-school listening purposes. They are, in almost all cases, based on actual events. Today's program, Builders on the River, presented William Waddell as Marshal, with Jean Herring as the mother, Judd Beckwith as Tommy, and John Ely as the foreman. Others in the cast were Carl Venters and Keen Oliver. Cast members of American Adventure are students, professors, and townspeople of the university community. American Adventure is produced and recorded in the studios of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
Let Uncle Sam help you earn extra money. Now, United States Series E bonds are improved to make more money in less time. They're improved to mature in less than 10 years. You can keep earning interest on Series E savings bonds 10 years after maturity, too, and that means a return of as much as 80% on your original investment. An easy way to earn extra money? You bet. Begin buying Series E savings bonds now. Monitor takes you everywhere each weekend on NBC Radio.
The best understanding of America begins, or so it seems to us, with the realization that this nation is young yet, that she is still new and unfinished, that even now America is man's greatest adventure in time and space. The University of North Carolina presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, his values and his characteristics, who he is, what he believes, what he lives by. American Adventure is produced on a grant in aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, made possible by the Educational Television and Radio Center. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, today's program presents John Ely as Eddie in Story of a Poet.
Eddie loved me, and he loved Virginia, and he was kind to us. I hear he was not kind to everyone, and I know he was not easy to understand. From the first time I knew him, that was in Baltimore, when he was a young man, and he was hungry, and he was without funds. From that moment, I saw in him a certain need for understanding.
I can soar, Aunt Clem. I can soar with God.
Eddie, don't be sacrilegious.
No, I mean it. I am not as other men. I see too clearly what lies beyond our vanity and our pomp. I am a poet.
You and your poems, boy. You had best get a job.
So my foster father in Richmond says. Get a job, learn the business, go to West Point. No, I don't care for that.
There's much to be said for money, Eddie.
And he has said it all. And he has money. He is rich. I grew up rich. But I am not as others are.
No, you are impossible. That's what you are.
Yes, exactly. Because I can soar higher, higher. I can see realms they can never even touch.
Oh, you frighten me.
Do I? From childhood's hour, I have not been as others were. I have not seen as others saw. I could not bring my passions from a common spring. From the same source, I have not taken my sorrow. I could not awaken my heart to joy at the same tone. And all I loved alone.
Eddie, what is all that? You're serious, boy.
You see, Aunt Clem, I can soar.
You're serious.
Shall I tell you what it is like up there?
Up where, Eddie?
It is like beauty without eyes. It is like music without a tone. It is the heart of music that lies beyond the sound. It is like clear water in a stone. It is like God must be on pleasant days, except there is no throne, no ornaments, no diadem, but only God alone. And I am also alone. Do you remember my mother, Aunt Clem?
Yes. She was an actress.
I have heard stories about her.
Oh, don't believe all that.
I don't remember her except the night she died, lying high on the pillows, coughing her life away.
Eddie, please.
Will you be my mother, Aunt Clem?
Oh, no.
And my father I never saw, and so I am left with my foster father who speaks of wealth, who talks of business, who breeds money like a rooster in a chicken coop.
Eddie.
He doesn't understand that I am different as you do. Be my mother, Aunt Clem.
Well, of course, Eddie. Of course.
But I must warn you, Mother. I am not as others are. And I have never been.
Now, I'm sure you know why it is that after a year, West Point must mark your name from its rolls.
I am not a soldier, sir.
I'll vouch for that. Though when you first came here, your grades were high.
My mind is as good as another's.
Better than others. But now, why?
Only that I began to know I could not put my life into this tiny path.
Sir?
There is much that is greater than a soldier.
Oh.
For me, there is far more. For I can walk with God.
Would you close that door? Someone might overhear your foolishness.
But it is true.
It is absurd.
But, sir, I do not mean the God that is up there. And yet I do. I mean, at any rate, that I know him, some mighty power, and I can walk with beauty. So I came to see that I should not be here.
No doubt.
For I am not a soldier, but am more.
You're not a soldier. That is true. And now your destination?
My destiny, sir. It will be found in New York. For there will be men who will recognize my genius.
Indeed. Then good luck to you. We cannot use you at West Point. I do not know what you may be, but you are not a soldier.
Eddie married Virginia, my daughter, when she was hardly more than a child, and the three of us lived together in New York. New York could not ignore Eddie. No one ever could. But New York could not accept him on his terms.
Oh, they are filled with high praise. But they pay me nothing except a cent or two a line. They print my work and tell me I am good, even too good, whatever that may mean.
Eddie, do not be bitter.
But how can I live? They print my stories and my poems, distribute them to the world. But then they say that people cannot understand my work, that I am beyond.
Then come to where the people are.
No, that I will not do. I soar as high as I can, Aunt Clem.
Yes, dear. But even a poet must live in a world, must stay warm in winter, eat food.
Then let us eat my stories and my poetry. Oh, what a meal that would be. What a banquet. What a critical bit of indigestion awaits us there.
Eddie, please.
No, Aunt Clem. I think I know the reason they do not praise my work.
But some do, Eddie.
Others do not. It is simply this. They cannot soar as high as I. And so they are jealous. That's the clear and simple reason why.
Eddie, perhaps it is. But forget all that.
They go following after Cooper and Hawthorne and the like, those who are not nearly so gifted.
Eddie, please be quiet. You might awaken Virginia, and she's ill.
Not 1/10 so good. I tell you, Aunt Clem, I can turn a story on a mood and build a plot into a screaming dynasty. I can write a verse that sings, that dances on the English tongue.
Eddie, dearest Eddie, little boy, small child. Son, don't fret, don't worry. Someday you'll show them all. Now, what is this you've written here?
Oh, it's a little thing, a poem.
Well, what do the editors say of it?
I haven't shown it to them.
May I read it?
Yes, of course.
To Dash. What does Dash mean?
But the poem is to a woman, anyone beautiful.
To Virginia?
If you like.
I heed not that my earthly lot hath little of earth in it. What does that mean, Eddie, little of earth?
Little of those things that the earth gives those who serve its materialistic purposes.
That years of love have been forgot in the hatred of a minute. Oh, very pretty, Eddie. I mourn not that the desolate are happier, sweet, than I. Desolate?
Earthbound creatures are desolate, though they are happier than those of us who try to soar aloft.
I mourn not that the desolate are happier, sweet, than I, but that you sorrow for my fate, who am a passerby. It's short, Eddie.
Yes, and it will be measured by the inch. Let me have it.
Oh, no, Eddie, don't crumple it, please. Don't throw it in the fire. Here, let me get it out.
Yes, get it out. Save it for some future year, for it is to be measured by the inch. It is to be paid for by the line, and it is worth $0.25. Save it. It is worth $0.25. So I hope, sir, that my stories, of which I have many, might be gathered into a book which you would publish.
I read some of your stories. Very unrealistic.
Yes, and I think there would be a market for such a book.
Do you? Perhaps so.
Last year, as associate editor of a magazine, I published stories and criticisms, and the circulation of the magazine increased 8-fold.
Indeed. Why did you leave it, then?
Oh, there was a reason or two that seemed acceptable at the time. They paid me too little, and I didn't realize that without them I would be paid nothing at all.
Well, sir, I will look over your stories. They are mysterious and morbid, those I've read.
Reflections of what my other world is becoming.
How's that?
I hope you will publish them.
What payment would be acceptable to you?
What is your policy?
Oh, I could readily give you, say, 20 books as payment for the work.
Why, sir, need I remind you that without my long and anxious hours, there would be no stories and could be no book? 20 copies, sir, I cannot eat them.
Oh, you look at this from the writer's point of view. But you've been an editor. Surely you know your stories will not circulate so many books that I can hope for profit after my high cost.
It would be worth something to have my stories in a book. Give me my 20 copies. Perhaps they will keep me warm for a day or two.
my son-in-law is known throughout the world. His poems and stories are published everywhere. And yet, in his life, he received less than $225 for all his books, in all his life of defeat. Oh, but there was one moment of victory, one poem. But even that the editors would not publish until he demanded it.
I do not ask if you want it, sir. I tell you that this poem is better than my best. You cannot expect me to walk the streets time and again trying to sell my best poem and go home night after night to tell my wife and my mother-in-law that I have no money. I have in my hands my greatest work, but there is no one in this city or in Philadelphia who will publish it.
I have read your poem, and I do not care for it. It makes no sense to me. You and your arty ways, up in the clouds. You must come down to earth, sir. I am not printing a magazine for seers, but one for readers.
Will you give me $20 for the poem?
I won't give you anything for it.
Sir, you will if I must wring it from your neck. $10? $1? 1 cent, but something I demand.
And who are you to demand?
I am the creator of this piece of work, and you an editor.
I do not care for the work, sir.
Sir, my mother-in-law sews very well. And she sews, and by that means she and my wife and I live. I will not tell you what our life is like. I only know that from the time I was a boy, I have felt a power which I do not believe all men have.
Nonsense. Please go.
And I have in my hands, sir, see how they shake. My hands shake as if they had just plowed a field that was too large for my strength. I have in these hands a poem which, by the grace of God, I've written. A poem, sir. And you are an editor.
Please go. Please now, sir. Please go.
And I do not know why you do not like it. Listen to it, sir.
No, I have looked it over, and it is too long to listen to.
A part of it. Here, I'll omit this. The first part is only about a man who was thinking about his lost love, Lenore. And he heard a knock, and he answered the door, and no one was there. And
go on, then. Go on, read the poem. But only if you will leave when it is done.
Yes, of course. Let's see. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, Lenore. This I whispered, and the echo murmured back the word, Lenore. Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. Surely, said I, surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter, when with many a flirt and flutter in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door, perched upon the bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling. I suppose I should stop. I see you aren't listening.
Yes, sir, I don't like your poem. But it has a rhythm. Strange one, to be sure. Unusual. But it has some interest. And I will publish it.
Should I thank you, sir? No, I will not.
And how much do you want for it?
Only its value to you. Its value to me is beyond price.
$10?
Very well, sir.
Thank you for dropping by.
Sir, may I have the money now? I wouldn't ask except...
I understand. Tell the girl in the outer office to give you $10 for this raven.
The Raven was published and was instantly successful, beyond the success of any other poem ever printed in this country, perhaps anywhere. And Eddie was called a great poet. The Raven did for him what the Gold Bug and his stories had not done so well. He was successful. But instead of changing him for the better, It made more evident than ever the evil tide that defeat had left with him.
Now, at last, I have shown them. Mr. Poe, would you lecture here? Mr. Poe, would you write this? Would you criticize this? Could we reprint this? Have you something for our publication? Now, Virginia, they know.
Wonderful, Eddie. Wonderful, darling.
And now they will find out, Virginia.
Find out what?
I will lecture, certainly. And they will come. All the writers and editors and critics will come. And I will stand before them, I, the Raven. They call me that now.
Yes, Eddie.
I will stand there on the lighted stage, and like a burst from God himself, I'll set the record straight and tell them only their own incompetence and inadequacy have held back from this nation its literary growth. I will tell them that they have killed time and again the spark of art that might otherwise rise to bless us and to burst our nation's name aflame.
Eddie, no. No, don't say that to them. Not now.
It must be said, Virginia, and I will say it. Oh, it will be clear enough. And when I am done, they will have heard the truth about themselves.
How do you do, sir?
Come in. Sit down. Now what can I do for you?
You are the editor?
Yes?
My name is Mrs. Clem.
I'm happy to meet you.
I have here some poems I thought might be of interest.
I can't recall a poet named Clem.
The poems are not mine, sir. They belong to my son-in-law. You've heard of him.
What's his name?
Read the poems, sir. Please read them, and I will tell you.
I see. No, I will tell you his name. Edgar Allan Poe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Clem, you are an old lady. I do not want to hurt you.
Then, sir, please read the poems.
Very well. How is Mr. Poe? His health, I mean.
He's not very well.
His wife is ill, I understand.
Consumption, sir.
Oh, too bad. I'm sorry. Poe could have been a tremendous success if he had only had a bit of humility, a sense of fairness. If he would have tried to understand the other man's point of view or the other man's work. And, of course, if he had left the bottle alone.
Yes, sir. He drinks too much, and it worries me.
I should imagine.
Only one glass of wine, and he's instantly changed.
One glass?
Even a small glass. He becomes someone else. And when he takes a drink, we don't see him for days sometimes.
I've heard of men like that. At any rate, his work has fallen off, Mrs. Clem. I will buy a poem or two because you need help, I know.
Last week I sold some of his poems, but...
To whom?
Oh, not to an editor. You won't believe me, sir, and Eddie must never know. But occasionally I sell his work as waste paper. It brings something that way.
The poetry of Edgar Allan Poe. Waste paper. What a shame it had to come to that. And who's to blame? Yes. Yes, I will help you. We must all try to take care of him.
Virginia, child, you must go to bed.
I will, Eddie.
You are ill.
I know. I have been ill all my life. I know illness well. But I thought I could copy a poem for you.
I have written nothing today.
Last night it was the same.
Last night? Last month? Last year? Child, I try to soar again. I go up to the poet's stratosphere, and there I beat my wings like some old eagle. But to no avail, Virginia. There is no beauty there now, only darkness, darkness and bitterness.
Eddie, do you love me?
Virginia, you know I love you.
Will you write a poem for me?
Child, don't ask me to do what I cannot do.
Eddie, do you love me?
Oh, Virginia.
Write a poem for me.
I cannot.
Perhaps, Eddie, it is because you hate too much. But you love me. And maybe poetry can best be written only in sympathy.
So wise you are to be a child. A sick small child.
Oh, you are a child, too. We are children, you and I, playing games.
Yes. You were a child and I am a child in our rented home.
Oh, no. In our kingdom.
In our kingdom by the sea.
Oh.
And we love with a love that is more than love. I and my...
Lee?
Annabelle Lee, I will call you that in our poem.
Yes, darling.
We love with a love that is more than love. I and my Annabelle Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted, her and me. And this was the reason that long ago in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud by night, chilling my Annabelle Lee, so that her highborn kinsman came and bore her away from me to shut her up in a sepulchre.
Go on, Eddie.
No. No, I cannot go on.
It is beautiful.
But it is tragic. Whatever I touch must turn to death.
No, it is beautiful. Death can be beautiful, Eddie. I know I will die soon.
Please, dear.
I know that. But it can be beautiful, Eddie. Go on, dear.
Virginia, let me be.
No, I cannot do that. All your life you've criticized others because they were not as you. And yet the fact that you are not as they, that's the secret, Eddie. That's the beautiful thing. I would not love you nearly so much if you were just as they.
But I must work with them. And even worse, I must become like them in order to survive. All my life, you must go into business. You must go to West Point.
Eddie, darling, forget all that. You are not as they, Eddie. And they cannot be blamed for being unlike you.
But in a nation as great as this, isn't it a pity that I must go hungry and my wife must accept food from neighbors? And you need medical attention.
The world is full of badness, even for the wealthy. Let's think of what is beautiful. Eddie, promise me.
Yes, dear. But what will I do when you are not here to tell me what is beautiful?
Oh, now. Come, let's write down our poem. I will write and you dictate. And tomorrow Mother can take it to town for us. Go on, darling.
It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabelle Lee. And this maiden, she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. She was a child and I was a child in this kingdom by the sea. And we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabelle Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted, her and me. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we. And neither the angels in heaven above nor the demons down under the sea can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabelle Lee.
Recite me a poem, Eddie.
Huh?
Hey, waiter, another bottle over here. Go ahead, Eddie.
I must go home.
Oh, you have no home. Your wife is dead.
My aunt is there, Aunt Clem. My mother and my aunt.
Ah, you make no sense to me. Recite me a poem.
Go ask a poet for a poem. Look at me. Where did I get the mud on my clothes? Where have I been?
Drunk. Where else could you go? Tell me a story, Paul.
I don't know any stories.
Don't know any? Why, the gold bug will do. Or the purloined letter. Or what's the matter with the black cat? The fall of the House of Usher. The murders in the Rue Morgue. You see, I know your work. You've written 100. Now, tell me one of them.
I will tell you one. Once upon a time in a country not far from here, there was a boy who walked with God.
Huh?
And everyone laughed at him, except his mother and his wife. His countrymen would not admit he walked with God. And they left him to beg his food. So he learned to hate the world he lived in. And when he learned to hate, he could not walk with God.
That's a story? Hey, waiter, that bottle.
In heaven a spirit doth dwell whose heartstrings are a lute.
How's that?
None sing so wildly well as the angel Israfel. And
Just a minute, Eddie. Wait a minute. Quiet, everybody. Now, everybody listen. Mr. Edgar Allan Poe, the noted author of Richmond, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York, has consented to recite one of his original poems. A poem about heaven. Stand up, Eddie.
Of course. In heaven a spirit doth dwell, whose heartstrings are a lute. None sing so wildly well as the angel Israfel. And the giddy stars, so legends tell, ceasing their hymns, attend the spell of his voice all mute. And they say, the starry choir and the other listening things, that Israfel's fire is owing to that lyre, by which he sits and sings, the trembling living wire of those unusual strings. Yes, Israfel, heaven is thine. But this is a world of sweets and sours. Our flowers are merely flowers. And the shadow of thy perfect bliss is the sunshine of ours. If I could dwell where Israfel hath dwelt, and he were I, he might not sing so wildly well a mortal melody, while a bolder note than this might swell from my lyre within the sky.
Beautiful, Eddie. Beautiful. Here, have a drink.
I was his aunt and his mother, and you must not judge him simply by what I say. Oh, I know he had faults, and he was not always kind, but nonetheless, what a pity, what a terrible poor thing. And who's to blame?
American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, and is produced by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina. Earl Wynn, director.
Monitor takes you everywhere, each weekend on NBC Radio.
The best understanding of America begins, or so it seems to us, with the realization that this nation is young yet, that she's still new and unfinished, that even now, America is man's greatest adventure in time and space. The University of North Carolina, through a grant and aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, a series made possible by the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, today's recorded program presents Charles Hadley in Grandfather Jefferson, a documented study of Thomas Jefferson as he was known to his grandchildren.
Your carriage bumps over the hard Virginia ground. It's a steep climb for the horses, up the hill to Monticello. And it's night. The horses move nervously, but you hurry them. You heard Tom Jefferson lies ill, his breathing low. But tonight he'll die. Jefferson.
Could I help you down, sir?
Your carriage has stopped at the west portico of the great, beautiful house. Around about, people are standing, waiting. You go into the entrance hall, then turn left and go down the passage to the library. There you nod to the doctor and to Mrs. Randolph, Tom Jefferson's daughter. Then you go into the bedroom of Jefferson. He is there. You are there. And I, Tom Jefferson's grandson.
Randolph?
Yes, grandfather.
I thought perhaps you had left.
No, sir. What woke you? The clock chimed?
I don't think so. What time is it anyway?
A minute or so past 10.
2 hours before the 4th, is it?
Yes, sir.
The 4th of July.
If you move closer to the bed, you can see my grandfather. His hair looks even more red than usual on the whiteness of the pillows. This is the man who has walked the high road of his generation. This weak man here. Here, lie back, grandfather, lie back. Shall I call the doctor? He's outside.
No, it's good to feel your strong hands on my shoulder, Randolph.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I've thanked the Lord for you. You've become as close to me as any son could ever have been to me. The staff of my old age.
Lie quietly, sir.
I've known happiness here with you and your mother and the others. Real happiness.
Yes, sir.
In Philadelphia, Ben Franklin wanted me to change happiness in the inalienable rights, you remember? On this very night, years ago, July the 3rd, I was explaining the Declaration of Independence to some friends, and old Ben was there. And I got to the part where, among these are life, liberty, and happiness, and old Ben leaned forward and said, Tom, wonder if anybody ever really possessed happiness. Maybe the words pursuit of would fit in there better. So the inalienable rights of man became life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But Ben was wrong, bless his heart. When your grandmother was alive, I possessed happiness. I want to see her again.
Shall I call the doctor in, grandfather? You look very tired.
Randolph, the newspapers and preachers, some of them say Tom Jefferson doesn't believe in God or an afterlife. Why do they say that?
I don't know, sir. But it's the general conception, sir.
How do they know what I believe? I tell you, I know that when I die, I'll be taken to another place. I'll go from this family at Monticello to the members of my family who have gone on, and I'll go to where they are with God. I believe that.
I know, sir.
I'd go in a minute except for one thing, those little ones, those little great-grandchildren. Now, how can a man leave them when they don't know anything about anything and when he's neglected them?
Neglected them, sir?
Yes, in a real way, and you, too. Being off in Philadelphia or Washington all my life, away from home, never where I wanted to be, always gone. But the little ones, they're very important.
They'll learn, sir. They'll have fine teachers. And perhaps not as good as you, but as good as yours were.
Oh, I don't mean learning facts, Randolph. It's not something to be said, but to be demonstrated about life. I tried to say it to them yesterday, but
They'll not forget what you said, grandfather.
Oh, little George will.
I'll remind him, sir. Now, don't worry about that, grandfather.
I'd like to see the 4th of July come again.
Yes, sir. You will, sir.
I think I'll go to sleep now, Randolph.
So passed those late evening hours of July 3rd. I watched my grandfather as the doctor would come and count his breathing, as my mother would anxiously step in for a few minutes, then leave again. But I sat silently and considered what he might have meant. Something deeper than facts that he wanted to show the children. Something about life. I found it incongruous that he believed he had neglected his family. About 10:45, I went to the window and looked over the lawn, hardly seeing the people who waited there. Instead, I saw the afternoons when the grass was warm with the southern sun, and Grandfather, retired from the presidency, was surrounded by his small group of great-grandchildren.
But why do you put the flowers in the ground, Grandfather?
Oh, I'm not putting flowers in the ground, Johnny. These are bulbs.
I thought you said you were going to plant flowers.
Well, I am planting flowers.
I thought you said they were bulbs.
Yes, that's correct. You see, to get flowers, you plant bulbs.
If you plant flowers, do you get bulbs?
No, you get flowers and bulbs when you plant bulbs. It all comes down to this. We plant bulbs now, and in the spring, we have flowers.
No.
No what?
No, sir.
You don't believe we can plant bulbs and get flowers?
No, sir. How can a bulb become a flower? Especially a colored flower.
How many of you children agree with Johnny that these bulbs will not produce flowers?
I do.
Well, now, how many of you think they will produce flowers? Well, this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that the majority may be free to decide, but they certainly aren't always right.
It took but one spring to convince the majority that they were not right. And after that, whenever Grandfather's bulbs arrived from Philadelphia, it was a wonderful experience for them to watch. He opened the package and displayed the brown packets of bulbs and seeds for the excited children.
Now, this particular package of bulbs is called Marcus Aurelius.
Marcus Aurelius. Mar Aurelius. Marius.
Now, this package is labeled the King of the Gold Mine.
Gold mine. What colors will those flowers be, Grandfather?
Oh, I don't know, honey. Probably silver. Now, this package is called the Queen of the Amazons.
Amazon.
Little George isn't getting any of the names right, Grandfather.
Oh, a man has a right to pronounce names of flowers as he wants to, honey. Right or wrong or indifferently. Right, little George?
Right, little George.
In spring, they would play near the garden beds. And when the first green leaves topped the ground, they would run to their grandfather and tell him excitedly. He would leave his books of history and science and languages. He would leave his thoughts about government and the ways of trade and the value of money and the extent of taxes and the recruiting of armies and the making of wars, and he would hurry after them to the garden plot and kneel down with them and say,
Marcus Aurelius has just seen the light of day, children. And look over there and see how the King of the Gold Mine is doing.
My sister Ellen was very fond of riding. When small, she told me once she had never cared, in her childhood simplicity, what equipment or saddle or bridles she used. But as she grew older, she became, as women will, more fastidious. One day, as she stood in the portico at Monticello, a man rode up to the door with a beautiful lady's saddle and bridle before him. Her heart bounded. These coveted articles were deposited at her feet as Grandfather came out of his room to tell her that they were hers. When 15 years old, she began to think of a watch. But knowing that Grandfather was having difficult financial problems at the time, she didn't expect one and didn't mention it. One afternoon, the letter bag was brought in. Among the letters was a small packet addressed to my grandfather. She looked at it indifferently. 3 hours later, an elegant lady's watch with chain and seals was in her hand, which trembled for very joy. So it was with her writing desk, her first Leghorn hat, her first silk dress, her first Bible, her first Shakespeare. All in all her treasures, and all of mine and my brothers and sisters. What indeed that was beautiful, that we treasured, has not come from him. Without asking, without even mentioning, he knew. As I sat there in his bedroom, looking at his face, that thoughtful, kind face, altered now with a puzzled expression caused by some pain, I heard in my mind's ear the song he had taught the children to sing. This reader of Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, this lover of Homer and Virgil, student of Shakespeare and Milton, master of languages, I heard the song he taught the children to sing.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P.
Very good. Very good indeed. And now I have a new book.
Oh, who is it for, Grandfather?
Well, now, suppose we draw straws and see. Let's see, there's 4 of you here today, and I have 4 straws somewhere. What do I do with those 4 straws? Oh, yes, here they are in my watch pocket. Now then, take a straw, Virginia. Don't show it to anybody. All right, Johnny. And you, honey, and you. Now, who has the short one?
I think I have.
Have you, Virginia? Yes, that is the short one. You may read the book first.
Thank you. I get to read it first.
Maybe I'm second.
Let me see. No, that's third. And Johnny's second. And you, my dear, are doubtless fourth. So I tell you what. When the book gets to you and you've read it, you may have it, or what's left of it.
Thank you, Grandfather.
Now then, what shall we play?
Cross question.
Cross question it is.
I'm first.
No, it's my turn.
I would stand sometimes in the doorway and watch them. They would play these games from twilight until the candles were brought in and lighted. Then immediately, the games would be stopped. Grandfather would take up whatever book he was studying and retire to his favorite chair. Then the children, one by one, would take their books, which they'd won through the months by drawing the longest straw. And they would sit down around his candelabrum on the floor, Thomas Jefferson and his children. And they wouldn't say a word, lest they disturb him.
Let me put this moist cloth on his forehead.
Will he be all right, Doctor?
I don't know. I'm just a doctor.
He looks much worse.
Yes, he does.
Come in, Mother.
How is Father?
Not very well, Mrs. Randolph.
Is he asleep?
Yes, a restless sleep.
Look at his hand. It's moving very slowly over the quilt.
He's dreaming, Mrs. Randolph.
But
his temperature is very high. It's natural.
What do you suppose he's dreaming?
Who knows what your father might have in his mind? Maybe he's writing something from the Declaration of Independence, or a paper in answer to Mr. Hamilton, or his inaugural address. It could be the first papers that founded the university here in Charlottesville. Who knows what Tom Jefferson might be writing?
Come over to the window, Doctor. The people are gathering on the lawn, even more than earlier. How do people know? How do they find out?
I suppose that they just woke up at night and the husband said to the wife, "Honey, Tom Jefferson is sick up there on Monticello. I feel it." That's the only way they could know.
It's the same lawn that was used when the Marquis de Lafayette came to visit Grandfather. About the same crowd, I suppose.
Probably the same people.
Were you here when Lafayette arrived?
No, I heard about it, but I was in Williamsburg at the time.
Lafayette and Grandfather, in this country and in France, are the best of friends. They hadn't seen each other for years, and so a crowd of about 200 people gathered on the lawn right there to witness the reunion of the two old revolutionary figures. People formed a semicircle on that side of the lawn about mid-morning, and we heard the horses of the Marquis on the road down the mountain. 120 mounted men escorted his carriage into the yard, and they formed in a semicircle facing the people. Then a drum began to roll. An eerie sound, the roll of a drum, sound with greatness in it, war and determination, sound with a salute in it, sound of a nation's salute. The carriage door was opened and Lafayette stepped slowly down. He was permanently lame and broken in health by his recent confinement in the dungeon of Wolfe in France. My grandfather then appeared from the house, and they began to walk across the lawn towards each other, each of them very old and each humbled by the greatness of the other, the emotions of all the decades they've lived in the front lines of the struggle of men and their freedom, of all the years they've been parted. As they moved closer to each other, their paces quickened, then became a shuffling run, and exclaiming, "Ah, Jefferson, ah, Lafayette," they fell into each other's arms. And then, arm in arm, they moved back slowly into the house. What time is it, Doctor?
Shortly after 11.
Grandfather wanted to live until midnight. Will he?
Yes, probably. Randolph?
He said something.
Yes, Grandfather.
You will remember?
Remember what, sir?
About little George.
Yes, sir, I will.
Martha,
Yes, Father.
God bless you.
I looked down into his face and thought frantically for a moment, for I was not sure exactly what I'd promised him. Then, as he went back to sleep, I reconstructed the scene of the day before when he'd addressed the children for the last time. They'd filed in and lined up against the wall according to age, and he lay high on his pillows, as was his habit, and spoke to them as he would have addressed a group of visiting dignitaries of an older age.
You hear another express an opinion which is not yours. Say to yourself, he has a right to his opinion as I to mine. His error does me no injury, and shall I become a Don Quixote to bring all men by force of argument to one opinion? If a fact be misstated, it's probable he is gratified by a belief in it, and you have no right to deprive him of the gratification. He wants information, you'll ask for it, and then give it to him in measured terms. But if he still believes his own story and shows a desire to dispute the fact with you, hear him and say nothing. It's his affair, not yours, if he prefers error. Are you listening, George?
Yes, Grandfather.
I'll wager you are. Now, look here. I've spent a good deal of effort working together a speech for you children, and I'm delivering it. Something I didn't even do for Congress was deliver my inaugural. So consider yourselves honored and listen to me.
Yes, Grandfather.
Now, the gist of what I said to you in that previous bit was, don't expect everybody to agree with you. And beware of the man who demands they do. Now, the second point is, beware of the citizen who is rude and has, for some reason, taken up a passion for politics. Be absolutely silent when around such people. No good can ever result from any attempt to set one of those fiery zealots to rights, either in fact or principle. They're determined as to the facts they'll believe and the opinions on which they'll act. Get by them, therefore, as you would by an angry bull. It's not for a man of sense to dispute the road with such an animal. Little George, this bores you, does it?
Yes, Grandfather.
I don't think George understands much of this, Randolph.
No, I don't think so either.
George, come here a minute. Now, son, what can I say to you that you'll remember?
Remember?
Yes, remember.
Remember?
Can I discuss with you the concept of freedom for the man rather than freedom for the majority? You understand that?
Yes, Grandfather.
Shall I say to you, George, look here. Be careful of your own freedom when you see another man denied his. Do you understand that?
Yes, Grandfather.
Well, you're a good deal smarter than Alexander Hamilton, then.
What did you say, Grandfather?
I said, I said never speak evil about a man when you can speak good, didn't I, George?
Yes, Grandfather.
Would you believe it? Little George has turned a line. George, stand back there and say a poem for me. Now, say that poem I taught you, the one I learned when I was your age.
Yes, Grandfather.
Go on. I've seen the sea.
I've seen the sea all in a blaze of fire. I've seen a house high as the moon and higher. I've seen the sun at 12 o'clock at night. I've seen the man who saw this wondrous sight.
Now, I tell you, that's what I call an artistic, meaningful reading of a poem. Back up there, George, and recite that verse again. Go on, go on.
I've seen the sea all in the blaze of a fire. I've seen a house high as the moon and higher. I've seen the sun at 12 o'clock at night. I've seen the man who saw this wondrous sight.
Oh, George, you're fine. Come here a minute. Come here. You mustn't mind my laughing at your recitation, George.
Yes, Grandfather.
They used to laugh at me, I remember. When I'd say that same poem, my father would throw back his head and roar. Oh, you got a cocklebur in your hair. How did it get there?
It grew, I guess.
Oh, did it? You planted a cocklebur seed and it just grew right there, is that it?
Yes, Grandfather.
I see, George. George, when I think of how much knowledge men have gathered down through the ages, and how much you have, I just shake my head and wonder. Look here, you know 4 lines of poetry. You know them very well, no doubt about it, but there are millions and millions of lines of facts and theories and beautiful thoughts which men have gathered through the ages, and here you are, George Randolph, master of 4 of them. Just as I, Thomas Jefferson, was master of the same 4 lines when I was your age. Now I can look back and see all that I did, mistakes and the successes. But I can help you only in part because I can't look forward any more than you. Nobody knows what you'll be like and what you'll become. But out of my life and experiences, looking way back,
What's the matter, Grandfather?
Oh, I guess I just talked myself into looking back, Randolph. It is a long road, you know. It's way, way off in the distance. I can see my father with his head thrown back, laughing. And I can see my father buried. I see William and Mary College in the dawn light when I'd rise and begin to study. I see the trembling man I was when I first stepped before the Virginia legislature, and I remember how my throat would clog up when I tried to speak. I can hear the words of Patrick Henry and read the words of Thomas Paine. Oh, not in the trite sense of hearing them 1,000 times, but in the real sense of hearing them when they were treason, and of taking my stand with them when a man's life could be lost for saying too much. I can see the eyes of George Washington as they revealed his mind, slowly considering the alternatives and then slowly revealing that he had decided, and so be it. I can see far back when my wife was sick and my children, one by one, sick and dying, and my wife dead, all except Martha dead. I can see the courts of the kings of Europe and the chamber of the Senate as I took up the gavel and banged for order for that first time. And the feeling inside of pride and duty. I can look back at the loneliness of the White House for 8 long years when the newspapers blackened my reputation and smeared my name so that there was no defending it. Lonely years. And the books. The thousands upon thousands of books. How many languages, how many deaths and lives have passed me, and I have touched them, and now I remember their faces only as glimpses, and I can hear voices which mean no person to me that I can name. I can look back over tens of thousands of morning awakenings and places visited and tables set for 50,000 meals and beauty in the simplest things and meaning in the most tangible items. For these very curtains here on my bed, these curtains I purchased from the first cargo to be received in this country after the Revolution.
Lucian?
Revolution.
Revolution.
Yes, George, yes, you'll run another course. I can't tell you how to run it either, except to tell you to run it well as you understand the meaning of the word. And don't let anybody tell you it isn't worth the effort. It is. You hear?
Yes, Grandfather.
Well, if you can't remember all that, just remember I love you. And remember to love your family. Now as you're a child, and later as you become a husband and a father who teaches his children the 4 lines I've taught. Love. Love is the one word. All this business about life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness all men are engaged in. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are all tied up with love.
So this then was my grandfather. And when I hear men debate the pros and cons of his work, the value of his life, the principles, ideology, the philosophy of Thomas Jefferson, I listen, for I think that pursuit is well worthwhile. But for myself, I cannot say it very clearly, but I feel it overwhelmingly. His great philosophy can be fully understood only when you've seen him as I, not in the councils of state, but teaching children. I see him with the little ones gathered around him, and I say, this man, he is Thomas Jefferson. Always the new, always the beginning, always the bulb that must sprout into the flower of full life. This was my grandfather, as he appeared to us, his grandchildren.
American Adventure is written by Johnny Lee, directed by John Clayton, produced by the Communication Center of the University of North Carolina. American Adventure is a study of man in the New World, his values and his characteristics, who he is, what he believes. The series is made possible by the National Association of Educational Broadcasters and the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. Our story, Grandfather Jefferson, is primarily based on research done in the book, The Domestic Life of Thomas Jefferson, written by his great-granddaughter, Sarah N. Randolph. In our production, Charles Hadley was Jefferson and Charles Corot was his grandson. Carl Castle speaking. American Adventure is produced and recorded by the University of North Carolina on the campus at Chapel Hill.
American Adventure originated through the facilities of WSJS Radio in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Monitor takes you everywhere each weekend on NBC Radio. 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 Radio.
The best understanding of America begins, or so it seems to us, with the realization that this nation is young yet, that she's still new and unfinished, that even now, America is man's greatest adventure in time and space. The University of North Carolina, through a grant in aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, a series made possible by the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. Written by Johnny Lee, directed by John Clayton, today's recorded program presents Grenade. Ranson, John Oliver. White, First Lieutenant, Commanding Negro Platoon, I Company, 371st Infantry. Eyes, blue. Height, 5 feet. Weight, 130 pounds. Age, 27. Married. Son, aged 1 year. Killed in action near Ardeuil, France, September 29th, 1918. Distinguished Service Cross, posthumously.
All right, quiet down. There's a war going on, you know. Lieutenant Ranson.
Yes, sir.
Finish that joke later. Take your seat with the others.
Yes, sir.
This is important. I want to know about any serious morale problems. I understand that there are some.
Just the waiting, sir. We come back from the line, from too much action to waiting.
I know that problem, Major. We'll be back in the trenches soon.
Well, when, Colonel?
When we get orders.
When will that be, sir?
When division issues them.
Couldn't you approximate a time, Colonel?
Yes, Captain. It'll be 5 minutes after Army headquarters tells division headquarters to issue them.
Thank you, sir.
Not at all, Captain.
Colonel, are there any footballs in the supply rooms?
I beg your pardon, Lieutenant Ranson?
Footballs, sir.
Footballs?
Why, yes, sir.
For what military purpose do you want footballs, Lieutenant?
To play with, sir.
Lieutenant Ranson, in the middle of the war, do you propose that we pause for a game of football?
Why, yes, sir. You see, sir...
I don't see. So far as I know, Lieutenant, there are no footballs in the regimental area. Any other questions of a military nature? Then watch the morale of your men. And remember, we must all maintain utmost secrecy about the date of our advance.
Sir, you didn't tell us that date.
I know, Captain. As I said, we must all maintain utmost secrecy.
Get out of this army if I was in the States.
You mean desert?
I mean leave, just sneak away in the dark.
Now, me. What are you afraid of, Taylor?
Who said I'm afraid?
You did. You say you leave.
Yeah, Slim, I leave. I'm tired of fighting.
Don't you like war, Taylor?
I don't like it at all.
Maybe you ain't give it a good chance yet. It grows on you sort of slow like, Taylor.
Have your fun. You guys fight the war. They brought the wire cutters up today. Whose barbed wire you reckon we're going to be cutting?
Well, we ain't dead yet.
You proud of it?
Ain't you?
Listen, you guys, you don't fool me. What if there was a ship right out there now?
On this field? A ship?
Yeah. And beside the ship was a truck. The CO, he come out, see, and he say, look here, men, the truck goes back to the trenches, and the ship, she goes back to the States. You take your pick. You can go to the front and fight, or you can get on that ship and go home. Which would you guys do? I'd get on the ship, wouldn't you, Sammy?
I don't know. I don't like ship. Oh, don't pay no attention to Taylor. He ain't got no patriotism.
I was born without it.
Ain't you got no family to protect? Don't you feel like being free?
Free? Who's free? I'm sick of war. You men wake me up when it's over.
You know, Kaiser Bill ought to win this war just so to teach Taylor a lesson. I'm going to teach him a lesson before it's through. You watch and see. What I want to know is, how can you fight a war with guys like Taylor around?
Come on into the tent, Sergeant.
Thank you, Lieutenant Ranson.
You want to see me, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I want to talk to you straight, sir.
Good.
These men, they don't talk like soldiers. Not like they used to. They're scared. We all scared, sir.
I know, Sergeant.
This man, Taylor, he started all. And the others, well, they followed.
I see. You know anything about football, Sergeant?
Football? Yes, sir.
It's fall, football season. I used to play football.
Well, you're a little man, Lieutenant Ransom.
I weighed 127.
Well, I bet you were a hard man to see once you got started, sir.
I was always too busy trying to get started to notice. But I've watched teams breaking apart before, Sergeant. 5 basketball players become 5 players instead of one team. Each man tries to sink as many points as he can when he should feed the ball to the men who can sink them best.
Yes, sir.
5 men working together are 25 times as strong as 5 men working independently, Sergeant.
You ought to talk to the men like that, sir.
First, Sergeant, suppose you look around and find me a football.
A football? Here, in France?
And quickly. No time to lose.
Now, sir, that's one problem I can't handle alone.
You know where to go when you have a problem you can't handle.
No, sir, I don't.
Take it to the chaplain, Sergeant Fletcher.
It's a brand new one, Lieutenant.
Yeah, where'd you get it?
The chaplain, sir. He got it from somewhere.
All right, men, come around here a minute.
Okay, let's get this team organized.
Now, the sergeant says you men are tired of calisthenics and close order drill.
No kidding. The sergeant really say that, huh?
I like to wave my arms around.
The sergeant gets off.
Well, the sergeant took the trouble of finding a football.
Football?
Yeah, now we're a couple of good football players.
I played a little football at Grand Rapids, sir.
Fine, Slim. Any other football players?
If you pardon me, sir, I was the best colored quarterback Atlanta ever had.
Now we know why we got a football.
What you say there, boy?
Sergeant, coach the other team. I'll referee. All right?
Yeah, let's
go. Let's get this organized.
Lieutenant Ransom?
Yes, Taylor?
Why you spring a game like this on us now? Why can't we rest?
It's fall, Taylor. The season for football. And in this outfit, everybody plays. But, Colonel, you didn't say that we couldn't play football, sir.
Didn't I?
No, sir.
I went out of my way to imply it, Lieutenant.
I missed that implication, sir.
Perhaps so. You didn't seem to be very sharp that day.
No, sir.
Football. Orders say calisthenics and close order drill.
Yes, sir. But, Colonel, I have a theory.
Really, Lieutenant?
You're making fun of me, sir.
We both are, Lieutenant.
I was simply trying to teach the men teamwork, sir.
The Army does that with drill.
The Army method is not good enough, sir.
I see. Continue.
Well, the way I see it, Colonel, in football, a man often makes a personal sacrifice to help the team. In close order drill, there are not sacrifices. There's only a formal machine-like teamwork. In football, you think and follow orders. In close order drill, you just follow orders.
There's an interesting thing about your reasoning, Lieutenant.
What's that, sir?
I find a certain amount of sense to it. I wish we had more time.
I don't need time, sir. My outfit's not in fighting shape, Colonel. Why, if we had to go into battle tomorrow...
You do, Lieutenant.
Sir?
We move to the front at Orderia tomorrow morning, Lieutenant.
I see. Thank you for trusting me with that information, sir.
Not at all, Lieutenant. I'm willing to trust a man who fights for the team.
Lieutenant Ransom.
What?
Wake up, sir.
I am awake. What do you want?
Come in, sir. Taylor and Slim are tearing at each other's throats, sir.
No, I've been expecting this. Just a second.
Why are you getting your gun, sir?
I expect to use it. All right, men, sit down. Now, what's the matter? Slim, what's the matter?
We got tired listening to him, that's all. The rest of us, we get along fine. Everyone except for him.
Who?
Taylor.
What about it, Taylor?
They say I was a coward because I didn't want to go back to the front.
Are you?
No, sir. But I ain't no sucker neither.
That's what he keeps saying.
Now, just a minute. You think Taylor's a coward, Slim?
Yes, sir.
You men ever hear of Russian roulette?
Yeah. That's a game where you take 5 of the bullets out of a pistol, ain't it?
That's right. Leave 1 bullet in it. Well, suppose I do that now. Take 5 bullets out of my gun, leave 1 bullet in. Then lock the chamber in place. And spin. Now, there's 1 chance in 6 that this pistol will fire when it's shot. It would take a brave man to put this barrel next to his head and pull that trigger.
Lieutenant, ain't you going too far, sir?
Now, are you really a coward, Taylor?
Give me the gun.
Would some of the rest of you like to join Taylor in this game? Out of all the platoon, only Taylor will volunteer?
It's foolish to pull that trigger, Lieutenant.
Right or wrong, Taylor claims it's foolish to fight a war. No one will volunteer? Then none of us will bother with it.
I will, sir.
It isn't necessary, Taylor.
Yes, it is, sir. Give me the pistol. Lieutenant, if he's killed, you'll be responsible, sir.
Very well, Taylor. Here it is.
Now, what'd I do?
Spin the chambers again. 1 chance in 6, Taylor.
What'd I do now?
Put the barrel to your temple.
Like this?
Yes. Count 3 and pull the trigger.
1, 2, 3.
Congratulations, Taylor.
Yes, sir. Here's your pistol.
Now, let's agree that Taylor's a brave man. The bravest of you all.
What about you, Lieutenant? I ain't seen you put that pistol to your head.
It wouldn't be fair for me to do that, Slim.
Why not? Can't officers play games with enlisted men?
There's a better reason. There would be no danger for me, Slim. You see, I know I removed all 6 of the bullets.
Lieutenant Ransom?
Yes, Taylor?
You asleep, sir?
No, come on in the tent.
Thank you, sir.
Leave the tent flap open. We'll have enough moonlight to see by.
Yes, sir.
Sit down on the pack there, Taylor.
Mind if I smoke?
Go ahead.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning, but I couldn't sleep.
I've been awake, too.
Been lying down there and saying to myself, Taylor, why that lieutenant do that for you? You're the first man ever done anything for me, Lieutenant.
Maybe your luck's changing.
I figure you had a reason.
Men generally have reasons, Taylor. Even though some of them they don't understand.
Then why is it I ain't like the other men?
Why aren't you?
I'm too smart, that's why. I grew up with my head on my shoulders, thinking for myself.
I see.
And I just don't get this. Let's fight for the old home place stuff, for our families, for freedom. My old home place was a $2 a week flat in a tenement district. My family's 2 brothers and a couple of sisters who wouldn't give me a piece of bread if I was starving to death. Back in the States, freedom for me was freedom to go without work and smoke cigarette butts when I could find them. Fight for freedom, Lieutenant? Fight for the home, the family? Would I care who wins the war?
See those stars out there, Taylor? What's so pretty about a star?
What do you mean? It shines.
So does a light bulb. I think a star is prettier than a light bulb because man can't change it, improve it. A star is a mystery, just like this problem of yours.
My problem ain't no mystery. I just got no reason to fight.
It is a mystery because you want to fight.
How do you know that?
Did you come up here trying to get me to send you back to the kitchen crew? I can get you assigned to Graves registration, Taylor. Listen to me, Taylor. You don't have to move up to the front lines with the rest of us. I'll assign you to a rear echelon team. You're free. Go get your things.
Well, now, look here, Lieutenant. I ain't asking for no favors.
That's what I thought, Taylor. You want to fight, but you don't know why. And it doesn't make sense to you. You figure you're the only one in the whole army like that. But you're not.
Most people have something to fight for.
So do you.
What?
Listen, Taylor. When a man leaps in front of a car to save a kid's life, what's he fighting for?
Well, I don't know. The kid's life, maybe.
Maybe he doesn't know the kid. Maybe the kid throws rocks at his automobile, but he does it anyway, risks his own life to save the kids. Why, Taylor?
Well, I'm not sure.
You want to fight, but you don't know why. All right. Maybe it's because millions of helpless people have asked you to defend them, asked you to leap in front of the automobile to save their lives. People you don't like and ones you do. You're part of their team, Taylor.
Team? I don't get that either.
Taylor, did you ever feel that you should take up for the town in which you were born?
Yeah, if somebody said something about it.
Maybe the town wasn't any good, was dead. But it was yours. So you didn't like it when somebody said it was dead.
That's right.
And it's the same way with a nation, Taylor. If a nation gets pushed around, you don't like it. And when the nation's life is threatened, you don't like it.
Lieutenant, is that worth dying for?
A man's dignity is worth dying for, Taylor. That's the best thing we have. And indignity like those stars is beautiful because we can't touch it. We can't improve it. And it's a mystery to us.
Lieutenant, you use big words.
Stars are big objects, Taylor.
Yes, sir. I can't quite get hold of a star, though.
But you know they're there, Taylor. You better get some sleep now, Taylor.
Oh, I'll be all right.
This is the last night you'll have for a while. We move back to the front tomorrow morning.
That was one of our shells, wasn't it, Lieutenant Ransom?
Yeah, it fell short.
Let me move forward to the Carver boy, Lieutenant.
You want to be a hero, Slim?
I want to get some German.
Then stay alive. That's the way to be a good hero. You stay alive by moving cautiously. On the whole, men who live can accomplish more in war than the men who die.
That hill out there, Lieutenant. You reckon the Germans got a machine gun up there?
Maybe, Taylor. I sent out Private Conrad to see.
He ought to be back by now, sir.
Maybe he ain't gonna be the kind of hero that Lieutenant Ransom likes.
Dawn, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Private Conrad ain't back yet, sir.
Still time for a man to reconnoiter that hill, Lieutenant.
You want a job, Taylor?
Why not? I owe the platoon some fighting.
You lost your head.
How do you plan to move in on that hill, Taylor?
Down the creek bed. Just about all the way.
That's good enough. Let's go.
You going, sir?
Sergeant Fletcher?
Yes, sir.
Take charge.
Yes, sir.
Let's go, Taylor.
Lieutenant Ransom, I got a request before you go.
All right, Slim.
I heard that three's a crowd, Lieutenant. You may need a crowd before you're through.
Very well. Come on, Slim.
Keep your head down below that bank, Slim. Don't you worry about me, Lieutenant. How much more we gotta go up this creek?
We're about halfway. No more talking.
Who's that? It's me. It's Slim. What you doing, Slim? Going swimming? I stumbled.
Or get up quietly.
I think I found Private Conrad.
Where?
He's what I stumbled over.
Why are you stopping, Slim?
We reached that big turn of the creek, sir.
All right. I'll go around it. Wait here.
No, sir. You wait.
I'm giving orders here, Slim.
No, sir. You wait. You can court-martial me when we get back to the States, but I'm going first.
All right, Slim. Move out. Where are you, Taylor?
Over here, sir.
Slim, where are you? Slim?
Ain't that Slim right there near you, Lieutenant?
I'll see.
Is that him, Lieutenant?
Yes, Taylor. And we just lost our crowd.
We can't go round that turn, Lieutenant. We know that now.
The sun's partway up already, too. Men will be coming over the trench in a few minutes.
And that machine gun, it'll rake 'em off, kill 'em, just like it did Slim.
The machine gun seemed to be about 30 to 50 yards from here.
Yes, sir. That's a good guess.
A little crawling, then a grenade.
Yes, sir. Help me up this bank here, sir, and I'll see if I can see it from here.
All right, Taylor. Put your foot in my hands. There. What's that dirt, Taylor? You're knocking it off into the water.
Up a little higher, Lieutenant.
See anything?
No, sir, I don't see nothing. Lord, they got me.
It's all right, Taylor. It's all right. I'll fix you up.
I can't move my arms.
Stop trying to move. Pain?
No, sir. Just numb and sleepy like.
You're all right. I think this is your ticket back to the stage, Taylor.
Ticket? Yes, sir.
Now, let me get this bandage out of the pack.
I saw the gun when it fired, Lieutenant. It's up the hill, just a piece. It's covering all that line of trenches.
Let me get this round your chest. Stop the bleeding.
It's behind that big log I said about, Lieutenant.
Stop talking, Taylor. Lean back against the bank.
Let me alone, Lieutenant. All I want right now is for you to get that gun.
I gotta stop this bleeding, Taylor.
I want to lie right here and listen to that grenade go off. I don't want to die with that. Hearing that grenade go off. I can't carry the ball no more, sir, but you can.
I can't leave you, Taylor.
These men ain't gonna be coming over that trench in just a minute. I'll be all right, Lieutenant. Somebody gotta get that gun.
Is this what you want, Taylor?
Yes, sir.
Then I'll take one of your grenades.
Yes, sir. Now, don't let them get you till you throw it, sir.
Don't worry, Taylor. I'll throw it whether they get me or not. This time I'll get a good start.
My shoulders. I'll be listening, sir.
I'll go back up the creek a ways and climb over the bank.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good luck, sir. Lord, I ain't got no prayer for me right now. But I do want to talk to you about the right. It's right, Lord, that Lieutenant Ranson, he get the gun, Lord. That's right. And you can help him. You can help him throw that grenade. Oh, Lord Jesus. I'm starting to hurt now. I'm getting so weak. Help. Jesus, help him. Jesus, help him throw that grenade. Lord, Lieutenant, Lord, help him. Grenade, Lieutenant. Grenade. Lord. That's right. You done right, Lord. Lord, you helped him. And the men are going to be all right. Wonder why my shoulders don't hurt no
Ranson, John Oliver. White, First Lieutenant, commanding Negro platoon. I Company, 371st Infantry. Eyes, blue. Height, 5 feet. Weight, 130 pounds. Age, 27. Married. Son, aged 1 year. Killed in action near Ardea, France, September 29th, 1918. Distinguished Service Cross, posthumously. American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, produced by the Communication Center of the University of North Carolina. American Adventure is a study of man in the New World. The series is made possible by the National Association of Educational Broadcasters and the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. In Grenade, Lieutenant Ranson was played by Charles Kuralt and Taylor was John Ely. American Adventure is produced and recorded by the University of North Carolina on the campus at Chapel Hill.
American Adventure originated through the facilities of WSJS Radio in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
The best understanding of America begins, or so it seems to us, with the realization that this nation is young yet, that she's still new and unfinished, that even now, America is man's greatest adventure in time and space. The University of North Carolina, through a grant and aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, a series made possible by the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, today's recorded program is The Rat on Lincoln Avenue.
This is the story of a block of avenue and the people who were on it on the evening of July 22nd, 1934. The street is named Lincoln Avenue. You in Chicago may have heard of it. The number of the block is 2400. There was a theater, a National Tea Company store, 2 garages, a restaurant, a saloon. It's just a piece of street in Chicago. What of the people? They were real people that night in 1934. But real people speak without being recorded, act without reporters. There were no reporters there at 8:40 p.m. The reporters came later, so we can't use the real people. But the street is real, the night is real, the theater is lighted, and the bar is open. What happened that night is real. And the people, though not real, are as alive as we can make them.
Collins? What are those men doing out on the street?
I don't know.
Come here to the window and look.
Oh, for the Lord's sake, Claire, can I get a shirt on? Where?
Standing right there in front of the theater.
Oh, I don't know. Here, fasten the sleeve button for me.
Hold still. Oh, it's broke.
They always break. You think I have brakes?
Well, take off the shirt and I'll sew it for you. Who do you reckon those men are, Collins?
I don't know. Look all right. Can a few men stand around on the sidewalk?
Hard-looking men.
Here's the shirt. Hurry. The movie's about to start.
Maybe they're part of a game.
Oh, Claire.
Maybe there'll be a killing.
Oh, Claire, please.
Well, they do look like gamesters or policemen. Well, it's hard to tell which.
How many down there?
Well, I can see 8 or 9. And look across the street, over at the garage.
Yeah.
Well, they seem to be watching the theater. And there, 2 more crossing the street towards us, going in the restaurant downstairs. I tell you, Collins, they look like part of a gang.
Let's get this table by the window.
Right.
Let me sit over here where I can see the car. You watch down the street. What time you got?
About 8:45, kid.
What do you mean about?
My watch says 8:47 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Somebody mentioned 8:50, you know. 3 minutes more.
What's the boss doing now?
He's in the car, talking to somebody.
I wish Johnny'd get here. You think he'll come?
How do I know? We'll get him if he does.
You gentlemen want to order now?
Oh, we'll wait.
We closed the main part of the kitchen at 8:30, you know.
No, I didn't, but I'll remember it.
What I mean by that, no dinner's ordered after 8:30. But if you want a dinner, I'll let you order it
There's
now.
a man in a gray suit coming, kid.
Johnny doesn't wear a coat.
Maybe he's changed.
No.
Look, you gentlemen hear me? We got roast beef and some fried chicken left. You want it or not?
You want a dinner, kid?
No, I'm not hungry.
I'll take the roast beef.
On the dinner, or you want a sandwich?
I want the dinner. And a glass of milk.
I'll bring it just as soon as I can get it ready.
Why aren't you hungry, kid?
Oh.
Nervous?
Sure.
Why?
This is big, you know that. This will make every paper in the country.
Sure, papers all over the world. You just wait for the signal, that's all. Isn't that right?
Yeah, easy. It's Ann, too. My girl. She told me if I came on this, we were through.
There's a man coming down the sidewalk without a coat.
What's he wearing?
Sport shirt, light blue, gray pants.
It's not Johnny. Johnny wears a tie. I can't let Ann go, can I?
Huh?
When I was young, just a kid, Ann was older. I liked her, but she was older than me. You know how it is?
Sure, just like you said.
Older boys. She got married a punk, no good.
Well, let's talk about something else.
She's divorced now. She likes me. You ought to see the way she takes on about me. And when you consider that when she was a kid, all the boys liked her. Then this afternoon, she gets squeamish on me.
Don't tell me all your troubles. We're here. We got a job to do.
I know about that.
There's a man coming along with 2 other fellas.
It isn't Johnny, then.
Look, when Johnny comes and the boss gives the signal, what do?
Take him.
Do we shoot?
Well, that's up to Johnny. Probably not.
Can we shoot through this window?
Sure, it'll break. But through the door screen is better.
It's 8:50 now. You like to eat salt?
Huh? No.
Here, try it. Shake some out in your hand and eat it.
I don't want any salt.
Good.
No.
There's a man coming along with 2 women.
Now that could be Johnny.
No coat, tie, white shoes.
Don't stare.
Ain't you gonna look?
I'm looking for the signal, that's all.
Here's the milk. I'll bring the dinner in a minute.
Thanks.
You want peas or carrots?
Carrots.
You want vegetable or fruit salad? You want French fries or mashed potatoes?
Mashed.
Gee, you know your own mind, mister. I like that in a man.
That's the one I meant passing now. Signal?
Looks like Johnny from here. Except he's got black hair.
Look, is there a signal or not?
They're letting him walk on by. He's stopping at the movie house, best I can tell.
What's the boss doing?
He's in his car, watching. Maybe it's not Johnny.
Doesn't look like Johnny to me, boss. Black hair.
It's Johnny's shoulders.
No scar. Straight nose.
But it's Johnny's shoulders.
It's not Johnny's face.
It's Johnny's face.
I never saw this guy before.
That's him. You can change your face, change your hair, cut off a scar. You can't change him. There, walking away from the box office, you see?
Yeah? Looks like Johnny, all right.
That's him.
You going to give the signal?
Not now. Too many people on the street now. Let him see the movie. We'll get him coming out.
2 hours is a long wait, boss.
I waited longer than 2 hours. You got men on the back doors of that theater?
How couldn't I?
Every door. Call in the rest of the men. Put 2 men on every door. Tell him he's dyed his hair black and changed his face.
Right.
You get his description?
White silk shirt, nice gray tie flicked with black, white canvas shoes, gray trousers.
2 men on every door.
Yeah.
Look, that tall man that got out of the car a while ago.
My shirt, Claire. Are you going to sew the button on my shirt?
I'm sewing it.
You've been sewing it forever.
He's talking to those men over at the garage, Collins.
Maybe he's waiting on a car.
One of them is walking away, and the tall man's going on down the street. Collins, I'm afraid. I think I'll call the police.
Claire, wait a minute. Sometimes people get mixed up in things that ain't any of their business.
Oh, what, for instance?
I mean, maybe they're cops, Claire.
Well, if they're cops, won't the cops know it?
Well, maybe they ain't cops. Maybe they're a gang, like you said. Look, honey, forget it, will you?
It's the first time in 10 years you've called me honey.
Well, look, forget it, will you?
Well, can I call the police if I don't tell them who I am?
They'll trace it.
How?
I don't know how.
Well, I'm going to call them, Collins. After all, somebody might get hurt. If I was down there, I'd want somebody to call them. Operator, I want to get information.
We'll be going to the movies, Claire. You know Clark Gable? You know you like him. You never miss Clark Gable.
Well, he's on tomorrow night, too. Information? I want the nearest police station. I'm on Lincoln Avenue, 2400 block. Besides, we go to the movies all the time. Movies, or you go bowling, never stay home and talk.
Oh, start that again, Claire.
Would you ring them, please, operator? This is an emergency.
This is no emergency. They'll laugh at you. The cops get dozens of calls like this.
Police station? This is an unnamed party that lives on Lincoln Avenue. There are 20 or 30 men on the street outside my window. Tough-looking men. I'm afraid somebody's going to get hurt.
Claire, there aren't 30 men out there.
Well, officer, you can certainly come to look for yourself if you want to. Or my husband's right here. He'll tell you. Here, Collins, they want to speak to you.
Huh?
Come on, Collins, hurry.
Hello? Yes. Yes. Well, you see, my wife was looking out of the window at the traffic, as she always does, and, she noticed those strange men, two of them in the parked car, and others standing in the doorways around, you see. Huh? Oh, 2400 Lincoln Avenue, that's right. Now, I think that...
What did the police say, Collins?
He said thanks, and he hung up.
Well, didn't you tell him it's an emergency?
You heard what I told him? Well, they'll look into it, I think.
Well, they'd better. Collins?
Yeah, honey?
Lock the door.
Oh, Claire. You think we should?
Lock it.
All right. Claire, what are you doing?
Well, I'm looking for that... Oh, here it is.
Oh, Claire, put the pistol down. You'll shoot somebody.
Well, it doesn't have any bullets.
What are you doing with it, then?
Well, I feel better with it.
It's only a 22.
Oh, it comforts me, Collins, that's all. When you're out bowling at night, I always sit here by the window with the door locked, look at the nice young people go by with a pistol in my hand. I get afraid. It's company.
You never told me you'd get afraid.
Didn't I? Bring your chair up to the window so we can both see.
Oh, this is crazy, Claire.
I know, but isn't it strange? Right in front of our window, just like in the movies.
Did the men seem nervous? Some of them. But they're okay. They were joking. What's funny? The movie. What movie? At the show there, the theater. Clark Gable and William Powell. It's the show Johnny's looking at. Oh. What's funny? It's a crime picture. It's one of those crime does not pay pictures. He sees crime does not pay, then he comes out and we get him. I see. When'll Johnny be out?
Well, the film's over at 10:30. I expect it'll all be over before 10:35.
Look, kid, for over an hour I heard you talking. Ann's nothing to me. I don't know her. Change the subject.
Ann's a good girl.
Okay.
She just doesn't want me to get mixed up in crime, stuff like that. If you shoot a guy like Johnny, you mark yourself.
Maybe.
Baby-faced, pretty boy, guys like that. You mark yourself.
So you mark them. It's a dog-eat-dog existence. Did you think it wasn't?
Say.
What?
Cops. Don't look around.
What they doing?
Talking to the boss. Just walked up to his car.
What they want?
How do I know?
How did they find out?
Who can tell things like that? They could really mess it up. Johnny see blue uniforms, 3 of them out there.
You take off like a bullet.
Faster. Give him warning, he's gone. He's magic, that guy.
Are they still talking to the boss?
Yeah.
What'll he tell him?
Oh, he's a talker. You tell him his kid sister's inside and he's waiting to drive her home anything.
Gee, I want a beer. Do you?
No drinking, Joe.
I'm thirsty.
Cops are moving away now.
Coming in here?
Walking up the street. Don't look. Why don't you be eating your food?
Yeah, it's a good idea. Gee, it's cold, this food.
They didn't come in. They're going on up the street. One of them's coming back, Joe.
Huh?
He's coming in.
You want me to talk?
Yeah. He's coming over here.
Excuse me.
Huh? Oh, hello, officer.
We got a report. We're investigating is all. I noticed your dinner looks cold.
I wasn't hungry.
You mind showing me some identification?
I don't have any on me.
You want to come to headquarters?
On what charge? Eating dinner? Eating a cold dinner?
Look, we got a report that some crooks are around.
What do you mean by that?
You see the other two cops outside the window? You want me to call them in?
All right. Here you are. But don't touch it, just look. Chicago, Indiana Police. Special assignment.
This yours?
Of course it is.
What's your height?
5'10".
Eyes?
Blue.
Color of hair?
Brown.
Scars?
Bullet wound left arm.
Let me see.
Sure. There you are.
What are you doing here?
Special assignment mean anything to you?
Big job?
You know the rules, buddy. Move on.
I'm just interested. Who's your buddy?
Special agent, FBI.
I see. Sorry. Got a call, you know. Funny we don't know about this at the local precinct.
It's mostly FBI. They ran in a few of us from Indiana.
I see. Thought you might be crooks.
Can't tell the difference, huh?
Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference, buddy.
What you mad about, Joe?
That cop. Can't tell the difference.
Oh, forget him.
Gets under my skin. I chase criminals for 20 years. I end up looking like one. We got the biggest crook of all in a theater. Got him surrounded. But you can't tell him from a cop without a scorecard.
Oh, get off that kind of talk, will you?
You think this being a cop is a great, big, beautiful life, don't you?
I don't know.
Well, I agree with you, Gold. Get out of this racket. It's Sunday night. You ought to be in a church somewhere instead of here with me, waiting at a big plate glass window for John Dillinger to come out of a theater. You ought to be in bed.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Let me tell you something. You mind?
No.
My daughter's 17. She brought home a young kid the other night. Young fella. Nervous. First one she brought home. So she introduced us, and he sat down. Finally, he said, "Well, what do you do for a living, sir?" And I said, "I'm a cop." Then he looks at me, startled, sudden, like, you know, like people look at cops as if, do you slug them in the kidneys where it won't leave a bruise? Are you stacking away hush money? How many criminals call you by your first name? And's right, kid. Get out. You mess with criminals, you get dirty.
That's my job, Joe.
Hero, huh?
Maybe I will be.
Well, I'll tell you who the hero is. Johnny.
Dillinger?
When he dies, thousands will stand in line to see his body. They'll mob the cops that kill him. Wait and see.
I don't believe you.
Go down the street to the theater. Have you seen that movie?
What's on?
Manhattan Melodrama. I saw it uptown. It's a crime picture. Johnny come all the way to this little theater down here. Planned it. Had to, because somebody tipped off the FBI that he'd be here. Come down here to this little theater to see it because he knew that it was going to make him feel good to see how everybody likes a good, solid, gay, happy, everyday, superior criminal. Get out, kid. People don't like cops.
I've seen movies. Crime movies that say crime doesn't pay.
Oh, they mustn't say it good. Or they wouldn't be playing to John Dillinger.
$10.20, boss. The last time they had Dillinger surrounded, he shot his way out, remember?
Yes.
How does it feel to be a few minutes away from taking Dillinger?
Feels all right. Like we're capturing, isolating something that went wrong, that never developed. That just ate away at society instead of contributing to it. Just ate away like a rat in a corn bin. Served no good purpose. It'll be like capturing and isolating something that might have been useful, but isn't. To save society, which is valuable. laundry truck that passed at 10:22, about the time a young lady who liked Clark Gable came out of the theater. She'd seen the movie since 4 o'clock and had decided she should go home, perhaps come back the next afternoon. The waitress in the restaurant said she wanted to go home, too, but she said that the restaurant was supposed to stay open until 11 o'clock. She'd worked in that restaurant for 4 years, and she was getting tired of it. She said nothing ever happens around here. Same old routine, night after night. Same dinners, she said. Never any action around here. At 10:25, a strange and interesting hush came over Lincoln Avenue. The cars moved, as always. But there were many people who did not hear them, whose entire attention was on the theater. The theater.
Almost time for the movie to be out, Collins.
It's not quite 10:30, Claire.
They're definitely watching the theater, Collins.
Sure they are.
You see that man over there with the Coke machine at the garage?
Uh-huh.
That's his 5th Coca-Cola tonight.
They've been here a long time.
Collins, don't stand up.
Why not, honey?
Sit down, please. They might shoot.
Oh.
Sit down, please.
All right, Claire.
You just stay down. If you lean over a little bit to the side, the edge of the window will help protect you.
From what, honey?
Well, I don't know, but you ought to be protected. It's almost time for the movie to let out.
You'll see people fighting to get one look at him.
I don't believe it.
People tearing each other apart.
I'm tired of hearing you talk, Joe.
Why?
Because you see so much of the dirty humanity, you think all humanity is dirty.
You're looking at me like that boy my daughter brought.
You've lost faith.
I've got all the faith people deserve.
No, you haven't. You just haven't.
Then stay. Get like me. You'll see tonight. We have to shoot Dillinger. The people will show you who the people's hero is. They'll tear each other apart just to be able to touch Johnny's body. Just wait around, kid. You'll see.
Let's get out.
Out of the car?
The men can see me give the signal better if we stand on the sidewalk. It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah. 10:32. What if it ain't Johnny?
I'm the one that gives the signal. It's my decision.
Yes, sir.
It's Johnny's shoulders.
Towards the theater.
Is it time yet, Collins, for the movie to be out?
Oh, it's past time. They'll let us out about 10:30, don't it?
Oh, I feel I'll have to call the police
It
again.
won't do any good, Claire.
Man across the street is coming over to the curb.
Yeah.
Look down there in the doorway. They're changing their positions.
Yeah.
Collins?
Yes, honey?
You're holding my hand.
Oh.
Oh, it's all right. Seems like because of what's going on out there, you and me are closer in this room than we ever been before. Like it makes everything we've been fighting about seem so little. Are you sure the door's locked?
It's locked, don't you remember?
Something terrible is going to happen, Collins. Maybe we ought to leave.
I can't leave, can you?
No. I know I ought to leave. I shouldn't watch. It's going to be terrible, Collins.
I know it is, honey.
I'd like to leave, but I don't want...
I don't either.
There, Collins, there.
Yes.
People coming out.
Blinking their eyes, rubbing their eyes. They're theater people.
It's over. They're coming out now, Collins. The men down there are just standing, watching.
Yeah, I see.
Talking, you see.
But they keep their hands in their pockets. That man over there, you see.
Maybe they have a gun.
Crooks, cheap crooks, going to kill somebody. But who? Who, Claire?
Oh, I don't know. I wish I knew. I'd yell. I'd warn them.
Might be any one of those people.
Might be that nice young man coming out of the theater now. That there, with those two pretty girls, see? The man in the white shirt and the pretty tie. Nice fella. He reminds me of someone I know. Might even be him they're going to shoot. They're looking at him, Collins, you see? They're moving toward him, Collins, that nice young man.
Claire, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
I was real afraid for you. Ain't that strange? After 20 years, I was still afraid for you.
Collins, they shot him.
I know, right before my eyes.
It was the most terrible thing I ever saw. Don't let me look anymore, Collins.
Back. They're crazy, Chief. Good Lord, they're out of their mind.
Hold him back. Get back. Turn Johnny over. Take his gun out of his hand. You shouldn't have tried to draw, Johnny. It was your last mistake.
3 slugs in him, Chief. You'll never see morning.
Bring around the ambulance.
2 pedestrians wounded in the leg, sir.
Take care of them. See if Johnny has a ring on his left hand, 3rd finger.
Yes, sir, he has.
Gold with the ruby?
Yes, sir.
I told you it was Johnny.
In there, Chief.
What's the matter with him?
He won't talk to anybody. When Johnny turned out there and started pulling the gun out, the kid fired right through the door.
Well, what's the matter with him?
He won't say.
Hey, Harold. What's the matter?
They're just like Joe there said. They're animals.
Who?
People. I saw them out there putting their handkerchiefs down in Johnny's blood. Just to save some of it.
Forget it.
How can you forget it? They'll be at Johnny's funeral. Thousands.
So?
And who are we hiding around in doorways, setting traps like criminals?
Catch a rat, you set a trap.
Get to be like them. Sometimes even we can't tell a cop from a crook.
A man can tell himself from a crook. Now snap out of it.
Don't be too hard on him, Chief. Well, his girl figures somehow, and he shot first. The very first.
I know, I saw it. Look, son, listen to me. Maybe I can say something that'll help you to understand the people out there. Look at me, I said.
Yeah?
You ought to know something about people. You ought to know they don't like authority, rules, laws. Haven't you ever heard them yell, kill the umpire? Don't you know Americans like Jesse James, not the sheriff or the posse?
Sure. So what?
So that's part of the way we are. Of course, you can't live in a country like this without rules, laws, police, the military. But don't expect people to fall all over us with happiness whenever they see us. We represent what binds and restricts and chafes.
Is that why people out there are weeping over Johnny's body?
That's part of it. Then, too, there's the reason the Dillinger was colorful, famous, big, the #1 criminal in America.
Looks like that'd make them hate him more.
Does it? Well, when I was a boy out on the farm, I remember killing a rat. A big one. The biggest I'd ever seen. And my mother almost fainted. My father was almost sick. It was the biggest, ugliest rat I ever saw. We took that rat down the road to Jamerson's and showed it to the old man. He called his sons. It was the biggest rat they'd ever seen. And we took it all over that part of the county. The next day, people came from far as way as Topton to see it. The biggest rat ever seen. Why people came, I don't know, except people are like that. But don't think they liked it. Don't think they wanted one. Don't think they wanted to be one. Sure, there'll be thousands at Johnny's funeral for one reason or another. Maybe I'll go. Maybe you ought to go.
Me? Why?
Because he's one of the biggest rats in the world. One of the biggest rats anybody, anywhere, ever saw. And you killed him.
Any resemblance in our characters to Chief Melvin Purvis or the late Inspector Samuel P. Coley or to their FBI men or to the Chicago, Indiana policemen who are with them or to any other person is coincidental. But basic facts connected with the incident of the Dillinger death are from the Federal Bureau of Investigation report. American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, produced by the Communication Center of the University of North Carolina. American Adventure is a study of man in the New World, his values and his characteristics, who he is, what he believes. The series is made possible by the National Association of Educational Broadcasters and the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. In The Rat on Lincoln Avenue, Edith Sanford was the woman. Charles Hadley was her husband. Charles Kuralt was the boss. Earl Wren was his assistant. Bill Waddell was the Chicago, Indiana cop. John Ely was the kid, and Joe Gershevsky was the waitress. This is Carl Castle. American Adventure is produced and recorded by the University of North Carolina on the campus at Chapel Hill.
Easy Street can be more than just an expression to you. It can be a way of living. Start planning for it today. Begin buying United States savings bonds. Next, the news. Then X-1 on the NBC Radio Network.
best understanding of America begins, or so it seems to us, with the realization that this nation is young yet, that she is still new and unfinished, that even now America is man's greatest adventure in time and space. The University of North Carolina presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, his values and his characteristics, who he is, what he believes, what he lives by. American Adventure is produced on a grant and aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, made possible by the Educational Television and Radio Center. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, today's program presents Appointment at Ford's.
I knew Mr. Lincoln well. My name is Hill Lehman. I remember many days before he died, days in Springfield and in Washington. I remember his words and their inflections and his quiet face. I remember his death. I would not tell you about his death except that there was beauty to it, an attitude of destiny, or so it seems to me. At any rate, I believe there was more to his death than some say, though I must admit it is also a mystery. I remember the night of April 13th. That was 24 hours before Lincoln was assassinated. He, his wife, and I were sitting in his office.
Mary, I don't know whether I want to go to the theater tomorrow night or not.
Why?
All the people will be crowding around. Now that General Lee has surrendered, they seem to fancy me to be a hero.
Well, you suggested that we invite General and Mrs. Grant to attend the theater with us.
You picked the wrong theater, too, Mary. That's a poor play at Ford's. Now at Grover's.
I know. But this is Laura Keene's last performance in Washington, and I want to see her.
I wish the president could be relieved of his appointment, Mrs. Lincoln. The danger is great at this time.
Hill, you hang on to every threat of some maniac who plans to do me harm as if the threat comes from a rational giant.
No, not at all, but...
If Mrs. Lincoln is bound to go see a play tomorrow night, I suppose nothing on earth could change her mind, least of all me. What time is it, Hill?
It's 10 o'clock.
In 2 more hours, it will be Good Friday.
What?
Good Friday, the day Jesus was crucified.
Looks as if the church would call it Bad Friday.
Yes. It was a terrible thing, all that pain, held up by driven spikes. I used to drive spikes, Hill.
Yes, I know you did.
I can imagine what it would be like to have a Roman soldier drive spikes through my hands and feet.
I don't like such subjects.
No. But it was a Good Friday when Jesus died, nonetheless. After the pain was over, it was better that way. And then there's Socrates. His death did as much to illustrate his strength as did his teachings. And both could have avoided death.
Mr. Lincoln,
will you please stop talking about death and dreams? Those two subjects you've discussed for the last 2 days.
Well, both are rather important subjects, Mary.
Dreams are important subjects?
Now, don't start crying down dreams.
And do you believe in them, Mr. President?
I can't say that I do. But I had one the other night that has haunted me ever since.
Nonsense.
After it occurred the first time I opened the Bible, it was at the 28th chapter of Genesis. You know what that chapter is, Hill?
No, I certainly do not.
Well, it relates the wonderful dream Jacob had. I turned to other passages and seemed to encounter a dream or vision wherever I looked.
Well, now, that is strange.
Somehow the thing has got possession of me. And like Banquo's ghost, it will not down.
Banquo?
He was in Macbeth, Mary. He was assassinated.
Hill, why don't you ask one of the servants to bring Mr. Lincoln some tea?
Yes, I will.
I don't want any tea, Mary.
Well, you look so tired. If this play has distressed you, let's not go.
What play? Oh, yes. No, it isn't the play. Of course we'll go.
Well, what is it?
The dream. I tell you, I cannot shake it off.
Perhaps it would help you to tell us about it, Abe.
No, it's my dream, Hill, and I will not part with it.
If you're trying not to worry us, you've already done so.
Mr. Lincoln, I cannot sleep unless I know that dream.
Well, about 10 days ago, I retired very late. I had been up waiting for important dispatches from the front. I could not have been long in bed when I fell into a slumber, for I was weary. I soon began to dream. There seemed to be a death-like stillness about me. Then I heard subdued sobs as if a number of people were weeping. I thought I left my bed and wandered downstairs. There the silence was broken by the pitiful sobbing, but the mourners were invisible. I went from room to room. No living person was in sight, but the same mournful sounds of distress met me as I passed along. It was light in all the rooms. Every object was familiar to me. But where were all the people who were grieving as if their hearts would break? I was puzzled and alarmed, determined to find the cause of a state of things so mysterious and so shocking. I kept on until I arrived at the east room, which I entered. There I met with a sickening surprise. Before me was a catafalque on which rested a corpse wrapped in funeral vestments. Around it were stationed soldiers who were acting as guards, and there was a throng of people, some gazing mournfully upon the corpse whose face was covered, others weeping pitifully. Who is dead in the White House?
The president. He was killed by an assassin.
I slept no more that night.
This is... I wish you hadn't told me. I'm glad I don't believe in dreams, or I should be in terror.
Well, it is only a dream, Mary. Let's say no more about it. And try to forget it.
That night, one day before Lincoln was shot down, I walked the great empty rooms of the White House, unable to leave the building, looking for some meaning to what I feared might be a coming tragedy, and some way to avoid it. At last, I went up the stairs and down the hall to Lincoln's door to ask the guard if all was well, but to my amazement, there was no guard there. 10 minutes later, the guard appeared, a man named Parker. He was munching on a sandwich. Where have you been?
Well, hello, Mr. Lehman. I thought you went home.
Where have you been?
I didn't have any dinner, sir. I was hungry. You understand.
No, I don't. Not at all. Not remotely.
Yes, sir.
At long last, Parker, I have finally gotten the president to submit to some protection. But it is a thin chain we hold around him, and any one link that breaks...
I understand, sir. Believe me, I'm sorry.
Parker,
I should dismiss you on the spot.
Look, sir, I've never done anything like this before. I swear to you.
All right, my friend. Never again desert the man asleep in there.
No, sir.
Never. Fate has a way of working her will through our failures. This nation needs the man in there.
Yes, sir. I know, sir. I swear, sir.
I believe you. Good night, Parker.
Good night, sir. Good night. Next time, take care how you talk to me.
Have another biscuit, Bob?
No, sir.
It was good of you to get up to breakfast with me. I hate to eat alone.
Oh, I'm used to getting up early. One does in the Army, Father.
Yes. How did you like the Army?
I didn't care for it.
No, it isn't a good way of life. Were you afraid?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Good?
Of course. Death is an enemy. He's a terrible, invisible hand. And when he announces that he is close by, the sensible man must gather himself to face him. I think with some fear.
Did you ever face death, Father?
Oh, a man shot at me once.
Since you've been president?
Yes, but don't tell Hill Lehman. I don't hell-heal those things. He gets nervous.
Yes, sir.
But one night when I was riding alone, a man put a bullet through my hat. And then some people got excited about my trip to Richmond. Now, it's true I had no business going to Richmond while the war was on, but I wanted to look around for myself.
Have there been any other attempts to assassinate you, Father?
There have been threats.
Many of them?
I have received 80.
80?
Others have been called to my attention. Some have been published in newspapers.
Then you have faced death, as in a war. Every time you leave this building, or even in this building, every minute, you're in a battle, in a sense.
In a sense, that's true, but you've exaggerated.
Father, you need protection.
Now, look here, Bob. I can't go around being afraid to stick my head out the door. The president owes it to the people to be seen. This is a democracy.
But the danger
I must learn to live with it. Can you imagine a coward as president of the United States?
I don't want you to be a coward, sir, but...
We've come from men who face danger every day, and they grew strong on it. Have you ever considered how it would be to stand on the edge of an unknown continent with an ocean at your back? They were brave men.
Father, isn't there a difference between being brave and foolhardy?
Oh, yes. Which were the early pioneers, Bob?
Why, I don't know, sir. I suppose they were foolhardy.
And brave. Well, anyway, Bob, I have sent men into battle. And a man who sends other men to face death cannot back off from death himself and live with himself.
Later in the day, Mr. Lincoln walked to the War Department offices, accompanied by a guard, as was his custom. There, he talked to Secretary Stanton. Also, there was a Major Eckert, who later told me what was said.
Stanton, do you know that Eckert here can break a poker over his arm?
No. Why do you ask such a question?
Well, Stanton, I have seen Eckert break 5 pokers over his arm, one after the other. And I'm thinking he would be the kind of man to go with me this evening to the theater. May I take him?
Mr. President, I have asked you repeatedly to avoid showing yourself in public. I have asked, and I ask now for you to put aside this going to the theater and stay in your offices. There are men in this city who are here to kill you.
Yes, I know.
Now, look in this paper. President and Mrs. Lincoln will be accompanied by Lieutenant General and Mrs. Grant to the Ford Theater this evening for the showing of Our American Cousin. Now,
I know, Stanton. Except for that newspaper article, I wouldn't go. But we shouldn't disappoint the public.
It is this newspaper article that makes it impossible for you to go, Mr. President. You have announced the time and place for anybody who wants to do you harm.
Now, Stanton, that's all very well, and that's why I want Eckert to go with me. A man that can break a poker over his arm.
Mr. President. No. I have very important work for Eckert to do this evening.
Well, I'll put it directly to Major Eckert, then.
Sir?
Major, you come along with me. You can do Stanton's work tomorrow. And Mrs. Lincoln and I want you with us.
Thank you, Mr. President. But the work that Secretary Stanton referred to is pressing. It shouldn't be put off.
Very well. I shall take Major Rathbone along, because I ought to have somebody to protect me, or Hill Lehman will try to resign again. But I would rather have you, Major Eckert, since I know you can break a poker over your arm.
Mr. President.
Come in, Hill. I was just talking to that woman about her husband's service pay. It hasn't come through, and she's in need of money to feed her children. So I told her she would have the money tomorrow.
I see.
Now then, what can I do for you?
I have come to talk to you, Abe, about this theater performance this evening.
Oh, I know that, Hill. The minute you came in with that scowl on your face, I knew I was guilty of poking my head out of doors. I suppose I'm going to be assassinated again today.
The danger is great, Mr. President.
Oh, now, Hill, you remind me of a story.
Look, Abe, don't change the subject.
There was a fisherman back in Illinois who was known to be a terrible braggart, and the people caught on to him. So he purchased a set of scales in order to prove his stories about the weight of his fish. And this worked very well, until the people next door to him had a baby. So they borrowed the scales to weigh it. And they found that the newborn baby weighed 48 pounds.
Abe, you have the darndest way of throwing a man completely off his balance with one of those fool stories.
So it is with you, Hill. You exaggerate. But I know what scales you're using.
I'm not exaggerating. The danger is great. And then you go for a walk or go to the theater unattended.
I have never been to the theater unattended.
No, the last time I believe you were accompanied by Charles Sumner and a foreign minister, neither of whom could defend himself against an able-bodied woman.
What's worrying you now? The dream?
That among several things.
Well, don't worry about that dream.
I wouldn't, Mr. President, if I thought you were concerned about the danger.
Do you think I'm not?
I don't know what to think. I believe you realize that you may be struck down at any time, but you're going to go right on with your head poked up above the trenches. This dream you had is the first healthy sign of worry I've seen in you.
By the way, Hill, speaking of dreams, do you remember that poem Byron wrote about them?
What?
Yes, I used to know it by heart. Let me see if I can remember it for you.
Oh, Abe, for the Lord's sake.
Now, listen. Sleep hath its own world, a boundary between the things misnamed death and existence. Sleep hath its own world, and a wide realm of wild reality. And dreams in their development have breath, and tears, and tortures, and the touch of joy. They leave a weight upon our waking thoughts. They take a weight from off our waking toils. They do divide our being. I think Byron called that poem The Dream.
All right, Abe. I'll ask one favor and then I'll leave.
You ask anything you want, Hill, but I'm going to the theater tonight.
That isn't that.
All right, what is it?
I want to have somebody else take your message to Richmond. I want to go to the theater with you.
No, I need you to go to Richmond.
Mr. President, I have 2 good pistols on me right now and a Bowie knife. I've carried them ever since I first knew of the danger to your life. I can use them. You may need me. Now, if you'll just send somebody else to Richmond.
No, I think I'll get one of the guards to go with me tonight.
All right, then. Go alone. You're the only man in the country strong enough to steer a level course. The only man who can keep Sumner and Wade and Thad Stevens from grinding the South into a section of white and Negro slaves. But go on. If you die, the whole course of history will change. Millions of people will live poorer lives. But go. Send me to Richmond. Then make a pretense of protection. Prove whatever it is you're trying to prove. Go on to the theater. Go alone.
Hill, you ought to run for Congress. You are a persuasive man.
I can see too many things adding up, Abe, that's all.
That dream started all this. I should have kept it to myself.
You kept too many things to yourself, I expect.
However, I think you should go to Richmond.
Yeah, all right.
Would it help you to know that I had another dream last night? A good dream?
About the mirror?
No, that wasn't a dream. That was real.
I remember now.
That was back in Springfield. I looked in a mirror and I saw two images of myself. One death-like, pale. But this dream last night was more pleasant.
What was it?
I was on a vessel I couldn't clearly see, moving toward an invisible shore.
An indescribable vessel, moving toward an invisible shore.
I take it as a sign that good times are on the way. I had the same dream before Sumter, Bull Run, Gettysburg, Stone River, Vicksburg, Wilmington, all those other victories.
It's a strange dream.
So I feel better about it all today. And you must too, Hill. Good news is on the way.
Who's going to the theater with you and General Grant this evening?
General and Mrs. Grant aren't going.
What?
No, I think Mrs. Grant is still angry with Mary. At any rate, they aren't going, so I've asked Major Rathbone and his fiancée to accompany us.
I'm very worried about all this, Abe.
Well, don't get me worried, or I'll put in a poor appearance. Good news is on the way, Hill. That's the only attitude.
Old Crook?
Yes, Mr. Lehman?
Who's on duty tonight?
Parker, sir, same as last night.
He's to go to the theater?
Yes, sir. Is the president all right, Mr. Lehman?
Why do you ask?
Well, he seemed to be feeling well enough when I walked over to the War Department with him this morning. He said he was happy as he'd ever been in his life. Said he planned to go abroad when he finished being president, then go back to Springfield and enter law. Maybe buy a farm on the Sangamon River.
Yes.
Seemed to have not a care in the world, but when he passed some drunks on the street, he said, "Crook, there are men in this town who intend to kill me, and I don't doubt but what they'll do it."
He said that?
I said, "I hope you're mistaking, sir."
Mr. Crook, I want you to go with the president tonight. I don't want Parker to go with him.
I can't go.
Why not? Look, if you have plans, you must set them aside.
But I can't go. I asked Mr. Lincoln if I could, and he said he wouldn't have his guards working day and night, too. Then he said goodbye.
Goodbye?
Always before, he said good afternoon or good morning, Crook. But today he said goodbye.
Why?
I don't know, Mr. Lehman, but it struck me as strange.
Yes. No sense to be made of it.
So Park will have to go with him tonight.
I'm not happy about that. I checked into Parker today. There's reason to believe he applied as a White House guard in order to avoid Army service. Such men cannot be trusted.
No, sir.
But I talked to him. I talked to him last night in no uncertain terms. I'm sure he'll stand his post this evening, at least.
You'd best be going to Richmond, sir. It's growing late.
I know it is, and I've done all I can do. If only Mr. Lincoln were a bit less insistent on proving to himself that he can face death as readily as a soldier in his army.
Sir?
Yes. Well, I'll leave now, Crook. There's nothing more I can do. I was not in Washington on the night Lincoln went to the play, but there are many who have told us what happened, and I will tell you. How Lincoln rode in a carriage from the White House to the theater and pushed his way through the crowd, not knowing but that at any moment a gun might fire and silence everything. There was applause when he and his wife and Major Rathbone and his fiancée took their seats in the box that overlooked the stage.
You take your place here in the hall, Parker.
All right, Major Rathbone.
And if anybody opens that door at the end of the corridor, or enters the corridor, you're to challenge him. You understand?
Sure, but nobody's coming in here.
Nobody is to come into this corridor, nor to come near this door to the president's box. Are you armed?
Yes.
All right. I'll close the door to the president's box.
But Major, I can't see.
Can't see what?
Why, the play.
Parker, you're not here to watch the play, but to guard the president.
There had been a hole drilled through the door of the president's box, but Parker didn't see it. The doors to the corridor and the president's box wouldn't lock, but Parker didn't notice. There were other signs of an evil intent, but Parker was trying to listen to the play. And when he found that he could not do that from his place in the corridor, he left his post. He walked down the corridor, away from the president, and went through the corridor door and walked down into the audience in the balcony and found himself a seat. And then at intermission, he went out and had a drink. I cannot tell you how it feels to tell this about a man who had a duty, a strong duty, this American, this guard who had as his responsibility the protection of the one man in this country whose every word and action could change a chapter in this nation's history. He went out and had a drink. Then Booth came up the steps to the balcony. Booth, an actor with a great, clear voice. Booth, a man who had played the towering characters in Shakespeare's plays. This little man came up the stairs, opened the corridor door, and closed it. And then, without a sound, he walked down the corridor to the door of the President of the United States and knelt down and peered in at Lincoln and watched him and waited, until at last he threw open the door and stood beside the president and fired the shot. One of the most fatal shots in the history of the world. I said there was a beauty to Lincoln's death, and so there is, at least to me. Oh, I know full well that some will look on it as a sequence of imprudent actions, nothing more. Perhaps it is more than that to me, because I know that Lincoln had a sense of the mystic. And the dream to Lincoln was a warning, as was his double vision in Springfield when he looked into the mirror. So he interpreted them to be. Only with that understanding can one appreciate his strength and bravery and his willingness to play his part in the vast, romantic tragedy of mankind. Looking back, I remember the words he quoted to me on more than one occasion. Prophetic words from Shakespeare's Macbeth.
Duncan is in his grave. After life's fitful fever, he sleeps well. Treason has done his worst. Nor steel, nor poison, malice domestic, foreign levy, nothing can touch him further.
Sleep well, Mr. Lincoln. And may all your dreams be pleasant. On that indescribable vessel which moves rapidly toward the invisible shore.
American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, and is produced by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina, Earl Wynn, director. These programs are produced on a grant and aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, made possible by the Educational Radio and Television Center. Charles Curalt was Hill Liman. John Ely was Abraham Lincoln. American Adventure is produced and recorded in the studios of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
The University of North Carolina, through a grant and aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, a series made possible by the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, today's recorded program presents Gene Schenken in Dial Emergency.
Go right on into the doctor's lounge, young lady.
Thank you.
Now, Miss Fleeson, I just talked to your mother, and I want to tell you what I told her. The car struck your father about the hips and hurled him some 40 feet. He's holding on as well as we could expect.
Yes, sir.
I hope he'll pull through.
Yes, sir.
But, well, we're doing all we can. I've called in a surgeon from Duke.
I understand.
Now, are there any other family members besides you and your mother?
My brother, Howard.
He should be notified, of course. Where is he?
Washington.
Well, then he could be here by morning. Can you pull yourself together enough to call him?
Of course. What time is it now, Doctor?
Let's see. It's 10 p.m. exactly by my watch.
Will Father live until morning?
I don't know. If I go back and tell him his son will be here, then there'll be a better chance.
Then tell him Howard will come.
Fine. Use this private phone. We'll get the charges for the call and send them to you.
Yes, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
What is your number, please?
This is 7521.
And your name?
Joan Fleeson. Fleason.
The Arlington number is Chestnut 51223, if you'd care to make a note of it.
Thank you.
They don't answer, Miss Fleeson. I'll call you in about 20 minutes.
What? Oh, but he must be there. He has to be. Try again, operator.
One moment, please. I'm sorry, Miss Fleeson. That number doesn't answer.
But of course it does. The children ought to be there with a babysitter at least. Could you find out if the phone is out of order?
One moment, please. Washington. Let me speak to your service assistant, please. Right. This is Inwood Service Assistant, Miss Kay Abbott. This is Raleigh. I have a call for Arlington, Virginia, Chestnut 51223, which does not answer. Would you let me know if there's any trouble on the line? One moment, Raleigh.
This is very important, operator. I have to reach my brother.
I see.
Does it take long to check the line?
No, just a moment.
I've only called my brother twice before, but he was always at home.
The number, Chestnut 51223, is okay, but they do not answer. Right. Miss Gleason, there seems to be no trouble on that line. Hello?
Well, operator, what am I supposed to do? Perhaps a neighbor. Do they have telephone numbers of Howard's neighbors?
Do you know any of their names?
Of course not. Operator, this is very important.
Is this an emergency call?
Of course it is.
One moment. Washington. Your Inwood Service Assistant, please. Right. This is Inwood Service Assistant, Miss Kay Abbott. This is Raleigh again. Yes. Do you list by street numbers on North Pershing Drive, 400 block? We list some numbers. We would like to locate a neighbor of Mr. Howard Fleeson at 415. One moment. We have a listing for A. Arthur Wynn at 413. The number is Chestnut 54336. And we have a listing for Colonel R.R. Bolton at 420. His number, Chestnut 54210. Thank you. first of the two numbers, Miss Fleeson.
All right. 413 should be right next door to Howard.
That number doesn't answer.
Well, try the other one. Quickly, operator, please.
This is Raleigh, North Carolina. We have an emergency call from Mr. Howard Fleeson at 415 North Pershing Drive. His telephone doesn't answer. Could you give us any information about him?
Hello?
This is Raleigh, North Carolina.
Hello?
Hello, son. Your daddy home?
Yes, ma'am.
May I speak to him, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Colonel Bolton speaking.
This is Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yes?
We have an emergency call for Mr. Howard Fleeson.
Yes, I know Mr. Fleeson.
Do you have any information about where he may be reached?
Well, he's probably at home. His number's listed.
His phone doesn't answer, sir.
Well, somebody ought to be there. Could I take a message?
One moment. Miss Fleeson?
Yes?
Would you care to talk to this party?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead.
Colonel Bolton, this is Joan Fleeson, Howard's sister.
Why, hello. Have I met you?
No, you haven't, sir.
I have a terrible memory, and you must come to Washington.
I'd like to, but right now I've got to find Howard. You see, our father has been injured in an accident.
Well, that's terrible.
He's going to die, I think. Do you understand?
Yes, I certainly do.
It would be bad for Howard not to see him again.
Well, of course it would. Just a minute, Miss Fleeson. Let me ask my wife if she knows where Howard is.
All right.
Hey, honey, Sarah, do you know where Howard and Beth could be at this time of night? Oh, Miss Fleeson, now I know why they didn't answer the phone. I thought that was unusual.
Yes?
She says they left over a week ago, went on a vacation.
Where?
Well, she says they went somewhere in Maryland, she thinks.
Somewhere? Somewhere where?
Well, somewhere on the coast, she thinks.
But...
Shall I go down to Howard's house and see if he left a note or anything?
Oh, would you?
Yes, I'll ask around the neighborhood if you like.
Thank you.
And I'll call you back. What's your telephone number?
7521 in Raleigh.
All right, I'll call you. I'm sorry about your father.
Thank you. Please hurry.
Yes, I will. Goodbye.
Nurse?
Yes, ma'am?
How is Mr. Fleeson?
I believe he's being operated on, ma'am.
And my mother?
Still in a state of shock. She's mumbling something. 2 words, it seems to me.
Mumbling?
Yes. How bad, she says, over and over. No. How hard, I guess it is. How hard?
Howard.
What?
She's saying Howard.
Oh, how stupid of me. Of course. Your father's name?
My brother's.
Where is he?
Somewhere in Maryland. Don't you remember me, operator?
Yes. One moment, please.
Washington, information.
Raleigh calling Washington, the National Tobacco Exchange.
Just a moment, please. The number is National 31429.
Thank you.
What time have you, operator?
I have 10:45.
They're probably closed, aren't they?
Yes. National Tobacco Exchange?
I think that's what it is, yes.
This is Raleigh, North Carolina. We're trying to locate Mr. Howard Fleeson on an emergency call.
I don't know anybody around here, ma'am. I'm the night watchman for this building. I just happened by.
I'd like to talk to him, operator.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello?
I'm calling from North Carolina.
Well, I just told that other lady that I just happened to be on this floor. There's nobody here.
I see. Do you know anybody in that office, though?
I just said there ain't nobody in this office except me.
I understand, but aren't there several desks?
Well, yes.
Well, would you look on one of the desks and give me the name of the person who uses it?
Ma'am?
You can look on some of the letters, or perhaps an engagement book, or...
Now, look here, ma'am. I don't know what you're trying to do,
No,
but...
sir. Listen. My brother works there, and his father was struck by a car earlier this evening, an hour or so ago. Do you understand?
Yes'm.
And I have to find a friend of his, some friend. Now, please, look on a desk, on one of the larger desks, perhaps in one of the private offices if they have them, and please help me.
Hold the line.
Are you there, operator?
Yes, Miss Fleeson.
Thank you. I don't want you to go away.
No, I won't leave you on an emergency call, Miss Fleeson.
Hello?
Yes, sir?
I got a letter here. Mr. Horace Jackson, National Tobacco Exchange.
Horace Jackson. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Glad to oblige, ma'am.
Operator? Operator?
Yes, Miss Fleeson?
Would you get me Mr. Jackson, please? Horace Jackson in Washington.
One moment, please.
Washington information.
Raleigh calling Washington, the Horace Jackson residence.
His address.
I don't know the address. This is an emergency call.
Just a moment, please. We have a Horace Jackson in Georgetown, one in Arlington, Virginia, and a third in Silver Springs, Maryland.
Give me all three numbers.
Emerson, 36673. Chestnut, 54784. Juniper, 57336.
Right.
Hello?
Is this the residence of Mr. Horace Jackson of the National Tobacco Exchange?
This is he speaking.
Go ahead, Miss Fleeson.
Hello, Mr. Jackson?
Yes. Is this Marion?
No, this is Howard Fleeson's sister in Raleigh.
Oh, I believe your name is Joe.
Yes, it is.
How are you?
I'm terrible.
What?
I've got to find Howard. Father is about to die, and...
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Where is Howard? Do you know?
I know he's in Maryland. I think at Ocean City.
Ocean City, Maryland.
Did he say what hotel? He sent me a card from one of them. Let me think.
Where is the card?
I don't know, young lady. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. It came here to the house. If it had come to the office, my secretary would have seen it.
Perhaps your wife.
My wife? Oh, I'm not married, Joe.
Oh.
No. But it was Ocean City, and I think it was a hotel. Or perhaps a large tourist court.
Ocean City, Maryland, you say?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I think you can find him easily enough in Ocean City.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Operator?
Yes, Miss Fleeson?
I guess I want the police department at Ocean City, Maryland.
One moment, please.
Ocean City, information.
Raleigh calling Ocean City. Police department, please.
The number is 5412.
Police department. Kilman speaking.
Raleigh calling. Go ahead, please.
Who's calling?
Raleigh, North Carolina. One moment.
Who do you want to speak to?
Anybody. Go ahead, Miss Fleeson.
Officer?
Yes?
My brother's father's about to die, and we're desperately trying to locate him.
Uh-huh.
He's at Ocean City.
Uh-huh.
He's at a hotel, I think.
Who's speaking, please?
His sister.
Whose sister?
Howard Fleeson's. Fleason.
What's your name?
Joan Fleeson.
Would Howard Fleeson be traveling with any one man?
His wife and 2 children.
2 girls?
What?
2 children.
2 boys. Could you call the hotels and tourist courts?
I'll call as many as I can tonight, ma'am. There are tons of tourist places on the beach, but I'll do what I can.
But
What's your phone number in Raleigh?
7521 in Raleigh. You can call me back, collect.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do what we can.
Officer?
He hung up, Miss Leeson.
Operator, I want to speak to someone in Ocean City, Maryland.
To someone?
Anybody. I want every hotel and tourist court called now. I can't wait for him to do his best. I want every single place called this minute. Do you hear?
One moment, please.
Ocean City.
Raleigh calling Ocean City. You're in with service assistant.
Right. Service assistant, Miss Brown.
This is Raleigh, North Carolina. I have an emergency call from Mr. Howard Fleeson in care of the hotels and tourist courts in Ocean City.
Oh.
That's Howard Fleeson, Fleason. Mr. Fleeson is traveling with his family.
With what?
His family. The police department are also making calls.
Right. Your number, operator?
17 in Raleigh.
I'll call you back.
Thank you.
Operator?
Yes, Miss Fleeson?
Thank you.
Right.
Now, Mother, don't you worry. Was that the phone?
No, ma'am. It was one of the nurses' buzzers. We'll hear the phone if it rings. It's just across the hall.
Did you find Howard?
Why, yes, Mother, of course.
He's coming?
Yes.
Thank the Lord. I was afraid he'd be off somewhere on a vacation.
On a vacation?
He wrote me some time ago he was going away this month, but I'm glad he hasn't gone.
Where was he going, Mother?
I had dreams of him, out somewhere where we couldn't reach him, where there were no phones. You know how Howard is.
Yes, Mother. Where did he say he might go?
And then, when he found out his father was dead and maybe buried, how terrible it would be for him.
Yes, Mother.
Not knowing.
Where was he to spend this vacation, Mother?
Oh, I don't believe he ever said, Joan. You know how Howard is. He never tells you anything.
Yes, Mother.
There's the phone, Miss Fleeson.
Excuse me.
You can come through here, Miss Fleeson.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Hello? Yes, this is she. Yes? Yes? Yes.
Did they find him, Miss Fleeson?
He was at a hotel at Ocean Beach, but he checked out 3 days ago and left no forwarding address.
North Carolina Highway Patrol, Raleigh Station. Jenkins speaking.
Mr. Jenkins, this is Joan Fleeson.
Fleeson?
Yes, sir. My father was hit by a car on Highway 70 about three hours ago.
Yes, ma'am. I got a report on that here.
I need some help, Mr. Jenkins.
Yes?
I've tried everywhere to locate my brother, Howard Fleeson. Everywhere.
Where's your brother supposed to be, ma'am?
In Arlington, Virginia.
I see.
Yes, but he went on a vacation to Maryland. Would you help me find him?
Well, was he driving a car, ma'am?
Yes.
Then I suppose we can help you. What kind of car?
I don't know.
Know the color?
No.
Wouldn't know the license number, of course.
No. I just know he and his wife and 2 sons went on a vacation and left Ocean Beach 3 days ago, and that my brother loves to fish.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll have to do, ma'am. I'll have to radio the Virginia Patrol to look up the license number and the description of your brother's car. Then radio the Delaware and Maryland patrols to start a search. We'll do it, but it'll take 10 or 15 minutes.
Thank you. Would you radio Cape Hatteras? My brother used to go down there to fish when he lived in Raleigh.
We don't have a station on Hatteras Island, ma'am, but I'll radio the Coast Guard there.
You're very kind, Officer Jenkins. but I told you, this is Miss Fleeson.
Huh?
This is she.
This is Mr. Jackson in Washington, Joe.
How do you do, Mr. Jackson?
I found the postcard. I found it.
You did? Wonderful.
I've been looking everywhere. Guess where it was? On the hall table where I always put the mail when I bring it in.
Oh?
And here at 3 a.m. I just located it. I even went through the garbage cans.
Oh.
And I was right, you know. It is Ocean Beach.
Yes, sir. I know.
There's Ocean Beach written on the front, and the postmark is Ocean Beach.
I see.
It's a card showing a rather poor picture of a restaurant called Patterson's, where evidently you eat seafood caught by Captain Patterson in his own fishing boat. Leave it to Howard to find it.
Captain Patterson?
Yes, Patterson. The card reads, having fine time here, but fishing has not been so good this week. Staying at Silver Spring Hotel if you want to reach me.
The Pattersons. Does it give their initials?
No, it doesn't. Why?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Not at all.
Goodbye.
What?
I'll write you. I'll explain. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Long distance.
I want to speak to Operator 17, quickly.
One moment, please. Long distance.
Operator 17, please, hurry.
One moment, please.
Operator 17.
Is this the same operator I had a moment ago?
Who is this speaking, please?
Joan Fleeson. This is an emergency call.
One moment.
Hello, Miss Fleeson.
Operator, I want to call the Pattersons, Ocean City, Maryland.
Do you have the initials of the Pattersons?
I don't have anything about them. You see, they run a small restaurant where Howard ate dinner one day last week.
One moment, please.
Ocean City, information.
Raleigh calling Ocean City, the residence of the Pattersons.
Pattersons?
That's all the information I have.
What, operator?
This is an emergency call. The Pattersons operate a restaurant. That's all I know.
And fishing fleet, operator.
And fishing fleet, Ocean City.
One moment, please. We have several Pattersons listed, including Mrs. J.R. Patterson, proprietor of Patterson's Restaurant.
Does Mrs. Patterson have a residence telephone?
No, but we have a residence telephone from Mr. J.R. Patterson. The number is 7129.
Thank you.
Let it go on and ring, operator. It's 3 a.m. in the morning, so give them time to answer.
Hello?
Is this the residence of Mr. J.R. Patterson?
Yes.
Raleigh, North Carolina calling. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Patterson?
Uh-huh.
I'm Joan Fleeson in Raleigh.
What time is it?
My brother Howard Fleeson ate in your restaurant last week.
What?
Mr. Patterson?
No, this is Mrs. Patterson.
Oh. Do you remember... Mrs. Patterson, would you help me, please? This is an emergency.
What's an emergency?
My brother Howard Fleeson ate in your restaurant last week.
Yes?
He was probably with his wife and their 2 boys.
Yes?
Do you remember him?
Uh-huh. Hello?
Mrs. Patterson, do you remember a family with 2 sons who ate in your restaurant last week?
No.
2 boys with extremely blonde hair.
2 boys with what?
Blonde hair.
No.
Robbie's about 5, and Howard Jr. must be 7 now.
Robbie, did you say?
Yes, Robert Starnes Fleeson.
I bless his mean little heart. That Robbie broke my ketchup bottle 2 days in a row.
Then you remember.
He's the cutest fellow I ever saw. You know that?
Yes, I know.
I remember that family, sure. They come in here every summer, but I didn't know their names.
I see.
They were here just a day or 2 ago.
Do you know where they are now?
Just a minute. Let me get my husband out of bed.
Oh, no. I mean, would you please?
Won't take but a minute.
Jonah? Jonah?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello?
Your brother was in here about 3-4 days ago. Told me he was leaving.
Where was he going, Mr. Patterson?
Said he was going to the best fishing ground on the Atlantic coast.
Where is that?
Well, ma'am, every fisherman says differently. But it seems like your brother thought it was Fenwick Island.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fenwick Island?
Yes, operator.
Fenwick?
I don't know.
One moment, please.
Read and rate, operator.
Fenwick Island, Maryland. Route, please.
One moment. There is no Fenwick Island, Maryland. Try Fenwick Island, Delaware. TC, Georgetown, Delaware.
Right.
It's probably a very small place, operator.
Yes.
My brother's always finding out-of-the-way places, and it may be...
Special operator interrupting. I have an emergency call from Washington, D.C. for this number. Will you take the call?
I beg your pardon? Is this operator 17?
This is special operator. I'm interrupting with an emergency call for this number from Washington. Will you take the call?
Who is it for, operator?
It's a station-to-station call. I don't know.
But I'll take it, of course.
Go ahead, Washington. Your call is ready.
Your call to Raleigh, North Carolina is ready, sir.
Thank you, operator. Hello?
Hello?
Miss Fleeson.
Yes, this is she.
This is Colonel Bolton.
Why, hello, Colonel.
I'm your brother's neighbor, remember?
Yes, sir.
I'm at Fenwick Island, Delaware. What do you think of that?
Why, I think that's wonderful.
One of the neighbors told me they got a card yesterday from Howard at this place, but I couldn't seem to locate him through the telephone.
I see.
So I drove on up.
Yes, sir.
I found your brother. He's right here.
Hello, John.
Howard?
Colonel Bolton told me about Dad, honey. I'm packed up. Beth and I are driving down. The Colonel's taking the boys back to Arlington.
Can't you take a plane?
I can get there quicker driving at this hour, I believe. I'll be in Raleigh in 6 hours, John.
I'll tell Mother.
Is Dad still all right?
Yes.
I'll be there by 9 a.m., honey.
Yes, Howard.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Here's my coffee, Miss Fleeson. Your mother's... Why, what's the matter, Miss Fleeson?
Tell me, why is everyone so nice? Why is everyone so nice?
American Adventure will not be heard next week, so that NBC might bring you a special program starring Jose Ferrer with scenes from Cyrano de Bergerac. American Adventure will return 2 weeks from tonight at a new time, 2 hours later than usual. Be sure to listen 2 weeks from tonight for another American Adventure. Check your newspaper for the exact time in your vicinity. American Adventure is produced and transcribed by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina in cooperation with the National Association of Educational Broadcasters and the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. The program originated on the campus at Chapel Hill through the facilities of station WPTF in Raleigh. Stay tuned for the news. Then, X-1.
The best understanding of America begins, or so it seems to us, with the realization that this nation is young yet, that she is still new and unfinished, that even now America is man's greatest adventure in time and space. The University of North Carolina presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, his values and his characteristics, who he is, what he believes, what he lives by. American Adventure is produced on a grant and aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, made possible by the Educational Television and Radio Center. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, today's program presents Phil Johnston as John Chapman in Jonny Appleseed.
I'm sorry, but we don't give food to beggars.
I'm not a beggar, ma'am.
You're not? Well, what do you want?
I came to ask if you wanted me to plant some apple trees round your place.
How much?
Well, I would prefer for you to decide that. Many people can't afford to buy apple trees here on the frontier. Others pay me $1 or so.
Well, I understand.
Whatever you think you can pay. Wouldn't you like to have some apple trees scattered around?
Why, yes, of course. But money is scarce.
Well, I'll put you in a couple of each kind I have and just go on my way.
My mother says you ought to get yourself some better clothes, mister.
And what do you say, young man?
Well, I don't know. Your shirt is torn.
Yes, I ripped it on a briar just yesterday.
What you doing in the woods?
I sleep there.
In the woods?
Yes.
Ain't it dangerous with the snakes and animals?
I've been sleeping in the woods many years, son, and I found little danger.
Did you ever see a snake?
Yes.
Did he bite you?
Yes, one did. I harmed him, and he harmed me.
Not a rattlesnake.
It was.
Gee.
But just one.
Still, you ought to wear better clothes.
Here, young man, hand me that small tree. Yes, thank you. Oh, careful with it now. Thank you.
Don't you think you ought to wear better clothes?
Well, let me think about that now. What are the purposes of clothing, do you know?
To keep you warm?
That's one. What's another?
Well, because you'd be naked.
Yes. And what's another reason?
Well, I don't know.
To protect the skin, I should think. From briars and all.
Yes, that's right.
Now, I live a particular kind of life, young man. And it may be that I make a peculiar sight as I walk down the road. You see this cook pot?
Yes, sir.
It's my hat. Oh, I could afford to buy a hat, but then I'd have to carry a cook pot. So I carry the cook pot on my head.
Oh, yes, sir.
And some people think that's peculiar. But it makes a very fine hat when I pad it with my extra shirt. You see, like this.
Oh, yeah.
Now then, I put it on my head and I'm packed for traveling, ready for cooking.
Yes, sir.
And my clothes are made to keep me warm, to protect my body and to make my life more enjoyable. I'm as well dressed as a man can be, with my way of life, I'd say.
But Mama says you look like a beggar.
I see.
My Mama says you should wear better clothes.
Well, you listen to me. Your Mama is right, and you agree with her. That's the right way for you, young man.
Johnny would plant apple seeds in orchards. Then, when the trees were started, he would transplant them to the home sites of the pioneers. He would go far out beyond the frontier to plant his orchards. And by the time the pioneers had reached that part of the wilderness, his trees were up.
Johnny, why don't you buy a farm and settle down?
I've thought of doing that, Mr. Howard.
I've seen you so many times of late, trudging up and down the roads, planting trees here and there. Why not settle down? Live a decent life.
I guess I like to walk, that's all.
No, it ain't all. Johnny, what will you say when you're too old to carry on? You have no farm, no family, you have nothing at all.
Yes, I guess that may be.
You'll have nothing because everything will have been given away.
I know. I know.
Now, a man has more when he owns a farm. And you could take your pick of any land in any of the newly opened sections because you've already explored them. Why, you could have a creek-bottom farm. You could get a land at the bend of the river. You could have 300 acres by now and be secure.
But what a price.
Well, price? $1 an acre or less, that's all.
Oh, no, the price is higher than that.
You're not thinking clearly, Johnny.
Oh, yes, I am. I know full well that everything a man owns takes something out of him. I know that a man can get bound up to a piece of land. A man can get to thinking about that piece of land, about getting another piece of land, and about getting better stock and getting more workers, and pretty soon he doesn't own himself. He doesn't own the land. The land owns him. No, I don't want any land.
Nonsense, Johnny. I have 600 acres, and I own it. Not the other way around.
Then come with me down to Thompson Creek and let's fish a while.
Huh? Now?
Yes. The water is cool. Trees are tall. Shade deep. Come on.
No. I have to feed the hog.
Why?
For food.
Eat fish. Eat plants. They're free and available. God places them in the woods and nurtures them. That's what I do.
But I'm not like you, as I've been trying to point out.
Let's go up into the North Country. I know a place where there's a high view, and from there a man can see 12 miles of countryside.
Then get your hands on it, Johnny. That land may open up any time now.
I see.
But if you're sure you don't want it for yourself...
No, I don't want it.
Then by all means, let's go. Look, I have a son who's nigh 18. He needs a piece of land. I can stake it to him, and when the land opens up... Come on, Johnny, let's go.
No. I'll not take you up there now.
But why not?
Because you're ill. Please don't be angry with me for saying that. But I talk to you about the beauties of nature, and you have to slop the hogs. Yet I tell you about a piece of land, and you say, let's go. So I can see that you have sold your life for land. The land owns you. I'll plant some apple trees round your place. But for that piece of high land, I want a young man who can enjoy the beauty of what is there. No, you're ill, my friend. You're owned by land.
Down through Ohio and Pennsylvania walked this proud but humble man, with the cookpot on his head and the apple trees in his hand. Down the settlement roads, the pioneer trails,
Howdy do, ma'am.
I don't give to beggars. Be off with you.
walked this proud, this humble man.
Johnny? Johnny?
Yes?
Where are you?
I'm over here, listening.
Listening to what?
2 bees. You know, the best I can tell, they don't make quite the same sound.
Huh?
The 2 bees I was watching, they have different buzzes. I wonder if God went and made every bee different.
Why would he do that?
Well, maybe he wanted to tell them apart.
Why?
And keep their names straight.
Huh? Bees don't have names, Johnny.
Maybe not. Maybe so. At least they have different buzzes. The 2 I listened to did. Just a bit different.
Oh, Johnny, I heard that you were leaving us.
Yes, I'm moving on.
Too bad. We don't see eye to eye on many things, but all the folks around want you to stay.
No, I'm moving on.
Now, look, if you're running from something, Johnny...
I'm not. Not really.
I know there's a reason. We'll help you. That is, we like you, and we're going to build a community here, and you can be a part of it.
No.
Let me tell you. We've about got the cabins built now, and some of the land is cleared. We're going to build a church, too.
Oh, yes, you must do that.
And maybe bring in a teacher, or get a preacher who can teach. We got a whole community here. Except it's not going to be like we want it.
Why not?
Well, it would be, except you're leaving. I feel you could help us.
Well, I'm not a builder. I never built much of a house.
No.
Nor a church.
Oh, I know that.
I never planted much except apple trees.
Well, you don't have to farm, Johnny.
I preached a little here and there.
I heard you did.
Talked to people. But there are men who can wind up a sermon better than me.
Well, we'll get a preacher.
Never was any good work in a store. Tried it once. Couldn't keep track of the money. Somebody would come in there and buy something, and I'd get to talking to them, and they'd leave an hour later, and neither one of us ever got around to the money changing hands. And that was a problem.
That would be a problem in a store.
Of course, the storekeeper was making as much as anybody, but it unnerved him nonetheless. He got right irritated with me. I could see it would be better if I left.
You don't have to work a store, Johnny.
Somebody once told me I'd make a good trapper.
I'll bet you would at that.
No, I wouldn't. I've seen too many traps. You know, it's a crime to let an animal out of a trap. Or at least it's figured that way.
Well, it ought to be. Fair way to make a living, and not an easy one, trapping animals.
Yes. I never saw an animal in a trap in my life that I didn't let go.
Huh? You mean... Well, I don't know what to say about that.
Well, you see, I understand them too well. Even when they're fierce, I can go close by and talk to them and reason with them. You know, the Bible says, "Come, let us reason together, saith the Lord." And that's what I tried to get across to them. Reason together. Did you ever try to reason with an animal when he had a leg in a trap?
Lord, no.
It takes a while. You get to understand God's problem with us. You know, men have all got their leg in one kind of trap or another. Something pains them. It takes a long time to reason with an animal in a trap.
Well, you don't have to be a trapper, Johnny.
Mr. Jordan, you say you want me to remain here in your community?
Everybody does.
Doing what?
Well, Johnny, I hadn't given it any thought. Seems like you don't fit any regular job. But would you stay?
Yeah, I'd like to.
You would?
I think so. But you see that I can't, don't you?
Johnny, why? Is it that it's calling you?
What?
The unknown land ahead.
No. There's a great joy to putting your foot down where you figure nobody else ever walked before. Or seeing a sight that only Indians have seen, and they probably didn't notice. There's a deal of pleasure in being out there where nobody is except you, and the plants, and the animals, and God. But it ain't the call that makes me go on.
Johnny, do you know what it is?
I don't like to think about it.
You can't avoid it, Johnny, not any longer. She's here.
Who?
Annie Turner. That's why I wanted you to stay. 'Cause she's found you now. She's in my place.
Annie Turner? I remember her.
Remember her? I reckon you should. To hear her talk, it was love for her that made you run away.
Annie Turner.
At my house. So now don't you see you have to stay, Johnny, and get a job and settle down. You can now, because she's come to you. Would you like to talk to her?
Yeah, I would.
Then come along.
Yes, I will. I see now why you wanted me to stay. It was to please her, wasn't it?
Well, that's one reason. The other reason is you, Johnny. I like to talk to you, even if we don't always agree.
I see. Well, let's go down to your house. I haven't seen Annie Turner in many years, and it's wrong to keep her waiting any longer.
Isn't it, Johnny?
Cool and nice, Annie.
And private. I got so nervous all afternoon with everybody hanging around, looking at us as if we were strange.
Oh, were they?
Didn't you notice?
Annie, people have been looking strange at me for so many years. I think it's normal.
Well, you can't blame them, Johnny. Look at yourself. You're all tattered and torn, and I bet you got money, too.
I have? Why, do you need some?
No, you know I don't. Did my family ever need money?
Well, I have enough if you ever do. There's money in apple trees.
Then why don't you dress better and be respectable?
Respectable?
Like everyone else.
Well, that wouldn't be too hard to do, would it?
I don't think so. You just dress well like you can afford and put on good shoes and keep clean.
Sounds easy. To be respectable, Annie.
And you could go places, Johnny. You have a wonderful mind for remembering things. But what have you remembered? What do you need to remember out here?
Just where I plant my orchards.
And that isn't hard, is it?
No, I have a sense of direction. I usually hide the orchards because one never knows what somebody might do.
I heard tell this morning that a man has been going around letting animals out of traps. Same kind of man might steal your apple trees, I guess.
Well, a little different kind, maybe.
It takes all kinds to make a world. But here you are. A man that was good at books, that knew things once, that could read and write, and what good is it to you out here?
Oh, I read the Bible to myself and to others.
Johnny, all you got is what you carry. And I can see you haven't got a Bible.
Well, I had one. Oh, I've had 100. But when I read to somebody that can't read, When I go over something that he likes, I usually tear it out and give it to him. So my Bible gets smaller till I just got the chapters who begat who, and nobody seems to want them. So I have to get a new Bible. You just caught me between Bibles, Annie.
Why give them the sections if they can't read? What good does it do them?
I've asked myself that same question. It does seem a shame to rip the Bible apart.
Well, why do you do it then?
Because I did it once.
Huh?
I did it once, and the person smiled. She held it like it was a treasure. And so it always is like that. As if it's wonderful to find yourself owning a part of a Bible, even when the words are out of reach.
It don't make much sense, Johnny.
It don't make no sense at all. Except that people always treasure what they can never really have. I'm glad you brought that up, Annie. I'm going to have to buy another Bible, I reckon. As soon as I get my next orchard planted and people start moving on. Better buy it now.
Then you are moving on, too.
Yes, I am.
I come all the way out here to find you. I got over my anger about the time you left me. I swallowed my pride and I followed you. And now you're going to leave again. Do you think it's right?
No, it isn't, Annie.
Well, why do you do it? Don't you know I've lain awake nights, night after night? Don't you know I've thought about you and wondered? How can you just leave? Just go. Shake off everything that loves you and run away. Don't you know what it does to people?
I know. Lord, I know.
Why, Johnny? Johnny, why?
Because I also know that it would do to people if I stayed. Because I'm a freak and I have to run away.
A freak?
I knowed it since a boy. I knowed I was different.
How was you different?
I never cared about the things other people cared for. And I believed things other people didn't believe.
What, for instance?
Well, natural things. I believed that God takes care of the flowers, each one. He knows the sparrows' names, or if they don't have names, he knows whatever it is. And he protects and guards. Well, I believed that. And when I looked around, I saw people building houses, and as soon as they got one, they started a bigger one. And they laid by barns full of crops, and they had cattle they could never eat if they started on a Monday and ate for 3 years. They couldn't eat that much beef. People saved money, went hungry to save money. People 60 years old and without a child laid by. And it seemed that nobody wanted to depend on God.
Johnny, when you plant an orchard, you have to clear ground, don't you?
Of course I do.
You have to guard it, don't you?
I do.
Not just from people, but from animals and weeds, and you have to be sure a flood won't take it away.
I know.
You gotta work with God, but you gotta work with your mind on your business. Because God ain't gonna change the world just for you.
But he said he knew about me, even about a sparrow.
Oh, Johnny, he may, and he may care. And he may worry about a sparrow that don't fly south in the winter, and he might weep, God might. But he can't do nothing, can he, Johnny?
Well, I reckon he could, but I reckon he wouldn't.
What if the people that came out here to Pennsylvania never built a house? What of them, Johnny? Just lived in the dirt.
Dirt's clean.
Johnny, look at me. What have you got against houses? What have you got against improving things and living respectable? A man ain't no animal, is he?
No, he ain't. Not to me.
No, he ain't. So he does different.
But don't you see the danger? They got to being so dependent on what they've done that they just forgot about God, and they don't know what freedom is. And which is more important, Annie, being a man with respectability or being a man with God?
I reckon a real man can be both.
I don't know. They say Jesus used to go away. Go out in the desert, go out in the garden just to get away.
Johnny, Jesus was a carpenter. He built things.
I don't know that he did.
He must have.
Well, I don't know. And I can't talk anymore about it. It ain't what's logical to me, Annie. It's just what's true. And it's true to me that out there in the woods, I'm at home. And here I ain't. And with you, I ain't. And I would drive you crazy because I would be a freak all my life. And yours. And I can be laughed at. I can go on down the road singing a song and planting apple trees and reading the Bible to people that can't read and doing good where I can.
Johnny, please.
But I can't do the other.
You're afraid.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid in the woods. Goodbye, Annie. You shouldn't have come.
Is this all you do? Go around planting apple trees?
Yes.
I've done that. There's nothing to it.
Well, tell me, boy, do you say a prayer with every tree?
A prayer?
Look, I'll show you how it is.
Don't you want me to get a hoe?
Oh, not necessary. Better to use your hands. Look, you kneel down like this and dig into the soil with your fingers. Careful not to destroy any living root that may be there, unless you must.
Are you serious, mister?
You dig deep, you see. Deeper than you think you need to. You put in some leaves that have rotted down. Then pour in a little soil. There now.
What you pinching off the tips of them apple tree roots for?
Pinching off the dead parts so the living will be easier. Now I put the roots down gentle in the earth and cover them up. Pushing down the soil so as not to hurt the plant. And cover it good. Yes. And directly we will water it. But now let's plant another one.
But what about the prayer? You said there was a prayer.
Oh, yes, there is. I gave it.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, no, it wasn't spoken. It was planting the tree. That was the prayer. A prayer can be a manner of doing things.
As he grew older, he went farther west, with the cook pot on his head and the apple seeds in his hand. From Pittsburgh to Limestone Creek to the Great Falls at Louisville, overland to Illinois, he traveled the American frontier until he was old, until settlers went on past him, until he could not keep up anymore. Then he grew lonely. His mind kept going back. So he went back, too, toward Ohio. He walked down the old paths, saw his orchards, stood beneath flowering trees he had planted. And a wonderful thing happened. Listen, mark it down. He was remembered. He was remembered, and he was loved. Consider that. This man who had nothing, he was loved through his old age.
Lay him there. That's what he asked, to be put under the tree he planted. So let it be just that way. Let us have no sermon. There is no man who can preach the sermon of Johnny Chapman. He was the sermon, and let us not forget it, although I fear we will. Let us not sell our lives for money or power or land, but strive for something greater and above them. I have land, and when I die there will be those to remember me, but not as they remember him who had only what he had given away. Now, dig a hole, not with shovels. Dig it with your hands. And take care to kill no root or any living thing that can be spared. Then put him in the clean earth. And worry not at all. Let no man weep. For he was God's man, and God will take care of him. Put him there in the clean earth with a silent prayer.
American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, and is produced by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina, Earl Wynn, director. These programs are produced on a grant in aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, made possible by the Educational Television and Radio Center, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. They are intended for use by educational and commercial radio stations in this and other countries and by schools for in-school listening purposes. They are in almost all cases based on actual events. Today's program, Jonny Appleseed, presented Phil Johnston as John Chapman, with Alice Wallace as Annie, John Ely as Jordan, and George Brenholtz as Howard. Others in the cast were Edith Sanford, Gene Rayburn, and Keen Oliver. American Adventure is produced and recorded in the studios of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
The best understanding of America begins, or so it seems to us, with the realization that this nation is young yet, that she is still new and unfinished, that even now, America is man's greatest adventure in time and space. The University of North Carolina presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, his values and his characteristics, who he is, what he believes, what he lives by. American Adventure is produced on a grant and aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, made possible by the Educational Television and Radio Center. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, today's program presents Les Casey as Mrs. Bouchard in The Battle. January 8th, 1815. Early morning. The war with the British, which began in 1812, is over. But the people of Louisiana have not heard the news, and the Battle of New Orleans has not started. The Americans cling to the wall of a bulwark of earth near the city. It is a cold morning in the heart of the southern winter.
What is the matter, George? Huh? Do you have a cold?
No, but I'm cold enough.
Nervous?
You get cold, you get nervous.
I see.
What you writing?
A letter to my wife. She is back in the city.
Writing a letter?
She is going to have a baby.
For the Lord's sake.
Oh, I have one boy already, you know. She wants a girl. But God will send what he wants to.
I wonder if he cares.
Huh?
And what's to be said for a family anyway? I have a mother back in the city. She's all I have, and I'm all she has. No, that isn't right. She has a coffee shop. Me and a coffee shop. Sometimes I don't know which one she loves the most.
Nonsense.
Here I am with my belly on the mud, looking out at the mist where 12,000 British soldiers are waiting.
Look, George, you're going to be all right.
Yeah, I know. We have Lafitte's pirates to help us.
The pirates are good fighters.
We have Indians. We have free slaves.
We have General Jackson, too.
We have General Jackson shaking with malaria. And I have a mother with a coffee shop. You have a wife with an unborn baby. And each of us has a rifle he knows nothing about. Sitting out there are 12,000 soldiers who fought in the wars.
Look, George, sit down. Write a letter, like I am trying to do. Do something. We can't be cowards.
Huh? Cowards? Am I a coward? It's cold, Lord of mercy. Just because I'm afraid, does that make me a coward?
No, it doesn't. But we have to remember that behind us is the city, and it's up to us to protect it. And we will. We will, George.
It's cold, you know. I wish the British would come on and get it over with.
January 8, 1815. Many of the women of New Orleans gathered in chapels and homes with knives in their belts and prayer books in their hands, while in a room on the second story of a brick building, shutters drawn across a window, a woman lies in early stages of labor. Near the bed, a midwife sits rocking. Nearer still stands a small boy, annoyed by all the happenings which he cannot understand.
Didn't Papa eat breakfast?
Yes, dear.
I didn't see him.
He left before you were out of bed.
Why didn't he eat breakfast?
He did, darling.
Yeah, now don't you bother your mother now.
Let him be, please. I want him to be near for a while longer.
Will Papa come back soon?
Yes, Louis.
Did he go out on a boat?
No, he went a few miles away on land. He will come back before nightfall.
Why did he go?
Because they told him to.
Uncle Coleman told him to?
No, darling. General Jackson told him.
How are you, ma'am?
All right.
It'll be soon.
What? The birth or the killing?
Birth, Miss Bouchard.
Yes. You're right. But not for a while.
Finish that letter, Bouchard?
I never finish a letter. I write a page and I read it over. It never says what I want it to.
Hey, listen.
What is it?
Listen, I said. There, you hear?
Yes.
The British are walking around, aren't they?
Yes. The officers are peering out there now. Look, way down the bulwark. That's General Jackson, isn't it?
Where?
Standing up on top, peering out. As the sound is gone, the British have stopped.
How far away are they?
I do not know. Close.
Lord. They're going to come front on?
I hope so.
You do?
The pirates are on the cannons.
Yeah, so?
Dominic is standing up now. Look, he's talking to some of the men.
Lord, how calm he is.
They are ready. With those pirates on the cannon, it's going to be terrible. The British will come walking through the mist in formations. Giant formations. And the pirates will be behind the earth, loading and firing as if the British were Spanish frigates in the high seas. A terrible thing.
Yeah, all part of being noble and protecting a city. Now, look, why couldn't we go out there and reason with the English? Why couldn't we say, look here, we're telling you that you'd have lost if you'd tried. Now go on home with your lives. Yeah, what's so funny?
Your suggestion. The logic of an old woman as she cooks soup in a kitchen with 6 cats on the floor sleeping.
Hey, I don't know that I like that comment.
Listen. I thought I heard them. Yeah. They'll be coming in soon now.
They've stopped.
Yes.
I wonder what they're thinking.
Who?
The English, Irish, Scotch. They're human, too.
Waiting always the same. We'd rather be waiting than walking into the American Rifles, laddie. Waiting than fighting for the crown. Fighting because they pay me, but for no crown. Fighting for money is like selling your life, Irishman. Well, and what is farming like if it's different? Instead of money, you get potatoes. Sell your life for potatoes and babbies. How much I think it's worth to walk into the American lines? How much money? Well, now, if they're no better marksmen than we are, a shilling should do. But that's not the way to think about it, you know.
Don't think at all. That's the way. When the officers say stop, stop. When they say fire, fire. If you don't say anything to fire at, fire anyway. When the bloomin' idiots say retreat, now, laddie, that's when you start thinking for yourself. That's the only time I ever volunteer to run in the King's service. When the officers tell me to try to get myself out of whatever the officers have gotten me into.
January 8th, 1815, morning. The mist rises slowly, and as each foot of ground becomes visible to the Americans, the men wait until they can see the feet and the legs and then the bodies of the first ranks of the British Army lined up before them, ready to advance.
Bouchard, you know how to pray?
Huh?
Did you?
Did I what?
Pray.
Oh, let me alone. I'm right.
Lord of mercy, what is it, a newspaper? I prayed, you know. I expect my mother's praying right now. If God hears either one of us, it'll be my mother. I haven't done anything wrong, you understand, but I suppose you've got to judge a man for what he's done right. I haven't done anything right.
Fighting a battle is right.
Is it? It's right to kill. Even God says so, huh? I don't understand God very well.
Look, will you be quiet, George?
How can God be on both sides? Look here, they got 12,000 men. And we got how many? 2,000?
I think so.
Now, then suppose they were to pray 12,000 prayers. And we were to pray 2,000 prayers. They win, is that right?
Look, George.
I'm just asking.
Ask a priest.
Well, let me ask you something else. You're wise, Bouchard. Can we count the slaves as a full prayer or as 2/3 of a prayer? You finished your letter?
It isn't signed, but I'm through.
Did you hear my question about the free slaves?
Yes, I heard it.
The world is so full of oddities. Merrily, we go into battle, each man with the same God. And watch us, God, and we'll show you that no man has a God at all.
Close the shutters.
Perhaps you heard something, Miss Bouchard. I thought I did.
What?
Can I open the window?
Yes.
Now, you stand back there, Louis. Law, Miss Bouchard, it started.
Mama, thunder.
Is it the cannon?
Yes, ma'am.
He said he would write me a letter this morning. I wonder if he did.
Mama?
Don't you worry, Louis. It's only thunder. And soon the thunder will be over. And the men will come back to the city. Your father will be back.
Is he with the thunder, Mama?
Yes.
Will he hurry, Mama?
Yes, darling.
Mama, how long does it take to make thunder?
Oh, sometimes no longer than a few minutes. Perhaps an hour.
The thunder isn't loud, Mama.
No, darling. It's not as loud as God's. Hush, baby, hush.
She sure is a pretty baby. Nearly 8 pounds.
Or more. Louis was ugly when he was born. But this one is pretty.
You won't have no trouble remembering her birthday, ma'am. Not this one.
No.
Not with a battle to help you remember. The day of the great battle she was born.
Where is Louis?
He ain't back from the battle.
I meant Louis, the little boy, my son.
Oh, he's outside on the steps, ma'am.
Let him come
in. Yes, sir. Louis, your ma wants you. But you keep quiet, boy.
Louis?
Yes, Mama.
Has the thunder stopped?
Yes, Mama, but Papa isn't home.
Have the men come back?
Yes, ma'am. Many of them are back.
Louis, go to the window and watch for him. Open the shutter, and when you see your father, tell me.
Yes, Mama.
Now, Louis, It is very important for you to see him, and you must not make a mistake.
Yes, Mama.
It would seem to me that he has had time to walk the distance back. It was only 2 miles, and others have already walked it.
Now, don't you fret so soon.
How long does it take to walk 2 miles?
No, I don't know, ma'am.
I remember when I lived in the country, he would come to court me. He would walk out from the town, and it would take him, I believe he said, 40 minutes. And I lived no farther than the battlefield is from here. When did the cannon stop?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. An hour ago. Was it an hour?
Please be quiet.
Listen. Footsteps. And on the stairs. Louis, you were supposed to watch.
Yeah, now lie down, ma'am. I'll go to the door.
Louis, how could you let your father come into the building and you not even see him? And it's very important.
But Mama, I didn't see him.
You lie quiet, ma'am.
Here. If I must be quiet, so must you, little one. Your afternoon has been as difficult as mine. But now we both must compose ourselves to meet your father. He is back from the battle.
Yes, sir?
Is this the apartment of a man named Brouchard?
Yes, sir.
Louis, is that you? Louis?
It ain't your husband, ma'am.
Well, who is it?
I bring news about him, if I may come in.
Yes, of course. Who are you?
My name is George Picard. I've worked in a coffee shop until today.
Do I know you?
No.
Does my husband?
He did, ma'am.
Did? When? When you were boys, you mean?
This morning. May I sit down?
Louis?
Yes, Mama.
Go out into the hall. Close the door, Louis.
Where is Papa?
Watch for him from the hall window, Louis. Close the door. Now, tell me anything, sir, that you may have to say. Except that my husband is dead. That I cannot hear. Tell me he has lost a leg, or both legs, or is blind.
Mrs. Brouchard.
But I will not listen if you go beyond that.
Mrs. Brouchard, I have no choice. He is dead. He is dead, and I'm sorry. It's a miracle that he's gone, and it's very strange. This morning we stood side by side in the lines and talked. He was confident and chided me because I was afraid. And then the battle started. A noisy thing. People running here and there. The cannons are firing. And General Jackson was rushing up and down the lines, yelling at the top of his voice. Out in front, we could see the masses of men, the British Army, walking towards us with those front lines falling time and again as the cannon sounded. Then there was a moment when the British fled. The confusion lessened, and I looked beside me to find your husband gone. I thought he might have run away. But I remembered what he had said before the battle. And then I saw him lying on the ground, the letter in his hand. As if in the final moment of his life, he'd been trying to write down something or sign his name at the bottom of the page. I can't say as to that.
Are you certain he's dead?
Mrs. Brouchard, would I have come up here if I'd not been sure?
What is to be done with his body?
Well, don't worry about that. If you permit, I'll see that arrangements are made. I haven't been in charge of anything like that before, but it's something I would like to do. We were not friends, you understand, but your little boy and the baby and you, this family, well, families are right, and so the whole family's hurt, and
Should I take the baby, ma'am?
No, let her be. She'll cry only for a little while. Let her cry. Let her learn. She lives in a world of men. Let her learn to cry.
Everyone celebrates, Mother. The streets are full of laughter.
Yes, it is a wonderful night. The battle is over, and you are well.
Yeah, I'm well. I heard that the pirates are down on the waterfront having themselves a time.
They are free now, pardoned by the general.
Drunk as men can get.
And you should be celebrating, too.
I celebrated. Only for a moment, Mother. There was that one moment when I knew that I hadn't been a coward. And that's a fine feeling in itself. I hadn't really had a chance to think about being afraid. When the battle started, I just loaded and fired and kept at it and never once thought of fleeing or hiding. So I felt like somebody. I felt like I was grown up for the first time. Here I am, 29 years of age, but for the first time I felt like a man must feel. Then I saw him lying on the ground.
Hush, no need to talk of that.
That letter in his hand. He has a pretty wife, Mama. And his son is young. Hardly old enough to know who his father is. I was thinking this afternoon, Mama. Well, let's not talk about it now.
George, pity is not a firm base for a family, not for a marriage. Because you are sorry for these people...
Now, you must hush, Mama. I will have to decide this for myself.
I only intended to suggest that always before you have taken my advice.
I've been to the battle, Mama. I will decide. It is not like it was before.
You're not like you were before, are you?
You stand out there and watch men face danger and do it yourself. Men die beside you and you keep on living. Life takes on a meaning. Deep, different, cruel, strong. God takes on a meaning. No, I must decide this. But not tonight. In a month or two, perhaps I will call on the Bouchards. It's something I want to do.
All right, dear. But now let's celebrate the great victory and the safety of New Orleans. We must have a toast.
Yes.
I'll get the glasses. Here we are. The ones your father used, brought from France.
Yes, thank you.
Now, you may pour. Now then, the toast.
How can I say it? Let us drink to whatever it is which makes me whatever I am, that is better than whatever I was this morning.
Yes, dear. Let us drink to that. It is good brandy. George, you broke the glass. You threw it down as if... What is the matter?
I'm sorry. But I thought of her and him, of the boy and the new baby, and then of the toast. Good Lord, the toast. To what it was that changed me from what I was this morning.
Yes, dear, but...
We drink to war, Mother. We drink a toast to war. How can we drink a toast to war, Mother?
They've got fireworks on the streets, Miss Bouchard.
Close the shutters.
Yes, Shall I blow out the candles, ma'am?
No, please leave one on. Put it close by where I can reach.
Yes,
Is Louis in bed?
I put the boy to bed, but he ain't asleep. He asked for his father.
Yes, for his father.
And speaks real angry about the thunder. Once when some fireworks went off below the window, he shook like he's afraid.
How can you explain to a boy that... Well, let us wait until tomorrow.
Good night, Miss Bouchard.
One moment. Would you hand me the letter? I will read it to the baby.
Yes, Is it a letter of love, Miss Bouchard?
Do men write love letters before a battle?
Good night, Miss Bouchard.
My dearest wife and son, and second son or first daughter, the mist is close about us as this inked quill scratches. But when you read this, the mist will have gone. And perhaps I will bring the letter to you. In which case I may decide not to give it to you at all. For a letter written in a moment of danger is not likely to avoid some confusion. But I can tell you what now is clear to me. That I love you is clear. You, my wife, and you, Louis, and you, child not now born. And yet, how can we love the unborn, whom we have not seen, and to whom we fathers make such a small contribution in pain? To love the newly dead, that is explainable, for we know the dead. But to love the unborn is not, unless perhaps it is the future that always concerns us, and the unborn are our hopes for it. And so we live, hoping that men will be better tomorrow than we are today, that our children will go on to become what we see that we have no chance of becoming. There is something else I know also, that I feel closer to each one of you at this moment than ever before in my life. Ever before. Perhaps because I feel that you need me now more than ever before. Here behind these bulwarks, I realize I stand protecting you. It is a remarkable thing that a battle is needed to make a man appreciate what he cannot appreciate so well in enjoying the thing itself. How strangely we are made. And one other thing I also see clearly, that the love I have for you and the feeling I have that I am important and needed make it possible for me to face this battle quite unafraid. Some men have said that families make cowards of us. Not so with me. But rather, the family is the source of my bravery, just as the battle is a strengthening place. And if it should lead to some end that would cause this letter to be brought to you by some other hand, take whatever solace can be sent in words. Remember that for you I die right willingly. And if I had come home, I would have lived for you more right. I love to the three I love. What is the matter, dear? Don't you understand? No. And you never will. Nor will I. Nor will any woman understand why a man will go into a battle singing. They're still burying the dead out in the battlefield. And down below they sing and carry on. Oh, have they stopped? Yes, they have stopped singing.
12 o'clock and all is well.
Last night, we lay afraid in our beds. Tonight, we are safe, baby.
Mama.
Louis, what is it, dear?
Mama.
Oh, now you can't sleep in this bed with a new baby. So you must be a big boy and sleep by yourself. And tomorrow morning, it will be night again, and you can go and play.
I'm afraid.
12 o'clock and all is well.
Don't you hear the crier, dear? All is well. All is well with the city. All is well with your father, too.
Father?
I think all is well with Father. It is only with us, Louis, that all is not quite well.
American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, produced by the Communication Center of the University of North Carolina. American Adventure is produced on a grant and aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, made possible by the Educational Television and Radio Center. In today's story, The Battle, the cast was composed of students, faculty members, and townspeople of the University of North Carolina community. American Adventure is produced and recorded by the University of North Carolina on the campus at Chapel Hill. Tom Owen speaking. The best understanding of America begins, or so it seems to us, with the realization that this nation is young yet, that she is still new and unfinished, that even now, America is man's greatest adventure in time and space. The University of North Carolina presents American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, his values and his characteristics, who he is, what he believes, what he lives by. American Adventure is produced on a grant and aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, made possible by the Educational Television and Radio Center. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton. Today's program, The Yankee Loves a Lady, takes place shortly after the close of the Civil War. This is the story of the president of the University of North Carolina, David Swain, and of his daughter Ellie, and of a Yankee general.
Ellie Swain? Yes, I remember her. And how she loved him, and how she went away from here. Well, I remember as if it were only the other day when the dust was barely settling on Franklin Street, when the university students were all coming back from fighting with Lee and Jackson, and a horse rode up from the south, dust folding around its legs, and the rider reined up in front of Ellie Swain's father's house.
Nonsense.
It's very true, Mr. Swain.
Why are they coming here? Can't you see the danger of having them in this town? A constant reminder of the war?
I only brought the message, sir.
Damn it, why don't they?
What, sir?
Why don't they leave us alone?
Is there a message to take back, sir?
Yes. Tell the Yankees they'll find us in our homes.
And so they came to Chapel Hill, the Yankee soldiers and their general, General Smith Atkins by name. And many a window curtain rustled as they rode down Franklin Street for that first time, and many a lip quivered, and many a frown was on the faces.
They burned the South, and then they come to live with us. They killed my boy, and now they come to my town.
Let them be. Nothing to be done about it.
President Swain will take care of my warrant. He's smart. He'll give them a word or two. He'll tell them the war's over.
The trouble is, Ellie, the war is not over. This isn't peace. It's a hatred as deep now as it was before. You'd better go to your room, dear.
Oh, Father.
I may have a Yankee caller or two here at the house before long. Go on to your room.
Very well. Just let me leave this book.
Oh, did you read it?
Well, I read part of it.
Oh, it's a very good book, isn't it?
It's the dullest book I've ever seen.
Oh, is it? I thought you might like astronomy.
No, Father.
Well, I don't have any romantic books, except one or two stuck back.
That I'm too young to read. I'm 21, Father.
Are you? Well, you'll be old enough to understand about everything shortly.
Really, Father?
Yes, pretty soon I expect to see you get married. That's the way for parents. Give birth to children, then the children marry, birth and marriage.
Marriage and birth, Father.
Huh? Oh, yes. Now, see here, no more of that. Go to your room, Ellie. That Yankee general sent word he was coming by tonight.
I hope you put him in his proper place.
Well, I'll first have to see what place he'll let me put him in. Come in, General.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You may close the door as you go out, Howard.
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. President, it's a pleasure to see you.
Sit down, General.
Yes. Shall I call you Mr. President or Mr. Swain or what?
I am called Mr. Governor or President.
You were governor of North Carolina?
Yes, but I rather like Mr. myself.
I see.
You're remarkably young for a general.
Yes.
It's quite appropriate that you called to see me. I appreciate it. It shows, perhaps, that you are here to work with us and not against our community and our university.
That is my intention, sir.
The people of Chapel Hill don't like your being here, of course. But, after all, we're not without some fault in the matter. Let's try to work together, shall we?
I'm glad you said that, sir.
That's the only way. Oh, may I offer you some tea?
Thank you.
Or would you prefer wine?
I would prefer wine.
Howard? Howard? Oh, we have some fine wine, in my opinion. Howard, some wine.
What is it you want, Father?
Ellie, I thought I told you to...
Yes, Father?
Where's Howard?
I don't know. I heard you yelling. I thought you might be in danger of attack from the Yankee general.
General Atkins, may I present you to my daughter?
How do you do?
I do what I can for the Confederate cause, sir.
Oh?
Yes. And I've been wanting to get a look at you.
Am I a subject for scrutiny?
Scrutiny, among other things.
Ellie, go find some wine.
I don't know where we hid the wine, Father. Could it be in the same hole with the silverware? I hate to dig around for it until the war is really over.
Ellie, you know very well we kept some wine out. It's down in the cellar. Now, send Howard to fetch it for General Atkins.
General? Why, how young for that rank.
Yes, General Sherman had many young officers.
I'm not surprised, really.
You're not, Ellie?
No. With the whole South to burn, he probably needed officers who would be careless about fire.
Ellie, go find the wine.
If you like. Good night. Oh, shall we see you again, General, or not?
Well, I had been unsure of that until now. But I rather like a challenge, Miss Swain. I should like to call again.
Well, perhaps you could bring a friend for me to talk to. Good night.
Dear Lord.
General Atkins was not discouraged by Ellie Swain's attitude. It was the very next afternoon, in fact, that his military band marched down to President Swain's house. The band members were nicely uniformed, and they made a pretty picture as they took their places on the lawn of the big colonial house. General Atkins watched from his black horse as the players warmed up their instruments.
Father, what in the world is that?
A band.
Where?
Right out there, see?
But why?
Oh, I haven't any idea. It's a Yankee band, of course. And there's General Atkins giving them the order to commence. Oh, look, he took his hat off and saluted the house.
Oh, the disgusting thing.
Why, I think he's going to serenade me, Ellie. What is the name of that song?
Come Where My Love Lies Dreaming.
Yeah, it's a remarkable choice, isn't it? Ellie, where are you going?
I'm going to close the windows.
Ellie! Ellie, they heard you out there. See? The people in the street are giggling. How dare you?
You must remember who we are, Father. I will not be serenaded by a Yankee band.
This serenading went on for several afternoons, the band playing romantic music. and Ellie slamming windows. Then it was on a Friday afternoon that General Atkins came once more to call.
Is your daughter home, Mr. Swain?
Well, I think so. Why?
Well, I should like to talk to her.
Oh, Ellie knows very little about politics, and I think it might be better...
I'm extremely anxious to talk to her, sir.
Oh? Well, I'll call her. Ellie? Ellie!
What is it, Father?
Come to the parlor, if you will.
All right.
Oh, say, General, did you read that book on astronomy I loaned you?
Why, part of it.
What did you think of it?
Well, very well written.
Isn't it?
Very concise.
Straight to the point.
I learned something about the stars.
Oh, yes. Of course, the study of the sun's planets and their orbits is far more interesting, I think.
Oh, yes.
And it all fits in with Greek mythology. You see, the planets were named by the Greeks. Mercury, Mars, Venus, and the rest.
Oh, of course.
Now, I have a book here on Greek mythology, which follows, naturally. I tried to get Ellie to read it, but, well, Ellie is rather, well... Oh, come in, Ellie.
Yes, Father.
The General wants to talk to you. Sit down. Be quiet.
Thank you, Father.
Good afternoon, Miss Swain.
Yes, and I must thank you, General, for serenading my father during the pleasant afternoons this week.
Oh, you're quite welcome.
But don't you think your choice of music was rather out of place?
Perhaps General Atkins didn't choose the music.
No, I chose it. Every piece of it.
You did?
I did indeed. As a matter of fact, the band members are rather angry with me. They had to learn all those romantic selections, of course.
They were rather removed from battle songs.
As far as a general can get, Miss Swain.
And why did you select this music?
Because I thought it pleasantly expressed some pleasant thoughts.
What are you two talking about?
But it was called to my attention, rather loudly, on one or two afternoons that the music was not appreciated.
Yes. Ellie, you ought to apologize for all that window slamming. People all over Chapel Hill have been stopping me and telling me that they felt that...
They felt what, Mr. Swain? That they think it's wonderful for Miss Swain to slam windows in the Yankee's face?
Well, I keep trying to point out that I think you and your men have acted very well, considering. I've told Ellie to stop it, but, Lord, a woman's will is something I never could figure out.
Miss Swain.
Yes?
And Mr. Swain, too. I have a very difficult job here in Chapel Hill, as you know. I want to get another assignment, one outside the South. There's no need for me in this town.
Yes?
But I try to do the best I can here, of course. And this feeling that you in this house, you leaders of this community, that you resent my presence here, it works to our disadvantage, yours and mine.
Well, I tell you what, General Atkins, I think Ellie should stop closing those windows. I insist on it, Ellie.
That would be helpful, but not helpful enough. You see...
What?
Perhaps some gesture that would say to the people that we are not enemies anymore. Miss Swain.
Yes?
Would you go to ride with me tomorrow afternoon?
With you, General?
It's a very little thing to ask, isn't it, really?
A very little thing, General.
Of course she will.
Father.
Then the people will know that we want order. No more tension here. No more nonsense.
Father, I never...
The war's over, so go to ride with us, Yankee. I mean with General Atkins here, and be done with it. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., General, Ellie will be ready.
When the General's carriage arrived the next day, there was some talk about it, of course. But when Ellie Swain came out of her father's house and got into the carriage, well, there was more talk than needed to be. And as the two rode off toward the center of town, a wave of comment followed them close behind.
To go through the center of Chapel Hill.
I thought it would be nice.
Everyone is looking at us.
That's the idea, Miss Swain.
And if I may say so, you drive these horses very poorly.
Oh?
And slowly.
The horses are at a trot, Miss Swain.
Can't they gallop?
Your hat is about to fly off your head now, Miss Swain.
We've been down down the street once, General.
Yes, but see how many more people are out here now.
It looks like they're waiting for a parade. I wonder if you couldn't find some less congested area?
Would you like to ride in the country with me, Miss Swain?
I would not.
Then up and down through town we go. Up and down through town. Now, where is this overlook from which we can see Durham?
I want to go home.
You said you would take me to a place where I could see Durham if I'd leave the center of town.
All right, it's right over there, but you'll have to walk.
Then let's go.
I'll stay here in the carriage.
Now, Miss Swain, you wouldn't let me get off in the woods and then drive back to town in my carriage, would you?
General, why...
Yes, you would. But you won't. I can see me now come walking into town, trudging up the streets. No. Come along, we'll go together.
All right. But if anybody sees us, I'll just die. So there is Durham, you see?
I see a house or two.
Well, that's what Durham is. And there is Raleigh.
Where?
It's through there. You can see the buildings.
Oh, yes. I've seen the Capitol before, you know.
I should imagine so. General Sherman kept his horses in it.
This is a beautiful view, I will admit. Sit down, Miss Swain.
What?
I said, let's sit down.
Well, I will sit on this rock, and you on that one.
That should be appropriate, I would say.
There's a rock near here, you know, that has a story about it.
What?
2 students fought a duel over a girl, and one killed the other.
That's a story? I've made up better stories than that around a campfire.
Well, I don't know what stories serve around a campfire, General Atkins, but the university finds that one does very well.
I can assure you it would not go around a campfire.
There's blood on the stone.
Oh, no, please.
It's true.
Well, even so, it wouldn't go well around a campfire. You see the man down there in the valley?
Where?
By those trees, taking his cows toward the barn.
Oh, yes.
When I was a boy, I used to milk cows.
You, General?
Yes. I was a boy, you know. I milked cows, fished the pond, planted corn. Went to school and irritated the teachers. I was a difficult sort of boy.
I should imagine.
I rather like bad boys. There's so much good to be said about them, about their spirit, their fire, their rebellious attitude. I like that in a way.
Then you must like the South.
I do like the South well enough. It's not what I expected, of course. Why, half the people are good, substantial farmers without slaves. They're just like farmers in the North. Well, they look a little poorer, partly because one can't see the cattle and hogs they have in the pine woods. I've heard some of the farmers have had 1,000 head of cattle in the woods before the war.
Yes, they did.
That farmer is closing the barn doors.
Yes.
How many 1,000 times has he closed those same doors?
I'm quite sure I don't know.
And now, what's to become of him, Miss Swain?
Do you really care?
Yes. Yes, I care. How you can fight a people for years and then care about their welfare is quite a question. But I care. I dare say that man is very much like I would have been if I'd been born in his place.
They're lighting up the houses over in Durham now.
Oh, so they are.
There. Somebody lit another lantern, you see?
Mm-hmm. Amazing how far a lantern can be seen.
You're quite a poet in a way.
A poet?
Did you ever think of becoming a writer?
No. Might like to become an editor.
Oh.
I have to be a general of some sort, you know. Perhaps someday I will be an editor. The sword and then the pen.
The match and then the paper.
Oh, and don't you ever get tired of that tired joke about Sherman's fires?
Oh, I don't know.
Miss Swain.
Yes?
It's getting dark.
Yes, it is.
It will be quite dark when we drive back to town.
Yes.
What will the people say, do you suppose?
I don't know, General Atkins.
Well, the people said a good deal. In fact, all Orange County had a word to say, including the man who had put his cow in the barn, and all his family, and all like him. And everyone had even more to say as General Atkins continued to call on Ellie, and when he gave Mr. Swain and Ellie each a beautiful riding horse.
That's what they do. The Yankees come here and steal our horses and then give them to us.
Prettiest horses I ever saw.
Why did David Swain accept them?
I don't know. I just don't understand it. He never did want this war, you know.
So I've heard.
That's the trouble with this state. Didn't have a leader that wanted the war.
So they talked, and so the weeks passed, and General Atkins continued to call on Miss Swain. And soon it came to be general knowledge that the two of them fancied themselves to be in love.
So I asked for the transfer, as you know. Now the confounded thing has come through.
Transferred to Illinois, you say?
Yes, and I'm to report up there in a couple of weeks.
I see.
Probably give this town a lot less to talk about, won't it?
After a while.
Do they talk to you?
No, nobody does except Father. I go down the street, nobody talks. I ask for some cloth at the store, the clerk wraps it up and tells me how much it is. That's all he says.
I shouldn't have come to call on you so often.
Even Mother. The other night she wouldn't eat at the same table with me. Father got very angry with her, but she went on up to her room and ate there.
Ellie, I can't leave you in this to face this situation alone.
Oh, they'll forget very quickly.
I know very well how quickly the Southerner will forget. All Sherman's generals know. Ellie, come with me.
No, don't even say that.
Come with me to Illinois. Marry me.
No, please.
You can't stay here.
I can't leave. You just don't understand.
Yes, I do. I love you.
And what would your parents say when they found out you had married me?
They would love you once they know you.
Would they care to know me?
Of course they would.
And my mother, yes, and Father.
He seems reconciled to my seeing you.
He is, but already the people in the whole state are talking, so Mother says. All the political prestige my father has built up, all his authority here in Chapel Hill is being lost. And if we marry, it will be lost.
Do you want to marry me, Ellie?
Yes, but...
If your father gives his consent...
But he can't.
Ellie, do you love me more than you love your family?
General Atkins, please.
More than your father, more than your mother, more than your community, more than your friends. I love you more than all of that, Ellie. Do you love me?
I love you, yes.
Is that love worth more to you than all the rest?
It is, yes, but...
I know your family. We will talk to your father now if you like. We'll ask his consent. But we can expect it only if we tell him that the love we have for each other is worth all the rest.
Worth all the rest, is it, General Atkins?
Yes, sir. To me. And I think to Ellie here.
Well, General, that statement could only come from a man who has Cupid's arrow planted in his chest. You and Ellie plan to go off and start your own country, do you?
No, Mr. Swain, but I can't...
Won't you ever leave your isolation and go to the market? You ever plan to vote? Don't you like neighbors? Are your children going to school?
Father, please try to understand.
Yes, dear, I will, but listen to me.
Yes, sir.
Don't deceive yourself. Ellie, you're a Juliet, a Montague, and he's a Capulet. And your marriage may be a bitter thing before it's through.
Sir, this war is over.
The wounds aren't closed.
But the bitterness should stop.
The bitterness can't stop. And the people will not simply gossip about you once you marry, as they do now. They will hate you.
I know, Father. Really, I know.
Then consider it. It's a mild winter when love will keep you warm.
Sir, you sound as if there is nothing to be said for the love I hold for your daughter and the love she holds for me.
No, I do not mean that.
It would seem to me that if the world is full of bitterness, then those who can go beyond bitterness should do so, and must.
Father, in the book I read, Venus must have Mars or there is no universe.
Ellie, I declare, you also should have read that book on mythology, in which case you'd never compare yourself to that wench Venus, nor General Atkins to Mars. They were not exactly constant in terms of morals. But about your problem here, I can only say, don't love blindly. And it is not your duty to desert your duty to your families and your communities.
Sir, I love your daughter, and she loves me. I think our marriage will be considered with disfavor by some. But, sir, this way, the way we choose to take, will ultimately serve the very people, North and South, who may hate us for it. And this way may be our duty.
An excellent argument, General Atkins. And, God willing, you may be right.
As for my parents, I cannot believe they will be bitterly displeased. So chiefly it comes down to our gaining permission from you.
And you're recognizing that it will not be a bed of roses. Yes. Well, as for me, I have watched your romance develop, and it would be a shocking thing for me to clip the stem now that the flowering is to take place. So, my best wishes to the two of you.
Father, what will this mean to you in this state?
My dear, I think a cross carried for love is worth carrying.
But, sir...
Now I have made up my mind, and like the foolish man, I do not want to be confused by the facts. You are a part of me, and if I sacrifice some other part for your sake, it's my decision. That's the end of it.
And Mother?
Never fear, she'll understand. She will go to the wedding and weep. And when you and General Atkins ride away in his carriage, she will weep again. Then we will come back to this house, to this room, and we will sit in these chairs, talk about how beautiful you were.
Oh, Father.
And we will be happy because you are happy. Not superficially, but deeply happy. But only if you understand what lies ahead of you and are strong enough to face it. Only if you realize now that your marriage is both right and wrong, and you will reap both reward and consequences.
I do understand, Father. Believe me.
And you, General?
Yes, sir.
Your love for my daughter is strong enough, is it?
Yes, sir. Strong enough, come what may.
Well, I hope grandchildren may come of it, General Atkins.
So Ellie Swain and General Smith Atkins were married, and there were few who came to their wedding, but some of us did. And later, I hear Smith Atkins became an editor in Illinois, and their children or their children's children may be listening now. Well, in that case, I will tell them this, that today, when the story is told in Chapel Hill, all the people say, that's a good story. We like Smith Atkins, and we like Ellie Swain. We're glad she was one of us, and we're proud of her father.
American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, and is produced by the Communication Center of the University of North Carolina, Earl Wynn, director. These programs are produced on a grant and aid from the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, made possible by the Educational Radio and Television Center, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. They're intended for use by educational and commercial radio stations in this and other countries, and by schools for in-school listening purposes. They're in almost all cases based on actual events. Today's program, The Yankee Loves a Lady, presented Gail Ely as Ellie Swain, with William Waddell as David Swain and John Bonnetts as Smith Atkins. Marion Fitzsimmons narrated. Others in the cast were James Adams, Harold Gleitz, Carl Venters, and Betty Waddell. Cast members of American Adventure are students, professors, and townspeople of the university community.
As a postscript to this final program in the American Adventure series, we would like to read excerpts from a letter written by Mrs. Susan Rackley of Freeport, Illinois. Quote, on Sunday, October 16, 1955, I listened to the story, A Yankee Loves a Lady, as presented on your Educational Radio Network program. I am the only living daughter of General Smith Atkins and Ella Swain, about whom the story was portrayed. I was so pleased because I did not realize that anyone else knew the story of the courtship and marriage of my parents. The story, as you presented it over the radio, was just as it was told to me by my father a long time ago. I'm nearly 78 years old, so I'm having a friend type this letter for me. End of quotation. Signed, Mrs. Susan Rackley, Freeport, Illinois. We are grateful to Mrs. Rackley for sharing this final broadcast with us. Your comments concerning the American Adventure series will be welcomed and should be addressed to American Adventure, National Broadcasting Company, New York. This program originated through the facilities of station WPTF in Raleigh, North Carolina. Enjoy original drama on your Neutralite Radio Theater Sunday over most NBC radio stations.
American Adventure. The University of North Carolina presents American Adventure. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, American Adventure is produced and recorded by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina. Earl Wynn, director. From time to time on these weekly NBC broadcasts, American Adventure will bring you stories about the birth and growth of this country, man's greatest adventure in time and space. Some of these stories will be about our American heroes, such as Cyrus Field, Thomas Wolfe. And next Thursday's program is about George Washington Carver. But tonight, there is a story about the Federal Lion. It is a true story, but none the more believable because of that. The Federal Lion was a gift of the Emperor of Morocco to President Andrew Jackson, and nobody knew what to do with him. Not even the consul at Tangiers, into whose keeping he first fell. It was no simple matter to inform the Department of State that the President of the United States now owned a lion.
Oh, no. I suppose this message won't do either. Here, let me have another piece of paper.
We're out of paper, sir.
Out?
I dispatched a young man to buy some more in the market.
Oh, but I prefer American paper.
You have used all the American paper writing this message, sir. I believe, to be exact, this is the 87th message you have written to the Secretary of State.
Yes, but do you see this printed form?
Yes, sir.
An order from the President himself to accept no gifts.
Yes, sir.
Now I have to write Washington and say I have accepted a gift on the President's behalf.
Yes, sir.
Well, at any rate, I must notify Washington.
Yes, sir.
This last message I wrote, step back over there and read it to me.
Yes, sir. Over here, sir?
Yes, that'll do.
Dear Mr. Secretary of State...
No, wait a minute. Let me sit down and lean back as if I'm Secretary Van Buren. Now, you're an aide, and we're going through the morning mail.
Yes, sir.
Let me get in the mood. I've just given some thought to the French situation.
Yes, sir.
And to the English merchant marine problems. And now you say this is a letter from the consul of Tangiers, aide?
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Well, read it. Read it.
Yes, sir. It is addressed to the Secretary of State and says, I have the honor to tell you that the highest gift within the power of the Emperor of Morocco has been bestowed upon the President of the United States. I had no alternative but to accept it.
The President of the United States. I had no alternative but to accept this gift, which is a giant male lion named Mamoun Bashaw.
What? A lion?
Yes, Mr. Van Buren.
Go on.
The lion is something of a problem here at the consulate, as you can imagine. It is costing money to feed and care for the animal. And though I'm told he's a beautiful lion, you will understand, I'm sure, if I give my personal opinion, that his beauty hardly offsets other features which are not so attractive.
Here, Abe, let me see that.
Yes, Mr. Van Buren.
Why, this is amazing. That will be all for this time, thank you, Abe.
There are some other letters, sir, and reports from abroad.
Yes, later.
Shall I answer the consul at Paris, sir?
Oh, yes, we must get to that. But right now, I'd better do some thinking about this lion.
Do you consider it a serious problem, sir? I find it rather amusing.
So would I if I thought President Jackson would.
A lion?
Yes, Mr. President.
L-I-O-N?
Exactly. The very same, sir.
Oh, stop it, Van Buren. I've got no time for jokes.
And neither have I, Mr. Jackson. And this is no joke. He is a large male lion, and he's now owned by you.
I own no lion, sir.
He's a gift to you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't know what sort of game you're playing, Mr. Van Buren, but I'm not under any obligation to accept this line, and I do not accept.
Yes, I see. Your attitude will, of course, endanger our relationship with the Emperor of Morocco.
Confound the Emperor of Morocco if this is his idea of a present.
But you realize that we have for some weeks been interested in a trade agreement with the Emperor?
Yes.
I hope that our Western aversion to lions will not come between yours and the Emperor's undying friendship, especially at this time.
Oh.
Your attitude could go a long way toward being disastrous, Mr. President.
Well, your attitude isn't exactly clear, Mr. Secretary. You act as if when I took the oath of office, I committed myself to accept whatever animal anybody in the world wanted to bestow upon me.
No, not quite anybody.
You act as if I should receive this lion as a favor.
Exactly, Mr. President, at the moment.
As if I should house this animal here in the President's house, or would you rather have me send it to the Hermitage in Tennessee?
I hope that we can keep our tempers on this, Mr. President.
Maybe we can establish a precedent with this lion. Maybe we can put him in one of the parlors here in the White House and so make it known to every emperor and bey and whatnot of the East that we would honor any gift of monkeys or elephants or tigers or anteaters which they may care to make. Perhaps this can be the start of a great national menagerie.
I believe that idea crossed the mind of our consul in Tangiers. At the close of his letter, he mentions it.
Well, he can reconsider, and so can you, Mr. Van Buren, and so can...
Mr. President, may I suggest, sir, that as in any case of difficult decision where precedent is not clearly established, that this matter be referred to the Congress.
Congress, huh?
Yes, Mr. President.
Sound idea. Take care of that, Mr. Van Buren. Send the matter to Congress.
But Congress was not to become entangled in this matter. They buried the problem quite deep in a convenient committee, and it was still there when they adjourned. Meanwhile, the consul at Tangiers awaited expectantly for spring, he and his household. And as soon as practical, the federal lion was put aboard the United States brig William Tell, which some weeks later put in at New York. The lion and 2 black Arabian horses, which the Emperor also sent along, were transported noisily to Washington.
Gentlemen, I don't think we ought to take any more of this cabinet meeting to talk about that lion.
I'm afraid the Emperor will be peeved, Mr. President, if his embassy here reports that the animal is being left in storage.
Well, where can we put it?
Oh, could you give it to somebody?
Oh, I might be able to get rid of it by attaching him to a post office appointment.
You can't give it to anybody, Mr. President.
What do you mean I can't?
First, it doesn't belong to you. You can't accept gifts without permission of Congress, or so the Constitution clearly says.
I know some members of Congress that'd jump at the chance to give me an African lion.
But until they do, it isn't yours.
Whose is it?
I haven't the slightest idea. Perhaps the Attorney General has an idea as to that.
Gentlemen, it is my opinion that Mamoon Bashaw is a lion without a country. Actually, I believe a case similar to this came up in Jefferson's administration.
What sort of animal did they give Jefferson?
Horses. Arabian horses.
Oh, they enclosed 2 of those for you, Mr. President, with the shipment of the lion.
What did Tom Jefferson do?
As I remember, he sold the animals and put the money in the Treasury.
Sold them without consent of Congress?
As I remember, yes.
That was unconstitutional.
Oh, well, what's a horse or a lion?
Nothing is insignificant in politics. You know that, Van Buren.
Mr. President, when the framers of our great Constitution put in this clause that you couldn't accept gifts without the consent of Congress, they had no idea, not the slightest, that a president would ever be faced with a lion.
Of course not.
Now, obviously, the proper action is to dispose of these animals by the simplest and quietest way possible and deposit the money to the people's account.
Confound, I thought you just told me I don't own these animals.
You don't, legally.
I'm to sell them without owning them?
Well, so far as the Emperor of Morocco, who is probably the owner at this moment, So far as he is concerned, you own them.
And how is Congress concerned?
Well, not even George Washington was ever sure of that, Mr. President.
I won't touch it. I don't want to discuss it anymore. If I don't own that lion, I don't own him, and I don't want him.
But the Emperor of Morocco...
And that emperor had better keep quiet, Mr. Van Buren, or we'll not sign that pact he wants us to sign either.
It's we who want him to sign it, Mr. President.
Well, send this problem to Congress, Van Buren. Tell Congress this lion is a present to the American people from the Emperor of Morocco. And prompt action is necessary lest we hurt either of their royal feelings.
Gentlemen of the Senate's Committee on Agriculture, there's been a great deal of public comment about this lion, Mamoun Bashaw, and a couple of stud horses. This is not, or so it seems to me, one of our more important matters, so let's move right along. The House has passed a resolution authorizing the President to sell the lion and horses and put the money in the Treasury.
Mr. Chairman?
The Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion which I will make before this meeting is adjourned to the effect that the lion should be presented to the proprietors of Peale's Museum in New York City, and the two horses should be given to some New York Agricultural Society.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman, these animals are public property and as such belong to all the people. Certainly they shouldn't be given to New York, the richest state in the Union.
I agree with the gentleman.
How's that, Senator Moore?
I said Alabama agrees.
Mr. Chairman, New Jersey is perfectly willing to give the lion to Alabama or to Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman, under no circumstances will Alabama accept that line.
Then why do you object to giving it to New York?
But we will take those two horses.
Mr. Chairman.
I'd dearly love to have those two Arabian horses in Alabama.
So would we in New Jersey.
I wouldn't object to giving the lion to New Jersey, Senator.
One horse to Louisiana and one horse to Alabama. Perhaps we can swing that, Senator Moore.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, Senator Poindexter, Mississippi.
Mr. Chairman, let's not argue over a lion. I feel that in the light of the recent refusal of a European government to pay the debt which they justly, rightfully, and obviously owe us, that we give this lion as a gift to Louis Philippe of France.
Yeah.
Is that in the form of a motion, Senator?
Let's give it to England. We haven't had a fight with England in quite a while.
Sergeant, would you close that door, please? Now, gentlemen, I think this is very funny, and of course I'm not trying to be an old fogey about this and object to humor, but we are senators, and this is the Senate's Committee on Agriculture, and we do have to give away or sell these animals.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Maine.
I wonder. Now, nobody jump me before I'm through. I wonder if the power of Congress, under the welfare clause of the Constitution, extends the gratuitous gifts of public property of the United States.
Surely, Senator, you know that question has been before the Senate and the American people for 15 years.
The age of the question is not what bothers me, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if the animals do not have to be sold, since they are certainly public property.
But, Senator...
Where in the Constitution do we find authority to give away public property?
Does anybody object to going along with the House resolution and have the President sell these animals?
What are you going to do with the money, Mr. Chairman?
Put it in the Treasury.
Don't know that that's constitutional to take public property and sell it to replenish the Treasury.
Well, that may be your opinion, Senator, but I...
Nothing in the Constitution would indicate that you can rob the public domain for temporary tax relief. If we need higher taxes, then let's vote on them.
Here again, gentlemen, we're digging up old arguments concerning government policy on public lands. This is a lion.
But we might set a precedent here.
I don't see that it matters much what sort of precedent we set as to getting rid of African lions.
What you can do with a lion, Mr. Chairman, you can do with public land.
I don't know what the gentleman's experience may be with public land, but he's certainly no authority on lions.
Well, it's my opinion that we can't sell this animal no matter what we do with the money.
Why not?
Well, on principle of common law. In order to legally dispose of property, one must first be able to hold it. And I don't see anyone here who could possibly hold this lion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Clay.
How many motions are before this committee?
I think only one, Mr. Clay.
Well, then, let me suggest, rather than move, this compromise. That we sell the horses and give away the lion.
Now, that's the answer. Mr. Chairman, that will only ensure us of being either doubly wrong or half right.
Let's move to a vote. First, to whom is this lion to be given? I think I voiced an opinion about giving federal property to any of the rich states of the Northeast.
Perhaps a western state would be a fitting compromise.
Who wants the lion?
Let's not worry about who wants the lion, gentlemen. Let's dismiss all this right now by putting it down that President Jackson is to dispose of the lion as he thinks best.
Excellent!
What do they mean as I think best? I don't think best about lions at all. Why couldn't Congress dispose of this lion?
There were some political considerations, Mr. President.
Well, of course there were, but...
And I suppose they preferred to direct you to handle the matter, sir.
And who is Congress to send out any such directive? I'm not subject to the whims of Congress every time some potentate gives this country a creature.
Yes, sir.
The men who wrote the Constitution had no intention of empowering Congress to tie up the executive branch so that I could not administer the orderly processes of government.
Yes, Mr. President. I mean, no.
Where is this lion?
I don't know, sir.
Who's feeding it?
I don't know, sir.
Well, somebody has to feed it.
Shall I notify the Secretary of Agriculture, sir?
No, you shall not, nor anybody else in the executive branch. It's up to the congressional committees to feed him, it seems to me.
Yes, sir.
What color is he?
I believe all lions are brown, sir.
You know, it's a funny thing. I pass a problem to Congress and Congress back to me. I wouldn't be surprised if that lion doesn't end up the property of the Supreme Court. My aide said you wanted to talk to me about this federal lion, Mrs. Bomford.
Yes, Mr. President.
Now, I may have misunderstood him, but I think he said you wanted the lion.
Yes, sir.
Now, go on with your story, if you will. I'll be happy to listen to you.
Well, Mr. President, I represent the City Orphan Asylum.
Yes?
And I was wondering if a lion wouldn't be just the thing for the children.
Well...
This would make us the only orphanage in the world, so far as I know, that owns a lion.
I wouldn't be surprised.
He would be an excellent diversion for the children.
Yes, that's true.
He's something we could share with the Catholic orphanage here, too.
Uh-huh.
He might serve to bring us closer together. There are few enough ties between the Protestants and the Catholics, don't you think?
I never make comments on questions like that, Mrs. Bomford.
Oh?
I'm a politician.
I see.
In fact, the minute you said Protestant and Catholic, I began to think. Now, would the Catholic orphanage feel slighted if I were to give this lion to you and not to them?
Why, I don't know whether they want a lion or not.
I see. Maybe we ought to look into that. I tell you what I could do. I could give this lion to the two orphanages, and then it could serve as a real tie between you, couldn't it?
I'm not sure, sir.
At least as much of a tie as any lion can be.
Yes, I suppose so.
And then I would be clear.
Clear, Mr. President?
In fact, perhaps we could do more with this gift than we're planning to, Mrs. Bomford, in a political way, I mean. How about a parade?
Sir?
Yes, I can see a parade very clearly in all this. We can get the Army and Navy to furnish some music. We can call out a regiment or so of troops, put that lion in his cage on a wagon, and put the kids from the two orphanages in two wagons or more, perhaps on hay, like in a hayride.
Mr. Jackson, what are you saying?
You'd love parades, and I could put a big sign on the side of that lion's cage. Mamoon Bashaw, gift of Andrew Jackson to Washington City Orphanage Protestant and St. Vincent Orphanage Catholic. Then we could roll that cage right past the Capitol as the senators come out, the band's playing, you know.
But, Mr. President, could anyone see the lion through the sign?
Well, I'm not trying to show the lion. I'm trying to show the sign.
Why, Mr. President?
Oh, politics, I suppose. Forget it, Mrs. Bumford. I'm just being a politician. I guess I ought to sit back down here and become president again. But I do love politics.
Don't you think, Mr. President, that politics makes us sort of comical sometimes?
Well, yes, I suppose.
It doesn't permit us to take our government seriously, does it?
Well, I tell you, ma'am, it tends to keep us from doing that, but I'm not so sure we ought to go around with the weight of government seen in the furrows of our brows. After all, this is a cumbersome system we've got here, and this or any democracy. All the checks and double checks and balances and passing around the problems.
Yes, but...
If we didn't smile sometimes, it might get to look stupid. Might start looking as if we needed a more simple system, one not so cumbersome.
Well, there's a little something to that, I suppose, Mr. President.
Might seem like we need a smooth operating absolute monarchy, which we don't want over here. Then I found that sometimes we laugh at what we're the fondest of. I've heard people laugh at our political confusion and muddiness, but it was an affectionate sort of laugh, as if to say, this is ours and we love it. Well, I'll be happy to give this lion to the 2 orphanages, Mrs. Bumford.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And then perhaps the United States government can get back to normal.
Just listen.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's addressed to me, Consul Tangier.
Yes, sir.
Dear sir, we are pleased to notify you that the lion you accepted on the President's behalf some time ago has been disposed of in the most practical way possible. You are to be complimented on your initiative as displayed in this particular matter.
Excellent, sir.
But you are again reminded of the State Department rule to avoid accepting any gift, no matter how delicate the situation. Van Buren, Secretary of State.
Yes, sir.
I tell you, clerk, make a copy of this and file one under citation and the other under reprimand.
One might think that this is the end of the story of the federal lion, but not quite so, because President Jackson gave some more thought to the orphanage proposal.
Give a lion to some kids like that? What if one of them gets too close to him? What if he bites one of them? Kids can't play with lions. He's not a kitty cat, you know. Be terrible for the little kid. Be bad publicity, too. No, I think the thing to do is to sell him and then let the orphanages take the money and buy ponies or something else that kids can afford to fool around with. Kids could ride around on ponies all right. Orphanages ought to have some ponies around the place. Don't you think ponies would be better than a lion?
So President Jackson ordered the lion to be sold at auction. And Mamoun Bashaw was bought by the Boston Menagerie Company for the surprisingly high price of $3,350. But then one would expect a federal lion to have a high price, wouldn't he? But even this is not the end of the story.
A lion, John?
A lion. I bought that lion. See him out there in the court?
You bought a lion?
Not just a lion, honey. I bought that lion. Look at him. Look at that head on him. I own him, honey. We own him.
Why, John?
I'm going to put him on display here at the inn. In this cage, right out there. You see, people are already gathering. Now, you watch and see. A percentage of those people will be in here directly to talk about that lion, one to another and to me. See, they're talking now. Then one of them will say, why don't we continue our conversation over a mug of ale? Get out the mugs, honey.
But, John...
I'll have to put an ad in the papers, or perhaps he can advertise himself.
Yes.
The Fountain Inn has a lion. Come and see him and have a drink.
And so the federal lion became, in a sense, an assistant bartender, and undoubtedly lived a happy life in a world of beer, ale, wine, laughter, and song. And that's the end of the story. American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, produced by the Communication Center of the University of North Carolina. American Adventure is a study of man in the New World, his values and his characteristics, who he is, what he believes. The series is made possible by the National Association of Educational Broadcasters and the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. In The Federal Lion, John Ely was Jackson, Fred Young was Secretary Van Buren, Charles Hadley was the consul at Tangiers, and Dorothy O'Sullivan was Mrs. Bomford. The entire cast was composed of students, faculty members, and townspeople of the University of North Carolina community. American Adventure is produced and recorded on the campus at Chapel Hill.
Next Thursday night, NBC invites you to hear a story about George Washington Carver on American Adventure.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
American Adventure. The University of North Carolina presents American Adventure. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, American Adventure is produced and recorded by the Communication Center of the University of North Carolina. Earl Wynn, director. Our story tonight is about George Washington Carver, the Negro scientist and teacher, whose hobby was painting and whose life was a work of art. The story takes place in a Midwestern city, and young George Carver was operating a laundry to support himself. Some say the story we tell about him is true, but we prefer to think of it as a legend. But the man was true and straight and tall.
George, you know what day this is? It's the 1st. That's right. Do you have the $5 for the payment?
Well, let's see. I got $2 in bills, and I got some change. Let's see here. $3, $4, and this here makes 60, and this 30 from Miss Thompson makes $4.90.
Well, you're 10 cents short.
Well, I thought that's what it was.
Well, why didn't you charge that last customer 40 cents instead of 30?
She didn't have 40 cents worth of laundry.
George, look here. You got to pay $5 a month on this house or lose it. And today is the day you pay. When that old man comes around...
Don't fret. Don't fret yourself, Petrie. My, you do get worried.
Well, work it out yourself, then.
The old man told me when I bought this little house that if I couldn't meet a payment, I could make it up. I've done that before.
Here's a dime to go with the $4.90, George.
Now, Petrie.
Take the dime in exchange for the sermon.
I'll pay you back this afternoon.
I know you will. But you the poorest businessman I ever saw.
No, that isn't so. I got this house and a lot worth something now. Town's moving this way.
Well, now, that's a fact I admit.
Worth far more now than when I bought it. Or so Mr. Davis says.
Well, who's he?
He's one of my customers. He says that this lot's going to be worth big money before long.
So? More reason for you to keep up them payments.
Well, I'm keeping them up. Now, don't fret yourself. Here. Help me get this bucket of water on the stove, will you?
Sure.
There, then let it heat while I iron these clothes.
Well, I gotta go, George. I'm sorry to bother you so much anyway.
No bother, Petrie.
When you get as old as me, can't find a job, you have to depend on your boys. Well, time gets heavy.
I'm happy to have you come by. When you gonna Let me teach you how to read.
Nobody could teach me nothing. I was telling Florence the other day that when she married me, she sure married... Holy. There's the old man, George.
Why, good morning, sir. I have your $5 payment right here. Let me see, where did I put that dime? Petrie, where's that dime?
I'll give it to you a minute ago.
Oh, yes, here it is. There you are, sir. $5.
Let me see. 2, 3, change makes 50 cents, 75, $1. That's $4, and this makes $5. All right, George.
Would you make out a receipt, sir?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. You got a piece of paper?
Here you are.
From George Carver, $5. What's the date, 14th?
Yes, sir.
All right there.
Thank you.
George, I got a question about this property. I got another lot about 2 blocks from here.
Yes, sir.
A lot about this size, or maybe bigger.
Yes, sir. I don't need any more land, sir.
No, but I was wondering if you would consent to my moving this house to that lot and then taking over this one myself.
Sir?
It's not so complicated, George.
Well, I'd like to do you a favor, but why move my laundry? I'm established here.
Well, you can soon get established those extra 2 blocks.
Is it nearer to town?
Well, it's only 2 blocks further. You can carry the laundry 2 more blocks, can't you?
Yes, sir, I can, sir, but
Good Lord, I always thought a man was willing to work.
Yes, sir, I work.
Wouldn't put you out much. Frankly, I'm sorry I sold you this house and lot. I wouldn't have done it except I thought I could do you a favor.
Yes, sir.
So now I'm asking you to do me one, that's all. What do you say?
Well, I say no.
Petrie, now.
That's what it says, no.
Who's that?
He's a man that comes in here to talk to me.
I'm talking business to you, not to him.
George says no.
Now, you be quiet.
George, tell him no.
I think I'll have to tell you no, sir. I really do. In all fairness to myself.
Think it over, George. Don't be hasty.
What do you think about that now? Move a house to another lot. As if we didn't know that this lot has got valuable since he done sold it. Thinks we got no sense at all.
Be quiet, Petrie.
Doing you a favor when they sold it, he said.
Well, I was glad to get it, I'll admit. And he let me buy a couple of months without paying it. I gotta respect that.
You better listen to me, boy.
I know. Business is business.
You don't know, neither. Give away this. Do laundry for nothing. Spend long hours adding up figures for a storekeeper, somebody you never even seen before. Anybody could come in here and you do anything for him and charge nothing.
Look, Petrie, I know how to read and write. Now, look here. That's something a man ought to share with everybody. Because some people haven't had the chance.
You didn't have that chance either. Oh, I'm sorry I had to butt in when I did, Joe.
Don't worry about it, Petrie. I know where your feeling is. Don't worry about little things like that.
See, George, tomorrow's my birthday.
Oh, is it? Well, I'll get you a present.
No, you won't either, and I mean it. But I wonder if when I get through dinner tomorrow night, I couldn't bring you a piece of my birthday cake. Florence is fixing one.
I ain't had a cake in quite a spell, Petrie.
Well, then, I just bring it around, George. Goodbye, son. Florence said it won't any good, but I don't know how a woman judges a cake. They talk about it, how it stands or sits, or how the grain looks. I don't know that she ever even tasted it before she said it won't no good.
It's good.
Sure it is. She's a good woman. You got all this laundry to do tonight?
I'm going to wash it out so I can iron it tomorrow.
Did you hear any more from the old man about that lot? George, I said, did you hear any more about that lot?
Well, I did, yes.
You did?
The old man came back this morning. Said he wondered if I'd thought it over.
Well, I declare. George, you're going to have trouble with that man.
I don't think so.
What did he say?
He just talked. He wanted to know if I'd changed my mind.
You got somebody that wants to buy that land, I want you.
I didn't ask him about that.
What did you say?
I told him I didn't want to sell particularly or trade or whatever he wants to do. He said he might pay me something in addition.
Yeah?
I told him no.
That's right, George. I told Florence about it.
Why?
I just talked is all. She said not to sell. She said folks around here counting on you, George, 'cause you got education and all. Counting on you not to make no business mistakes.
That's silly.
Is it? No, I'm proud of you, George. So's everybody. You come up from slavery like most of us. You got knowledge and ability, and you work. My, you work. You doing it, ain't you?
I'm doing the best I can. Now, let me put those clothes in the water.
Was your ma a slave, George?
Yes, she was.
Did she work as hard as you?
I don't know. I never saw her. She was carried off by bushwhackers in the war. Mr. Carver, our owner, lived in Missouri.
I see. How about your pa?
I never knew who he was.
You see there? Up from nothing, George, to owning a valuable piece of land, knowing how to read and write and paint pictures, knowing how to sing from print. Oh, everybody around is naturally looking for you to show the way.
Now, stop talking like that, Petrie. People ain't got no right to expect me to show a way to anything. Who am I? Now, let's not talk no more about this. After all, I got a right to this land. I'm paid up, and I'm not going to give it away or do anything foolish, Petrie. Now, smile.
I wonder if you can help yourself, George.
Oh, look here, the old man probably ain't going to ever come back no more. Smile, Petrie. Smile.
Now, George, I've been here. This is the third morning.
Yes, sir. Excuse me. Petrie, would you put some more wood in that stove for me?
All right, Joe.
Yes, sir.
I've been here 3 times now for your answer about that lot.
Yes, sir. Well, I don't want to bother you, sir, but I can't see any reason to move.
George, look here. Let me tell you something. I'm not aiming to get mad now or lose my temper. I'm going to try to make this as clear as I can. I want this lot. Now, I'm offering to pay you a little something for your inconvenience. Now, we all have to live on this earth together, and as we help one another, we help ourselves. Ain't that so?
Yes, sir. And very well said.
Now, I'm asking a favor of you, one not easy to ask. I'm asking you for the 3rd time now, will you swap lots with me or not?
Well, sir, this lot is fairly valuable now.
What?
I said it's fairly valuable, I'm told by some friends, sir. The town is moving this way.
Well, that's something to be seen, of course.
That's my opinion, at any rate. I've thought over your proposition. I want to help you as much as I can, but I'm not going to trade lots with you, so my answer is no.
Now, George, I'm a businessman. I'm trying to put this on a business basis.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking you one more time.
George has answered you, sir.
Stay out of this, Petrie.
I'm asking you this one last time, George.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm clear in my own thinking, not so.
Well, look here. I reckon you know I can take this lot away from you if I want to.
I have a written agreement.
Yes, you do, and it says you to pay me $5 a month. Have you done it?
I missed a month or 2, as you said I could, and made it up.
Does the paper say you could miss payments?
You said I could.
What does the paper say?
What do you mean?
Tell me what the agreement says.
It says $5 a month.
Have you done it?
But you said...
Have you done it?
Well, I've done what you said I could when I signed. I said that I might not be able to pay every month, and
Have you done it?
No, I ain't done it.
That's what the paper says you have to do. You've broken it. Now, George, I'm going to be kind to you because I think you're a good nigger. I'll still make my offer to trade lots with you and move this little house without costing you anything. And what do you say, George?
I reckon...
You better think this over, George.
Yes, I would like to think it over.
Think it over. I'll come back one more time.
Petrie?
Yeah?
You're right about that man.
I know I am. Have known.
I had a good deal of hope, you know. I had a long way to come to get where I am. like you said.
Yeah, I know.
Petrie,
Yeah?
would you help me move that easel up here to where the light is?
Sure.
I gotta paint on that new picture a while, Petrie. I gotta get my mind on something before I get to thinking too much.
Florence sent this sauerkraut down to you, boy.
Huh?
Yeah, you better eat something.
Oh, no, thank you.
Did the old man come back?
Not this afternoon. Would you help me move this easel back to the lantern near the stove?
Sure.
Watch it there. Don't let the brush fall.
Hey, you done a lot of work on that picture today.
Yes, I do believe that this time I'm going to be able to paint that flower. I've been trying for years to paint an orchid, but it's got to look shy, as if it's afraid to boast of its own beauty. And it's hard to get just the right shade of delicacy to it. But I think I'm going to make it this time, Petrie.
Oh, it's pretty. Hey, that picture looks just like a flower.
I haven't seen an orchid in quite a while now. But I must have a memory better than most folks.
Yeah, you do.
I can remember flowers and faces, words, scenes, pretty and ugly. I remember many an ugly thing.
Yeah, I reckon you would, George.
I remember some nice things. I remember Mrs. Carver, one of the Lord's own. Oh, my, she was a fine person. I remember how she would make fish chowder. Mr. Carver would go down the brook and catch a brim and bring 'em back. Small fish, bony, you know. If it hadn't been for Mr. and Mrs. Carver.
Yeah. Hey, you want me to put the sauerkraut on a dish for you?
Oh, I'm not hungry, Petrie.
Have you ate?
No.
Well, here, eat it out of the bowl.
No, I don't want to eat.
What am I going to tell Florence you said about it?
Well...
You don't want me to lie, do you, Joe?
No. Let me have a fork and I'll eat it.
Here you are, boy.
Miss Carver would make sauerkraut, too, sometimes, in the wintertime. Well, this is very good, Petrie.
I'll tell Florence.
This is awful good. I gotta hurry up and finish, though, and get back to that picture.
George, tell me. Tell me something.
Yeah?
You gonna let this place go?
I don't know.
You could get a lawyer. I know a colored lawyer.
Yeah, I could.
Fight the old man in court. It costs money. I got very little, but...
That's very good sauerkraut.
George, listen now. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna finish that picture. I ought to do the laundry, but I just can't take a chance on that. When I paint, I'm concentrating, you see, and I'm thinking about something beautiful. It isn't like doing laundry.
George, if you were to have your wishes, any wish you wanted right now, this minute, what would it be?
To paint that picture of an orchid.
Is that what you want to be? A painter?
Yes, more than anything.
Is that what you're going to do before you're done?
I got that in my mind. And I also got in my mind that I ought to go to the South and help my people.
Doing what?
Well, there are many things they don't know. But then there's so much that I don't know that I ought to. I remember so much. But I don't understand all of it, you see.
Why don't you go back to school?
I'd like to. Someday I will. I'd hope that maybe... Look, let's not talk about it anymore. I want to paint this picture.
But what are you going to tell the old man?
I don't know. I'm not going to think about it anymore.
George.
I just can't understand. I could think about it for a year and not be able to understand. It would just get bitter and more bitter and not be any clearer in 5 years than right now. I'm not going to let myself hate him, though. But when I think of all that I could do with the money this lot is worth, the people who need help, people who have helped me, I get angry. You've never seen me angry, have you?
No, I haven't, Joe.
I hope I won't get angry tomorrow. Somehow God has to help me to keep from it. I've got to keep from hating him. If I hate him, I'm lost. I'm through. Everything is lost. I can't let this ruin me.
I don't fully understand you, George.
Well, that's why I'm painting this picture. And I've had it in my mind for months. It's the best picture I can do. And I've got to work on it. Not let this other thing bother me.
Hello, George.
Hello, sir.
What you doing?
I was just looking at a picture I finished earlier this morning. A painting.
Oh. Well, what do you think about the lot, George?
I think that you should follow what you told me and let me keep the lot, even if I've broken the written agreement.
No, I can't do that.
I'm asking you to...
Now, look here. Now, look here.
This means as much to me as I imagine it could ever mean to anybody, anywhere, any time. I've got very little chance.
No, I want the lot. Never would have sold it if I'd known the town was moving this way. Now, what do you say?
I say this lot belongs to me by any study of what's right and wrong.
What does the agreement say?
Justice says that...
I'm just interested in what the agreement says. I didn't come down here for such as you to give me a sermon. I get my sermons on Sunday.
I see, sir.
Then remember it.
Remember, yes, remember. I remember 1,000 other times in 1,000 places in this and other states. There are 100,000 things I can remember that crowd my mind with hate. I guess I just don't understand how people can be like they are if they believe there's a God in heaven. He's watching you, sir.
Huh?
He's watching you right now in this place. The God that's justice and beauty is watching you.
What do you say about the lot, George?
Take it. What else can I say?
You want to sign this here paper, George, right here?
No, I don't. Just take the lot.
George, I'm going to take this lot. Now, if you sign the paper, I'll move your house to another lot and let you have that one. It's something I'm doing for you. I don't like to be mean in business dealings, never have had any patience with people like that, God being my witness. I want to be fair. Now, you'd better sign the paper.
No, sir.
I'm not coming back, George. The next time you hear from me will be a court order throwing you out in the street.
All right. Then I'll set up my tub, my washboard, and my ironing board up in the street. When my customers come by, I'll tell them what's happened.
And I'll have the police move you in 5 minutes. Now, stop talking big.
You better stop talking, George. Get a lawyer or just stop talking.
So you're planning to get a lawyer, are you? Well, go ahead. I've seen your kind in court before. Now, you can't bluff me, George. I got a paper that's been broken. But if you want to go to court...
Petrie, what am I going to do?
I'm offering you another lot, and I'll move your house. Just sign here on that line. Here's a pencil.
George Washington Carver. There you are, sir. I had no choice.
Well, sometimes a man can fight, and sometimes he can't. I'll get the house moved directly.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going?
Excuse me, I believe I'd better start painting on another picture, if you don't mind. Let me move this one off the table. Give me that canvas there, Petrie.
Yeah, George.
Say, this is real pretty. What you done painted here? A geranium, ain't it?
No, sir, it's an orchid.
Pretty as I ever saw. You're quite a painter, George. My wife grew flowers before she died. I never had much truck with them. She grew all kinds. She'd have gone plumb crazy over a picture like this.
I'm glad you like it, sir.
Well, I got a place in my house in a room she used for arranging flowers. Got a fireplace in there. And a picture like this could hang over the mantel. Be pretty.
Yes, sir.
It's an awful bare room now without her. How much you want for it, George?
I tell you what, sir. I'd be pleased if you would... It's not for sale.
Oh, you can use some money. How much, George?
I never sell a picture, never have. Sometimes when a person likes one, I can't sell it.
Not at all?
No, sir. But I'd like to give you the picture as a present.
What?
I'd like to give you the picture as a present.
Well, George, I'd rather pay.
No, it isn't for sale. Here, I reckon it's dry enough to carry. This is the best picture I ever painted.
Now, look here. What are you trying to do? I can't accept a present from you. I insist on paying.
No, it's not for sale. Here you are, sir. I'd like to give it to you as a present.
But I'd rather pay.
I'm sorry, sir, but it's not for sale. I'd like to give it to you.
Well, you know your own mind. I got the paper signed, so I'll just hurry along. I'll see you, George.
Yes, sir.
George, You make me so mad I can take a piece of stove wood and beat you nigh to death.
You ought to learn to hold your temper, Petrie.
Jesus said, cast no pearls before swine, and you done it.
I know, Petrie. Don't I know that?
Why? Good Lord, why, George?
Because I felt myself beginning to hate him, so I just had to do it. I can't let any man make me hate him. I can't afford to do that. Jesus would understand that, wouldn't he?
American Adventure. The University of North Carolina presents American Adventure. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, American Adventure is produced and recorded by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina. Earl Wynn, director. There are those who will tell you that the trial of John Zenger was a simple matter concerning freedom of the press. It was no simple matter, not in its day. Not when we leave out 20th century vantage point and go to the New York City of 1734, when there was a brush field just east of the present Broadway, where quail were killed in autumn. The New York City of 10,000 people, of whom 1,700 were Negro slaves. A place of small shops and stores. A village place. We will take you there and seek out the story. Going now to two lawyers who hurry along a dirt street. Rushing along, for they have heard that the printer, John Zenger, has been arrested by the British governor. And Zenger is a friend.
I'll get the door. We came as soon as we heard, Mrs. Zenger.
They took John away.
Just tell us exactly what happened, Mrs. Zenger. We'll do all we can. We'll be sure of it.
Perhaps you've done enough already. It was you that got my husband in jail, Mr. Alexander. You and Mr. Morris, and Mr. Morris, Jr., and you, Mr. Smith. I and Mr. Colden, with your talk of freedom.
Now, Mrs. Zenger.
And at the times I've been at the door when you and John were in here talking, you'd say the price of freedom is high, John. And he'd say, yes, and worth the price. But you never told him it would all lead to this.
Your husband knew the danger of opposing the governor, Mrs. Zenger. It's the same danger here as it was in Europe. There's no law involved. Governor Cosby cares nothing for the law.
Don't get her more excited, Alexander.
Your husband wasn't arrested with grand jury indictment. He will not be granted fair bail. He will be tried in a special court which has no precedent or authorization, and by a judge without a legal commission, and by a well-intimidated jury. You call that law? It isn't a question of law. Do you understand?
Get hold of your temper, Alexander.
This is one of those cases where we must do what Andrew Hamilton was great at doing before he retired. Argue the law until you've lost that to the decision of the court. And then go over and put your foot on the low rail at the jury box and talk to them. I never was able to do that. A Scotsman can't hold his temper in an English court anyway.
They say you're the best in New York province, Mr. Alexander.
Well, I'll try, as you know well enough. I'll try desperately. And let's face the simple fact that there is no law to be used to our advantage in this case. Those who will interpret the law are on the other side and are as desperate as we. And they also believe they are right, just as much as we do. They wouldn't permit Smith or me to see or send word to John's cell. We finally obtained a court order which permitted his wife and servants to visit him. His bail was set at 10 times his value, more than was fair and more than John would permit anybody to lend him. So he remained in jail. In every way he could, the governor reminded us that we occupied a dangerous position.
Oh, I know you expected to gain public approval of your continual challenging of this court, Mr. Alexander. But
I have entered an exception as to your commission, Your Honor. And if that commission is in order...
You have forced us into a position where we must sacrifice the court or your services to the court. And so, both you and Mr. Smith are deprived of further opportunity to plead before the King's justice.
And what is the King's justice? Is it here where counsel for the defense is disbarred because counsel is serving the cause of the defendant? Are we to come in America to the Star Chamber that held England in...
Clerk will notify Mr. Zenger that he is without counsel. I appoint young Mr. Sawyer to defend him at request of defendant. Come in, Alexander. I've been expecting you.
I thought I would find you here, hanging up your wig, putting your law books in their proper order, taking off your robe. Then you'll go home, won't you, Delancey? Greet your wife and say, well, it was a pleasant day today, for I had the pleasure of disbarring 2 lawyers, both of whom have devoted their lives to the law.
It was no pleasure at all, Alexander. I respect both you and Smith.
You've shown a poor way to show it.
Sit down, Alexander. Perhaps I can explain.
Explain your reasons for opposing the people.
I've taken no stand against the people. A man has no right under the law to criticize legal government.
Has a man the right to fair bail or to defense to counsel and to a fair trial?
I have perhaps taken drastic action in this Zenger case, but for a reason. His challenge to authority is a real danger to law and order. And if I have set aside some of Zenger's legal rights, it is because I must.
You drive me to disgust. Your kind think you were born with the right to rule. You think a king can come out of a woman's womb and cry like a prince, and so do no wrong, and do as he wishes. And what if the people have won some rights and privileges? Why, let them have the rights until it's time to deprive them of them. Well, God save such kings and kings' men, I say.
Keep a civil tongue in your head.
I will, just as you keep the law in your court. And while I'm talking, let me tell you this, Delancey. Before there was government, there were people. Do you believe that?
Of course I believe the
people made government. Government did not breathe into people one spark of life or one breath of courage. People came first. And the question before us is, if the people have the right to criticize government officials who exercise the people's power in the people's service and supposedly for the people's benefit.
I see. And so I've heard before.
Tell me, to whom is Governor Cosby responsible?
To the king, I should say.
God save the king. He's busy this afternoon. And to whom is the king responsible?
Well, not to this German printer, I assure you of that.
Why isn't the king responsible in any way to the people who gave him his power? By gift or theft, in either case, the people have grounds to demand an accounting for the use of it. And that's what John Zenger has demanded. And that's why he's in jail. And it's because the whole structure of your authority is at stake in this matter that you're so much afraid that even you will set aside law and fairness and your conscience. Isn't it, Delancey?
I've heard enough of your Scotch talk, Alexander.
Do you know why I came over to this country, Delancey?
I've heard said that the king had a great dislike for you.
That's but half the reason.
Oh? And what composed the rest of it?
I had a great dislike for him. And now be damned if you are planning to bring a Star Chamber over here. Delancey, America is man's big chance. There is a wide, wide ocean between us and the old way. And we're going to take this new world and start over. Do you hear? This is the people's side of the Atlantic, and the people are going to govern it.
Since when have people known what is best for them?
Since when have kings cared what is best for them?
Will people decide a question on its merits, or will they take the easy way out?
They will do both. But they'll have their own best interests more at heart than the king's governors.
And as a first step towards this remarkable government, you advocate freedom for men who own presses to print as they will?
If they will, to print the truth.
And is it necessary that these printers be men of breeding, of education? May they have criminal records? Will it become to them a rich and lush business, this legal blackmail of public officials?
Oh, to be sure. There will be editors who will sell themselves for 30 pieces of silver, paid in pennies on a street corner, just as there are governors who will do the same, though at a bigger charge for the service and in a palace. But eventually, the people will decide between one editor and another, between truth and half-truth, between honesty and deceit.
And what possible background have the people for making such decisions?
Why, they have as good a background for it as somebody who was made a ruler because his father had a father who had a father who had a father who knew or was or killed a king.
I have heard of faith in the people, Alexander. But I have never been eye to eye with blinder faith than yours. Come over to the window here, and I'll give you my reasons for opposing you and John Zenger.
What are they?
They're people, and they're right out there on the streets of New York. Dutch, German, Belgians, French, Danes, English, Irish, Scotch, Italians, Spaniards, Negro slaves, preachers, grocers, illiterates, cowards, idiots, soldiers, rich men, paupers, prostitutes, thieves, Quakers, Jews, Lutherans. And down on the waterfront you'll find a murderer or two, I expect. And any number of people here can be bought for less than the proverbial 30 pieces of silver. You might start with half a crown. These are my facts out there. These people are my arguments. Some of them good, some bad, some likable, some unlikable. But I have passed that adolescent stage when I gloried in the words of your Andrew Hamilton and of you other Scotch lawyers. I have come to face the simple reality that paces the street outside my office. Are we to give the new world over to them? Why, I accept God by faith, for to ask proof is absurd by definition, but I do not have to take the people by faith. I see them, I know them, and I tell you I do not have faith in them as a body to govern wisely or well.
And so, you will sacrifice John Zenger to save the people from themselves.
If I must, yes, I will sacrifice my own life.
'Tis a noble motivation, Delancey. And I'm pleased to say I'll be around to see you fail at it.
You'll not plead in my courtroom, Alexander.
No, but the people will have a jury there. Good afternoon. I'll see you at the trial.
One moment, Alexander. What is your answer to my arguments? Why do you avoid debating with me on this score?
I'm not concerned with changing your views. I can see that is a task to require more than an afternoon. It may take a lifetime. There are honest men who hold your view just as honest men hold mine. And so there always will be. Honest men on either side of this question on any issue that is raised. It is not your opinion that bothers me, but your tactics, my friend. And God help you and anybody in America who would deprive a citizen of his rights. As I walked home from Delancey's office, I realized that my whole body was trembling. My energy and confidence were spent. Now, as the people passed me, my mind was confused. Delancey's words worried me. This whole business of believing in people, it has its moments of doubt. Why, Mrs. Hunt, what in the world do you want with those cats?
Mr. Alexander, I don't know. But 8 months ago when they were kittens, you remember how playful they were? And I couldn't bring myself to part with one of them. So now I've got 7 cats.
That's more than enough, I should say.
Yes, and the worst part of it is there are others on the way. Would you like to have a grown cat, Mr. Alexander?
No, Mrs. Hunt, thank you. But my wife has has a cat.
Oh, how wonderful. Tell me, is it a female?
I took great care to obtain a male.
How smart you were, Mr. Alexander. How very smart you were. James says that the bakery is hardly taking in enough for all those cats and us, too. But still, are you sure you wouldn't want a cat?
If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Hunt, I'll be getting along.
Oh, of course. Oh, by the way, Mr. Alexander, how is Mr. Zenger?
He's thinner, due to the poor food, I understand, but well enough.
I'm worried about him, and so is James. James said last night that he might get put on the jury, and then it might all be lost.
What would be lost?
The bakery. You see, all the rich people buy cakes and pies and breads. Poor people bake their own. And if my husband gets on the jury and the jury finds Mr. Zenger innocent, well, you know what the governor's friends think about Mr. Zenger.
I suppose I understand what you're saying. But the jury is selected by chance, and I have nothing to do with it. Would you excuse me?
But I haven't told you about last night.
What about it?
We have our family prayers at night, you know. James and the children and myself. We pray each of us in our turn. And last night, when it came to me, I mentioned Mr. Zenger to the Lord. And I said, Lord, help John Zenger. And if it be thy will, put James on the jury. But only if it be thy will, Lord. In Jesus' name. And it's the custom at the prayers when a person finishes for the family to say amen. But there was a long pause, and then it was low, but I heard it, and the Lord must have heard it too. For James, he said, amen. Then the children said amen, and it was done. And the Lord knows we're willing. I thought you'd like to know too, Mr. Alexander.
Yes. Yes, Mrs. Hunt. I like to know. Well, the story of John Zenger is well known, for it's taught in schools, which would have pleased him if he'd known. But for those of you who didn't care too much about school, I'll tell you how the trial turned out. We had a time finding a lawyer who was willing to defend John Zenger. You know, they had families and ambitions, or they were busy, or you know. So we went to Philadelphia, Smith and I, for our lawyer. We picked perhaps the best in the whole country, the retired Andrew Hamilton. An old man then, bothered with the ailment of age, but willing to return to practice for this precedent-setting case. The old Scotsman used my brief, I'm happy to say, but it did him little good, for Justice Delancey insisted on the rulings of the Star Chamber. So finally, Hamilton hobbled over to the jury box and began talking to the jury. Delancey grew extremely angry.
You may submit your evidence, Mr. Hamilton, and leave the interpretation of the law in the charge to the jury, to the court.
I know that I may, Your Honor, but I also know that I may not choose to do so. And now suppose, gentlemen of the jury, we talk about what's at stake in this case. Just the 13 of us. Let's decide how we in America want to interpret the laws about libel.
When the jury had been out for some time, I sneaked over and sat down beside Mrs. Hunt.
Why, good afternoon, Mr. Alexander.
Hello, Mrs. Hunt. Looks like your prayer was heard.
So it was. Well, if it was the Lord's will, then it'll be the Lord that will take care of us. And I do think John Zenger has a good chance of being found innocent after that fine speech in his favor.
It's going to be a difficult decision for a jury to make. They'll be criticized, perhaps chastised, if they find Zenger innocent, and the judge has already...
There they are, Mr. Alexander.
There's the jury coming in, you see.
Took them a long time enough to come to terms, didn't it?
Not so long. Your husband's at the front. He's the chairman, you know.
Looks so good standing there, doesn't he?
Yes, I suppose so.
I always said James was the best-looking one of the Hunt boys. Only one that took after his father in looks. Better businessman than either of his brothers, too. Except maybe for today.
Prisoner will rise and face the jury.
And so John Zenger rose and faced his jury. The moment seemed to stop expectantly. Delancey leaned forward. The Attorney General ceased gathering up the notes of his case. Andrew Hamilton waited tensely, for experience gives little definite clue to the decision of the juries. John Zenger appeared to be calm, but I noticed that his hands were clenched. His wife was crying. The jurymen were looking straight ahead to a man. The Dutch and Irish and Englishmen, who were the 12 good men and true. The people in the courtroom were absolutely silent. And outside the courtroom, people were waiting. People throughout the province. People even in England were waiting. Some in hope, some in fear.
How does the jury find the defendant? Guilty or no?
No, not guilty. I've never seen
And so with these words, it became possible for an American to criticize his government. And the baker lost his bakery. That afternoon there was rejoicing in New York City. The guns in the harbor gave Andrew Hamilton a salute. And he and our party went to the Black Horse Tavern, the favorite spot in New York at the time. Even Mrs. Zenger and John and the children were there, and we praised Hamilton and we praised each other. And then we asked for a toast from John Zenger himself. John rose slowly from his chair.
The governor says I'm a man of too many words. I am a man of one word, and she is freedom. From 9 months in prison, I give you freedom. From my years of life on this earth in the old country, and my years here, I give you my goddess, and I tell you, honor her, and she will reward you as she has me. Honor her not, and she will leave you. Guard her, or she will be stolen. Worship her, or she will be taken from you. And then you will say, I want freedom back again, and you will go to find her. She is easily lost, and she is easily sought, but it is not easy to find her. My friends of America, I give you freedom.
American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, produced by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina. American Adventure is a study of man in the New World, his values and his characteristics, who he is, what he believes. The series is made possible by the National Association of Educational Broadcasters and the Fund for Adult Education, an independent agency established by the Ford Foundation. In the Zenger Trial, Alexander was played by Earl Wen, Mrs. Zenger by Gail Ely, Smith by Charles Kuralt, the English Judge Delancey by John Ely, Mrs. Hunt by Joe Gershevsky, and John Zenger by John Bonnet. Carl Castle speaking. American Adventure is produced and recorded by the University of North Carolina on the campus at Chapel Hill.
Next Thursday night, NBC invites you to hear the story of Thomas Wolfe on American Adventure.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
This is American Adventure, a dramatic study of man in the New World, written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, produced and recorded in Chapel Hill by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina, Earl Wynn, director. Tonight's American Adventure story deals with the American novelist Thomas Wolfe, a tall man with huge hands, a man who remembered everything. We call the story An Unfound Door.
Koch. Koch.
Coming. What is it? Who's out there?
Prof.
Tom Wolfe. What are you doing here at 2 in the morning?
I've got to see you, Prof. I've got to see you.
But I was asleep, Tom.
Yes, sir. Can I talk to you, Prof?
Come on into the living room and sit down. Excuse me a minute while I get this fire started.
Oh, forget the fire. I won't be here long, Prof. Just a minute. But it had to be now.
All right. Sit down. We'll freeze together.
I get worried about something, and I can't stop worrying about it.
Really important, Tom?
I was called to the dean's office this afternoon.
You're not in trouble, surely?
Not with the university. With myself. The dean said the Bingham Military School. You know where that is?
The one in Asheville?
That's right. They need an English teacher. The dean said he had suggested me.
Well, it's a little early in the morning for deep thinking, Tom. But on the surface, I still can't see any reason for knocking down my door at 2 a.m. in the morning.
I wrote my folks and told them I'd take the job.
Tom Wolfe, how tall are you?
6 feet 7 inches.
If you don't tell me why you got me out of bed at this unearthly hour, and tell me simply, I'm going to take all 6.5 feet of you and throw you out of this house.
But how can I tell you simply? It isn't simple. It's a matter of my life, and my life isn't simple.
All right. Be as complex as you like, while I freeze to death.
I'm sorry, Prof. My dreams are too big. That's my trouble. They're all out of size.
What dreams?
Of writing, being famous, hearing words I've written spoken on the stage, see them in print. Like a boy dreams of being a cop, I guess.
But you're not a boy, Tom. You're big and rustic. Big men should dream big dreams.
Oh, you can dream a dream for 1,000 years and still not have anything in your hand to show for it.
Uh-huh. What does this job in Asheville have to do with all this?
If I take the job, I'll never write. You and the other professors here, the ones who've taken an interest in me, you've opened up the future, expanded it with visions, proclaimed it for youth, and I'm young. I feel the future right here, beating with my pulse. I have to say it, whatever it is. I have to put youth down in writing. If I take this job, Prof, I'll lose my visions, lose my youth. I don't want ever to be cynical. Look, Prof, I think I can write. Down inside me, I'm almost sure I have to write, even to live. But I have to learn more, don't I?
So do we all, Tom.
You mentioned once that a Professor Baker at Harvard had the best writing course in the country. Remember that?
Best there is. He's an old professor of mine.
Since you said that, I've thought about going to Harvard and taking that course.
I see.
It won't be easy to go. Won't be easy to get into Harvard, will it?
Baker has a limited class of 12 students a year, Tom.
Prof, I have to go. I can't take this job in Asheville. Tell me I can write, Prof. Tell me I have to. Tell me to go to Harvard. Tell me I have to fight to go to Harvard when I get home.
Tom, you would overwhelm an oak tree. You're asking me to ask you to risk your whole life, to gamble with it. And I will. I think you've got what it takes, although I'm not sure exactly what it is. If you put your soul in it, Tom...
My soul is in it now, Prof. Koch.
Tom Wolfe. How are you, boy?
Oh, hello, Mr.
Coker. Don't you remember? Used to live in the house next to your mother's boarding house.
Oh, yes.
How are you, boy? Here, take a... Almost offered you a cigar. Here, you're a little more than a kid, are you?
Well, I'm 18.
Say, Tom, I heard some great things about you. Being editor of the school magazine and newspaper. Big man on the campus, huh?
I'm tall enough to be big. That's about all.
Your mother sure is proud of you, Tom. Proudest woman in Buncombe County. Says you're going to amount to something.
I intend to, Mr. Coker.
How's that?
I intend to amount to a great deal.
Oh, you don't say. Remember when I was a boy, I sort of thought I would, too. But here I am, 54, and I'm still on the road. A good job, mind you, but...
I didn't mean to sound egotistical, Mr. Coker.
Oh, that's all right. I understand about youth. Just don't get your hopes too high, Tom. Leaves too much room under you when you fall.
Mrs. Wolfe, did I get any mail this afternoon?
If you did, Mrs. Culberson, it's on the table in the hall. Now, scat out of my way.
Pretty nice about Tom getting that offer from being a military school, isn't it?
I dare say it's no more than my Tom deserves.
It'd be good to have him back home, won't it?
And did you think it wouldn't?
Well, no, I didn't think at all.
Well, I'll believe that. Here, move.
Hey, Mrs. Wolfe, Mrs. Wolfe.
Hello, what's that? You'll have to stop yelling or pay your room rent, Mrs. Taylor.
Mrs. Wolfe, your youngest son is home. All 7 feet of him just pushing open the gate.
Oh, well, you know he'd be back just when I didn't have time to turn around. Mrs. Culbertson, watch the meeting.
Hey, Ma.
In here, Tom. Oh, Lord, I got biscuit dough all over me.
In the kitchen as usual, are you? Yes, so you are.
Tom Wolfe. Now put down them heavy bags before you break your back.
How are you, Ma?
Oh, good as could be expected after working 16 hours a day. Well, come on, kiss me hello. Now go up and get washed for dinner. Law, I've got to start filling out that frame of yours, Tom. Don't they feed you at that university?
Oh, I haven't lost any weight.
Don't tell me. Go hurry and get washed for supper. And you, Mrs. Taylor.
Me?
Go over to Pack Square and tell Tom's father to come eat. With his hands washed. He's got a college graduate for supper. Here, have this other pork chop, Tom.
Well, thanks, Ma, but...
Take it.
Thanks. How was school this year, son? Well, it
I don't know how I'm going to fill you up. Always did have an appetite. Didn't get you weaned till you were almost 4.
Ma, please.
Your father's responsible for that. He thought you were cute when...
Mother, please.
Oh, I know. You're a college graduate now. But you'll never grow up as far as I'm concerned, Tom. It's good for a mother to have her youngest son at home with her. I'll tell the world that's home to stay, Tom. And don't you ever leave this house again.
Dad, I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Well, come on and pull up a chair. Your mother talks, and I have to come out on the porch to think.
Wanted to thank you for sending me money at Chapel Hill.
Oh, it did for myself as much as for you, I reckon. Oh, finest thing in the world to study. Tom, great literature. There's nothing finer made of gold than that speech in Hamlet. To be and not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind of man to suffer
the first line, Dad, to be or not to be.
Yes, sir, Tom. It's a pretty grouping of words, ain't it?
Dad, I have a chance to be something.
Well, sure you have, son.
Something big. Really big.
Well, of course you have. You have as fine an education as anybody's in Western Carolina. Expecting you to be principal of a school someday, Tom.
Something greater than that, Dad.
Oh, helping people to know things, Tom. That's as great as a man can get.
Not just a school. there are things that must be said to the whole world.
They must be teaching us sight more at the university than I thought for a man to think he knows enough.
I don't know enough, Dad. I want to go back to school.
What? Why, you have a fine job offered you at home.
I want to go to Harvard, Dad.
Harvard? Good Lord, Tom, Harvard? Well, what do you want me to do, sell my business?
I've got a chance to be something, Dad. I've got to take that chance.
Well, I've got other children. You've no right to expect all the money for yourself.
I know you have little enough money, but...
Little enough, Tom. I just don't think I can.
Why, there you are, Mr. Wolfe.
Oh, Lord.
And how does this mountain air seem to you, Tom?
Oh, it's very nice, cool.
Oh, I think I'll take a walk, Tom.
You're not leaving.
I'm not?
I mean, with your son just home and all.
Mrs. Culbertson, by no stretch of biological reasoning could you be my son, so I don't see what difference it makes to you.
Poor man. I feel sorry for your father, Tom.
Sorry for him?
I overheard what you were saying to him. I hope you don't blame me for listening. Get the habit in the boarding house.
Oh, no, it's all right.
I thought I just had to say something, Tom. You know how sick your father is.
I know.
Might not last through the year. Of course, the doctors keep saying that year after year.
It seems like Dad couldn't die. He's so much a part of all the living things I've known here.
But he will, probably this year. And whether that means anything or not, when you decide whether to go away...
Yes, Mrs. Culbertson?
It's really none of my business, is it?
Oh, don't worry about your business, Mrs. Culbertson.
Like I said, I'm only a boarder. But even if you went and borrowed the money for Harvard, Tom, still you'd be walking out on him when he needs you.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Culbertson. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going for a walk myself.
Well, I never. He'll be just like his father, that one.
To be or not to be. To be or not to be. To live or live with the dead. To be or not to be.
Well, good evening, Tom. Train did make it, didn't it?
It must have.
Well, come on down and have a beer with me, Tom.
Not now, sir. Thank you, though. You wouldn't understand, Mr. Coker. Ever could. I don't myself. Nobody could.
Oh, I understand about youth. Just don't get your hopes too high, Tom. Leaves too much room when you fall.
Mr. Coker, he wouldn't understand. Nobody can see the soul of my life. Not even me. Nobody can. Tom, you would overwhelm an oak tree. If you put your soul into your writing, Tom. Big men must have big dreams, Tom. Perhaps Prof understood. Perhaps. But Ma will not. She could not. Dad could never understand.
Even if you went and borrowed the money, Tom, still you'd be walking out on him when he needs you.
Naked and alone. Naked and alone we came into exile. In her dark womb, we did not know our mother's face. From the prison of her flesh have we come into the unspeakable and incommunicable prison of this earth. They could never understand.
Well, Tom Wolfe, on my soul. Good to have you back in town, big fellow.
Thank you, Mr. Cathy. How's the real estate business?
Fine, Tom. Nashville is building up to be a big town someday.
Oh, I hope not, sir.
Well, how's that?
I don't think growth will make Asheville any more beautiful.
Well, it'll sure make my bank account a whole lot prettier, though. Say, your mother told you any more of the town gossip since you've been home?
No, Mr. Cathy.
Well, she will, boy. Never fear. Tell your mother I know a good lot for sale if she wants to know.
Not for money, Tom.
not to be one of the lost men who follow so little, so desperately. There is so much that is important. The narrowest hinge of my hand puts to scorn all machinery. The cow crunching with depressed head surpasses any statue. The mole is miracle enough to stagger infidels. A leaf of grass is greater than wealth or social standing. So much to say. So many people who must be made to hear. So much to say. So much of youth to put in old age now. But not now. Not ever.
Lost. Lost.
Now, Tom, stop right there at that door and tell me where you've been so late.
Ma.
And on your first night at home in months.
You shouldn't have waited up for me.
Oh, don't tell me what I should do. You've been drinking, Tom.
No, I haven't.
Well, what you going to be, like your father?
I haven't had anything to drink, Ma, believe me.
Then stop standing there like a prisoner. Sit down, sit down.
I'd rather go to bed.
Take the rocker.
All right. Now what? Rock our lives away? Sit here and rock?
Oh, I don't know why God ever pestered me with a boy that acts as strange as you do, Tom. Did you have a fight or something?
Fight? With myself.
Now, that's not a sensible way to fight, I'd say. Shouldn't pick out a man as big as you are to...
Stop talking about how tall I am. Hear it everywhere I go. How's the weather up there, mister? Same dumb remark over and over.
Don't get on your high horse around me, Thomas Clayton Wolfe. The university didn't teach you much about manners, did it?
Taught me a lot about myself.
Which I could have done for less money. You don't want to take that teaching job, do you?
Yes, I do.
Don't lie to me.
Then I don't want it. I want to write, Ma.
Why not take the job teaching then? Teaching's easy enough, goodness knows, and write in your spare time. Keep you out of mischief.
Writing with me isn't a pastime, Ma. I don't have time to waste.
18 years old and you don't have time? You're not planning to die before you're 70, are you, Tom?
Don't talk about dying. Don't even tell me there is death. I won't listen. When I'm 30, you can tell me and I'll believe you.
Then you'll have time to...
Not to waste, Ma. There's a world in front of me waiting for me to talk to it. And I don't know what to say exactly. Somehow I don't think I ever will know. Never be able to say clearly just what the world does mean. Or what this house means. Or this street. Or this town. Or you. Or what I mean. But I have to try to say it.
Tom, you just don't make sense.
Not even to myself, Ma. But somewhere there must be an answer. I have to take a chance on finding it, a chance on me, Ma. I've got to.
I guess you'd better go to bed, Tom. Can't make heads or tails of what you're saying.
Let me tell you this before I go to bed.
I've got to get up early tomorrow,
Ma.
son.
Ma. Going down to Chapel Hill last time, I got a cold in my chest.
You didn't write me about
that. The cold
that.
stayed with me. And a week or so ago, I began to cough. At first, a dry cough. Then a rattling, tearing sort of cough, full of phlegm. I became worried. My right lung was sore.
Why, Tom.
One night, I remember, I was in my room, and I started coughing. I put a handkerchief to my mouth. When I drew the handkerchief away, there was a tiny spot of blood on it.
And you didn't write a word. Why, I could have asked the druggist.
I was half sick with horror, Ma, and I started to think about it. I swallowed pneumonia salve at night and rubbed my chest with the stuff. I ate cough drops. The cold got better. The cough subsided. It's gone now. The soreness is gone from my lungs. But that doesn't matter. What does matter more is that I thought and saw the slow, certain advance of the old skeleton with the scythe. I saw the sure destruction, the erasure, and I saw the blotting out of my dreams and poetry. Myself, and I couldn't face it.
Tom.
Maybe I'm foolish not to want to take this job. But I know that in 15 years, I would be a sour, small-town pedant. The power of my youth lost, bitter, blaming everybody for what might have been. I can't kill my soul, Ma. I can't play the game safe and manage to still live.
You're not a boy any longer, are you, Tom? I hardly know you. You spoke to your father?
I told him I wanted to go to Harvard.
What did he say?
That it wasn't fair to the others.
It isn't. But I think if you can gamble with...
fair to him, Ma. He doesn't look any worse, but I heard...
You let the dead bury the dead, Tom.
I couldn't do that, not just for myself.
Well, Lord, he's not going to die anytime soon. I called up the doctor only a few days ago, and he said, well, Mrs. Wolfe, I don't know what to tell you. He's been pronounced dead 50 times, and he's still up and around, and he may outlast all of us.
The doctor said that?
So tomorrow morning you'll tell Colonel Bingham that you can't take the job.
But...
And you'll start getting your things ready for that Harvard.
But, Mama, I don't...
Don't stutter. You always did stutter when you got excited. I don't like it. Don't thank me even. I'll send you the money, but to learn with. Money for learning is a fair swap. And when you start writing those big plays of yours, you can thank me with them. Just write things the way they are, Tom, and you'll thank me.
I couldn't do anything less than that.
And make a success of yourself. Now get to bed. I'll come up in a minute and rub some mustard oil on your chest.
Oh, I'm all right.
Do as I say. And by the way, Tom, where is this Harvard anyway?
It's in Massachusetts. Cambridge, Massachusetts.
My, that's a long way for a boy your age. You'll starve to death in that Yankee country and never knew how to cook.
Good night, Ma.
Good night, Tom.
Why, hello there, Mr. Coker.
Well, Tom Wolfe, where are you going this time?
I'm going up, Mr. Coker.
Oh, is that a fact? You ain't going to New York.
Oh, Father Nat. Going right on to the top.
Just where is that, Tom?
A long way from here, Mr. Coker, but not out of reach.
Well, sit down. Here, Tom, take your pick of one of these cigars.
Thomas Wolfe, born in Asheville, North Carolina in 1900, died at Baltimore September 15th, 1938, after an operation following upon pneumonia. He held a degree from the University of North Carolina and a master's degree from Harvard. He left no great plays, but his books take their places among the greatest ever written by an American. Look Homeward, Angel, Of Time and the River, The Web and the Rock, You Can't Go Home Again, The Hills Beyond. American Adventure is produced by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina. Tonight's story, An Unfound Door, was written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton. The part of Thomas Wolfe was played by John Ely, Professor Frederick Koch by Earl Wynn, and Mrs. Wolfe by Edith Sanford. American Adventure is produced and recorded by the University of North Carolina on the campus at Chapel Hill.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
This is American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, his values and characteristics. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, American Adventure is produced by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina, Earl Wynn, director. Tonight's program is about the famous American Cyrus Field, and is the story of his efforts to lay the Atlantic cable and tie together two continents.
July 23rd, 1865, and the British liner Great Eastern lay with steam up but engine silent off Valentia, Ireland. In her hold, she carried 7,000 tons of submarine telegraph cable and a full supply of coal and food for her long, strange voyage to Newfoundland. The meat supply was, of course, largely alive, but there was hardly a sound from the 500 chickens, 10 bullocks, 1 milk cow, 114 sheep, 20 pigs, 29 geese, and 14 turkeys. Even the animals seemed to have taken on the tension held by the crewmen who stood without speaking, who watched tensely, waited nervously for the beginning of the vast enterprise, the laying of the Atlantic cable. Only one man moved confidently, a man with a beard. He stepped out of the main salon as if he hadn't a care in the world.
Coffee too cold, but it was a fair breakfast set.
Coffee was steaming, Mr. Field.
Good morning, sailor.
Morning, sir.
He was well known, this man, internationally famous for his failures. One of the most dedicated salesmen of all time. Cyrus, the great Cyrus, the American, Cyrus Field.
Have they got the cable spliced to the shore end yet, Mr. Field?
I think so, Captain Anderson.
Well, then, anything you want to say before we begin laying the cable again?
No, thank you. No speeches for me.
I'm nervous, are you?
Oh, things could hardly be better planned than they are, Captain. Cable's been repeatedly checked, machinery's in good
Cyrus,
working...
why don't you say a word of prayer before we start?
I've prayed about this so much, Captain, that I don't think...
Helmsman, Mr. Cyrus Field will now lead us in a word of prayer.
Aye, sir.
Lord, here we are, floating out on the ocean once more, trying to do something which many reasonable men say cannot be done, and looking to you for help in doing it. Now, Captain Anderson and I have come to you concerning this Atlantic cable before, and you didn't see fit to favor us then. And we've looked to ourselves to see what the fault might be. And we've found many faults, and no reason for you to help us. But there are reasons outside Captain Anderson and Mr. Canning and these men and me. We aim to connect two continents with instant communication because we believe better understanding will come between men. Now, if this is a cause which interests you in our behalf, we pledge to give you the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. No doubt about it, Mr. Field.
About what, Captain?
Oh, you're in practice.
There were men in both Europe and America who said that the Atlantic cable could not be laid. At the speed of the ship, the speed at which the cable was unwound, and the depth of the ocean would at some point lose synchronization, so that the cable would be ripped apart. And the cable itself had to be perfect. The weather had to be good. Oh, there were many reasons why it could not be done.
Say there, Mr. Canning.
How's it going?
Everything well. Cable's going through the machinery smoothly.
Has the instrument room reported?
Yes, sir. They're in continuous contact with the island station through the entire length of the cable. If anything happens, they'll know about it soon enough.
It's a beautiful sound, isn't it?
What's that?
The cable. It's a beautiful cable, Mr. Canning. My wife says I'm in love with the Atlantic cable.
Pass the rolls, Mr. Field.
Of course.
This is a right nice supper, Seth.
Men are about to go blind looking at that cable up there, and this is the first day.
What's your speed, Captain?
Started at 3 knots, but we're up to 6.5 now. That'll probably be the peak.
Yes, we can't play out cable faster than that.
How did you ever get into the cable laying business anyway, Cyrus?
Oh, stumbled in, I reckon.
Must have had some reason. Sure isn't any pleasure to be in it.
Oh, I suppose I got tired of hanging up my necktie at the same stop every night.
You what?
When I was 34, Captain Anderson, I had made my fortune, had retired with my wife and family to a beautiful home, to my friends. Not a worry in the world.
Yes?
Well, it started small, but it grew, this feeling. One night, I remember hanging up my necktie on the same stop as 100 nights before. And the fact that it was an expensive necktie didn't relieve the fact that I was doing nothing and going nowhere.
Where are you going now?
To Newfoundland, dragging a cable.
Not drag, Mr. Field. Please don't even mention dragging that cable.
You're a blasted fool, Cyrus.
Perhaps.
Probably lost all your money.
Good percentage of it is down with the lost cables. But when we finish laying this one, I'll be back in business.
What makes you think you can make it this time when you never made it before, Mr. Field?
I have made it before, Seth.
Don't think Seth was along on that trip, Cyrus.
Made it 7 years ago.
Does look like you would have heard about it, though, Seth. The people in America almost went crazy. Celebrations and bands and newspapers and people shouting and crying, comparing Mr. Field here to Christopher Columbus.
Well, I heard something about it.
Seth was probably drunk.
No, I remember. There was celebrating something in London once when my ship was in port. Something about a cable. I can't remember it very well.
Like Mr. Canning said, you were probably drunk.
No, I remember. The people were on the streets and everybody was yelling. I figured the Queen had had a baby or something. I didn't know. Maybe it was Le Havre. Anyway, I think it was.
Listen.
What's the matter, Mr. Canning?
I thought I heard the machinery kick out upstairs.
Nonsense. You couldn't have heard it with all the noise.
I believe I'll go up on deck and check at any rate. Excuse me.
Of course.
Good night, Mr. Field.
Good night.
Believe I'll step out and take a look myself. Oh, he's got me all nervous. I'll finish supper sometimes later, Seth.
Aye, sir.
I'll see you later too, Cyrus.
All right, Captain.
Keep sober, Seth.
Don't worry about me, Captain Anderson. I hope you don't think I'm short of sense, Mr. Field, for getting that celebration. I was probably on a ship at the time.
It didn't last long anyway, Seth.
Thought they said 3 weeks.
Yes, but then the cable stopped working, so it was all a failure. I don't like to remember it.
Sorry to have brought it up.
It was like being on top of the world with your name in the history books. Then they knock you off. You feel foolish, as if you presume too much.
That was the first cable you tried, Mr. Field?
No, the third. The first cable broke after about 400 miles. So we had to raise more money. The second cable we tried to lay using 2 ships. They met in the middle of the ocean. There, each took half the cable, and one started toward Ireland, the other toward Newfoundland.
How did that work?
We started 3 times. First time they got about 3 miles. Second time they got about 40. The third time they got 200 before the cable broke. So we had to go back and raise some more money. Some of the stockholders wouldn't even come to the meeting. I don't like to remember that either.
No, sir.
The third cable we laid successfully, and the world went crazy. My wife and I were having the most wonderful time of our lives. I was back home. I was very happy. The president, the royal family, the governors, mayors. Then the cable stopped working. Then it started again. Then it stopped. Then it would start and stop and start and stop until I wanted to pull it up with my hands and choke it. And it stopped for good. So I started over. Raised $3 million, got another cable, got the Great Eastern, and here we are, sir.
Yes, sir.
I want some more coffee, sir.
Yes, sir.
That would be very kind of you. Hot coffee.
Yes, sir.
The Great Eastern was the largest vessel in the world at that time, and to get a message from the testing room to Mr. Canning at the payout machinery, to Captain Alexander on the bridge, and then to the engine room took quite a while. But on the second day of the voyage, a message made that lengthy round, and the message was, "There's a fault in the cable. Stop engines and prepare to pull it back in." The cable was returned to the deck 1 nautical mile an hour. That's 1/3 the normal walking speed of a human being. The ship with her propellers and side wheels still was at the mercy of wind and the Atlantic, both of which were fortunately calm. After 2 hours of taking in cable, they cut it so that they might hook up their testing machinery to the island length and see if a proper signal was now possible. The cable was found to be still faulty, so the operation continued.
Oh, I've known cable to stop working for 2 hours. No one knew why, and then begin again.
I see, Mr. Field.
Most likely it's some mistake on shore.
The take-up machinery is doing all right, except for the boilers, isn't it?
Yes. It's an improvement over the last 2 trips.
But I swear, Mr. Field, if we get this cable laid, I never want anybody to say cable to me again so long as I live. And if we don't get it laid, I certainly don't want anybody to say it.
At 2 a.m., the cable was cut again for a second test. It showed that the fault in the cable still lay between the vessel and the island station. The operation was resumed. As the cable came aboard, it was covered with a grayish coating of mud and ooze from the bed of the ocean. The men washed it off and examined the cable foot by foot. Back in Ireland, where the telegraph signal had suddenly stopped, engineers crowded around their equipment. Reporters for English and continental papers waited. Men who had their money invested in the cable stock fidgeted nervously and went without breakfast. Oh, there were some fine bargains in Atlantic cable stock that morning. As on deck, at 1/3 the speed of a human walk, the cable came back aboard, mile after mile. After dawn...
All right, stop the machinery. Secure the cable and cut it. Prepare it for another test.
The test proved the remaining cable was now sound. The engineers in Ireland breathed their weighty sigh of relief as the signal resumed. Reporters hurried to the nearby telegraph stations to wire their reports. Atlantic cable stock went up again. Then, but half an hour after the signal had resumed, it stopped.
If we only knew what was wrong with it or where the fault lay. I tell you, Mr. Field, some men are stupid, some men are smart. We have smart men aboard this ship, but every one of them is stupid. 1,600 miles to go and we can't get 50. With a calm sea and in a shallow part of the ocean.
A short time later, the cable again worked properly. No one knew why it had stopped. No one knew why it started again. But the Great Eastern began putting down cable once more. The fast hum of the cable running through the machinery was resumed. Mile after mile, at 6 nautical miles an hour, the Great Eastern put hours, then days behind her.
It's beautiful the way things are going, Mr. Field.
Oh, we'll be in Newfoundland without great delay. This machinery of yours is a marvel, Mr. Canning.
I believe it is. Why, with just a little luck...
We'll have the luck, don't worry.
But soon we'll get to the edge of the ocean bank, Mr. Field. The depth will drop there from 200 fathoms on down to 700, then to 1,700.
Never mind. Never mind, Mr. Canning.
Of course not, Mr. Field.
We'll pull into that little harbor in Newfoundland, never mind.
I agree with you.
Wonderful name for a harbor, you know.
What's its name?
Heart's Content.
Yes, Heart's content. Newfoundland.
From the actual journal of W.H. Russell, who was aboard, we take the following words.
July 27th. Morning broke on a bright, bounding sea and clear blue sky. From the testing room came gratifying reports of the improved insulation of the cable, which had been caused by the immersion of the cable in colder water. Many of the men are planning out journeys to the United States. Others speculate on the probability of sport in Newfoundland. July 28th. A night more of joyous progress. All going successfully. Not a hitch in cable, machinery, or ship. It is worthwhile to go aft and look at the cable. As every inch scanned by watchful eyes and noted in books, it flies through the whole apparatus, and then in a gentle curve skims the surface of the ocean more than 200 feet astern. Saturday, July 29th. Everything has gone on more admirably during the night. Heart's content on August 5th is certain. Noon, ship's time. Our position is latitude 52 degrees, 33 minutes, and 30 seconds. Longitude 27 degrees and 40 minutes. Water 2,000 fathoms, or 2 nautical miles. 1:10 p.m., ship's time. An ill-omened activity about the testing room, which has been visible for some time, reached its climax. The engines were slowed. In 5 minutes, the great ship was motionless. In an instant afterwards, everyone was on deck, and the evil tidings flew from lip to lip. Something was wrong with the cable again.
What's the pressure on the cable there?
2 tons, Mr. Cannon. Is that too much?
No, it should take more than that, according to the authorities. What are you thinking about, Mr. Field?
Why, at this spot, 7 years ago, Mr. Canning, we began the second attempt to lay an Atlantic cable.
7 years ago.
And believe it or not, it was on this same day.
Is that a fact? Well, now, that is a coincidence. Why do you do it, Cyrus? Why do you keep trying? The last time we had to stop and pick up cable, the fault was a piece of wire not an inch long, which had pierced the cable's insulation. After your years of planning, making preparations, a piece of wire not an inch long threatened the success of the whole thing. Why do you do it?
Because someday, Mr. Canning, I'm going to retire to New York or to Boston and join some important club. Get a chair by the fire. And when some young whippersnapper comes up to me and says, "Well, sir, and what do you do?" I want to say, "Well, young man, I haven't been doing much since I laid the Atlantic cable." I want to see his expression.
Cyrus, that's foolishness.
It's big, that's why. It's the biggest thing I've ever heard of. It's something my sons and grandsons can be proud of and point back to and say, "I'm Cyrus Field the 8th or the 9th. And people will look up and say, "I've heard the name." It's big, Mr. Canning. It's impossible.
So is a mountain big and some of them impossible?
Men climb mountains, don't they?
Of course they do, but only foolish ones.
No. Men are peculiar creatures. A lion, an elephant, they wouldn't climb a mountain just because it was big or somebody said it was impossible to do. But man would. Man likes to stand on the top of accomplishments and give his lion's roar. Look where I am. Look here, all you past generations of two-legged creatures, you crusaders and kings and squires and sea captains and mothers and artisans of 1,000 years ago. Look here. This is what you said a man could not do. It is done.
Cyrus, I don't care about the crusaders.
And also, they're the people 1,000 years ahead who will be striking at even greater accomplishments and tracing back their history. I will be a part of their history. They will say, and back here, in 1865, a group of men aboard a ship did the impossible and aided the progress of all mankind when they laid the Atlantic cable.
People dead and people unborn. I'm staying awake nights, am I?
Yes. And for yourself, Mr. Canning. for the faces of the people when you say, well, young man, I haven't done much since I laid the Atlantic cable.
9:30 p.m., ship's time. That part of the cable where the mischief lay was picked up. It was at once cut and reserved to be examined by Mr. Canning. The shore end was spliced and jointed to a fresh end of the cable from the aft of the tank. These operations were finished before midnight, but it was not judged expedient to resume the process of paying out till the morning. As yet, no one knew the nature of the injury to the cable. No one could account for the hitch, but it certainly did not affect anyone's belief in success.
We've been a bit delayed, Cyrus, but we're about halfway, and with a little luck, they'll be calling you Christopher Columbus again. You'll be the toast of England and America again, Cyrus, with a little luck.
On the night of August 2nd, when the vessel was almost two-thirds of the way across, a gale rose from the westward. Then the wind shifted suddenly to the north-northwest. There was a deep fog. The sea was high. Depth of water was 2,000 fathoms. The word went from the test room to Mr. Canning to the captain to the engine room that there was a flaw in the cable, and the engines must be stopped.
My engine's gone. I can't hold it near the cable.
Can't be helped.
I can stand up there and twirl the pilot wheel and nothing happens.
Secure the cable and get her around to the take-up machinery in the bows.
Aye, sir.
We have to try, Captain. If we pay our cable till this blows over, we'll never get it back in.
We're too far along to lose her, Mr. Canning.
Good Lord, Captain Anderson. Do you think I don't know where we are?
In the salon of the vessel waited Cyrus Field. He was still sitting there much later when Captain Anderson and Mr. Canning came in and stood awkwardly nearby. They were drawn and tired. Salt water was on their faces and their clothing was wet. Mr. Canning nodded to Captain Anderson.
We lost her, Cyrus. She's broke. She's gone. In 2 miles of water, Mr. Field. She's gone.
We've told you a story of defeat, ladies and gentlemen, in order to tell you a greater story of victory. The victory belongs to Cyrus Field, who returned to England after this fourth failure and there once more raised the money needed, the $3 million needed for another cable. This new cable was put aboard the Great Eastern, which 1 year later lay off Valentia, Ireland, steam up and engine silent, her crewmen again expectant. On the ship, only one man moved confidently, a man with a beard. He stepped out of the main salon as if he hadn't a care in the world.
Coffee too cold, as usual, Seth.
Nobody can suit you with coffee, Mr. Field.
Good morning, sailors.
Morning, sir.
He was a well-known man, internationally famous for his failures. One of the most dedicated salesmen of all time. Cyrus, the great Cyrus, the American Cyrus Field, who on his 5th attempt laid the Atlantic cable.
American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, and is produced by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina. The part of Cyrus Field was played by Fred Young. American Adventure is produced and recorded on the campus at Chapel Hill. Campus at Chapel Hill. Campus at Chapel Hill. Campus at Chapel Hill. This is American Adventure, a study of man in the New World, what he believes and what he lives by. Written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, American Adventure is produced and recorded by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina. Earl Wynn, director. Tonight's program is about the founding of Washington, D.C., and there's quite a story to be told about it, and about Pierre L'Enfant, the French designer who planned it. For L'Enfant was an unusual man.
We will pick up his story when he is at a meeting called by George Washington, at which he is to show the plans for the capital city. Pierre L'Enfant has come to the meeting after having given long thought to the task at hand, but without any plans at all. This we know, and L'Enfant knows it. And Washington and Jefferson and the others are soon to find it out.
I assure you, gentlemen, the Major will present to us a beautiful and finished plan. Come up and take the floor, Major.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen, it's quite an honor to be here, but I didn't expect anyone else would. That is, I do want to thank you, Mr. President, for those kind remarks.
Not at all. Not at all. Suppose you spread your map out here on the top of the desk, Major, and get on with it.
Yes, sir. I suppose you'll notice that here is the river, the Potomac.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Rock Creek here, and this is Georgetown.
I see. Where is the new city, Major?
I don't have it, sir. Not on paper. You see, this is a terribly complex problem if it's to be done right.
Well, do you have any idea about the plan for the city, Major?
Oh, yes, sir. In my mind, Mr. Jefferson.
Uh-huh. Where is the Capitol building to be placed?
There is a hill which could convey a broad countryside and perhaps a Potomac, sir.
Why, that's miles to the Potomac.
Yes, sir. 2 miles. But with a park in between.
A 2-mile park?
Yes, sir.
And where would the president's palace go? Next to the Capitol?
No, sir. There's another hill here, about a mile or so away.
But, Major, how can you get from one to another?
By carriage, sir.
I am quite aware that a man can go from one place to another by carriage. But why should we go to the expense of building such a street when the two buildings can be placed together?
It is not a street, sir. It is an avenue.
And what is the difference?
By my plan, sir, a street is 160 feet wide, whereas an avenue is wider.
Mr. President, with all due respect to this gentleman, I have never heard of such a plan. Now, I saw Mr. Jefferson's proposed plan, which was very beautiful and certainly reasonable. Let's be reasonable, gentlemen.
In trying to design a city, gentlemen,
the plan Tom Jefferson drew, that was a city, wasn't it, Major L'Enfant?
Certainly, but it has been known for centuries that you can mark off streets in one direction and cross them with streets going in another and have a city, but there is no art to that.
Well, Jefferson, would you care to comment?
A 5-year-old boy might make such a plan by accident.
You'll have to pardon me for laughing, Tom.
To build a truly beautiful city, you must plan it with the land in mind, the hills, streams, rivers, ridges, forests. And by sensible use of these assets of nature, establish a truly beautiful city, a work of art.
Tom, would you care to say anything?
Oh, now, George, I'm not a designer of cities.
Yes, I just heard Major L'Enfant discuss that.
What was said about my plan, though said somewhat more dramatically than I should hope necessary, Monsieur L'Enfant.
I'm indeed apologetic, Monsieur Jefferson. My temper is so...
Of course, Monsieur. But actually, by choosing a level piece of ground, one may not, to be sure, have so dramatic a city, but a city more practical, serviceable. One that is also beautiful and at reasonable expense.
Except that right now, we have a chance which no nation has ever given itself. The chance to build its capital city by plan rather than just by need. Oh, it's well enough to say that the city could be changed at another time, but it could not, Mr. President, because it would not. It is not that we must say, here, by these marshes, we will demonstrate our fate in the future of this country. We will show you the breadth of our nation in the width of our avenues and the length of our parks. We will cause to rise here in our day the beginnings of the city. Oh, too big for us, true, but not too large for our grandchildren. Oh, don't you see, gentlemen, I tell you, we must envision this nation as it is to be, when all nations of the world, yes, even England and France and Spain, will stand and salute her and say, look what brave men have done. Look at that, rising from the Atlantic, a nation, free. How can an American plan for less than greatness, gentlemen?
Rarely before have I heard another voice my own sentiments so beautifully.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your advice, gentlemen. There are some other matters I must attend to, so excuse me, please.
I wish you luck, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson.
I think you will design for us a beautiful city.
I hope so, sir.
I assure you we share your dream of a great nation. But the greatness of the nation I see, sir, is judged not by her cities, nor by the buildings of her government, but by the degree of freedom given her people from their government and from their neighbors. My vision is not so much of a nation as it is a man. Not of America so much as it is of the American. Free even to be wrong. Free to disagree. Free to condemn his government if he wishes or his neighbor if he dares. Now, that is a dream as great as your city.
My pet is not to determine the extent of government, Mr. Jefferson, but only to plan a city which will be flexible enough to serve whatever size government may evolve.
I understand that, and I wish you luck, monsieur.
Thank you, sir.
It was not long before the plan was completed and work began on the capital city. And the people of Georgetown and the surrounding area looked with amazement as the men began clearing Constitution Avenue, with other avenues for Delaware, Massachusetts, the Carolinas, Maryland, Georgia, and the rest of the states of the Great 13. And some of the people were impressed by the tremendous expanses in the plan of L'Enfant. Others were unimpressed.
Mud hole, that's what he's a-making. Got so many mud holes you can't drive a wagon through in less than 3 hours.
A village of magnificent distances, that's what it is.
Village monumental.
Town of houses without streets and streets without houses.
So I saw this Frenchman sitting there on his horse watching the men clear, and I went up to him and I said, pardon me, sir. And I pointed to some workers a couple 100 feet away and said, could you tell me if this here avenue is going to be longer than from here to them men, or is that the end of it? Well, his eyebrows got heavier and his eyes got smaller, like a devil he was. And then he said calm-like, that ain't the length, Monsieur, that's the width. That's the width, he says. Down there a couple 100 yards away, and that's the width.
They say there is to be a wide avenue that goes from the President's Palace to the Capitol building. An avenue over a mile long, and you can see one building from the other. They call this a Pennsylvania Avenue, and it will doubtless become the Avenue of State. Except that it is inconceivable that this tiny nation can ever afford the tremendous expense of paving such a long stretch of roadway. And carriage traffic will be impossible in the wintertime.
Mr. L'Enfant, please be reasonable with us.
I am trying to be reasonable, sir.
For weeks, you have consistently refused to cooperate with this commission.
I have not refused to cooperate.
We are, after all, the legal commission appointed by the President.
I also am appointed by the President.
To work under us.
To design and build a city, the best city that I can.
Under us.
Why, sir, under heaven, the best city that I can.
I will tell you bluntly, L'Enfant, that in the future you will cooperate with us, reasonably and honestly, or you will certainly be removed, even in spite of President Washington.
You do not like my work?
It is not a question of liking or disliking.
I understand. It is a question of size, is it not?
Not necessarily, but of organization.
The President's advisors have said they like my city. But then do they not come to you and say it is too big, it is too expensive, and L'Enfant must be controlled?
Well, to assert that there has been no criticism of the proportions of this city is to deny what the whole world knows.
The truth is, they would cut my city down to their size.
What about this waterfall anyway, L'Enfant?
Waterfall? I know of no waterfall.
I hear you've planned a waterfall out in that cow pasture you're clearing before the Capitol building.
Cow pasture? That is a park.
It's a cow pasture, if I ever saw one.
Park.
Well, all I know is that cows are grazing out there, and there's room for 1,000 more.
And the waterfall you mentioned, it is not a waterfall, it is a cascade.
Mr. L'Enfant, we are not interested in words, but in facts, figures, prices, reasons. Now, this cascade, I understand, is to be 150 feet long and 40 feet high. Is that true?
It is.
Now, just in case somebody might ask one of us commissioners what in the devil we are building such a cascade for, and where in the devil we are to gather this vast amount of water, would you mind telling us?
It is to be a focal point laid a few blocks south of the Capitol building, and the water is to be brought in from the sources of Tiber Creek.
Now, I hope all of us have memorized that answer, because I'm sure we'll have need of it in the coming days.
You say this cascade is not to be in front of the Capitol building?
It is to be at the intersection of North Carolina and New Jersey Avenue.
Make a note of that, somebody. Well, now, that's fine, Major. There may be one more question that we'll be asked. How much is this cascade going to cost?
I do not know, monsieur.
Do you think it would be possible to construct a capital city which did not have such a cascade?
Yes, monsieur, but not for this country.
I anticipated that feeling on your part.
Is that all, monsieur?
No, it isn't all. The lots that are to be sold come Friday, are they all marked off for the auction?
Yes, sir.
Will you attend the sale?
Yes.
You will bring a copy of the plan with you?
Why?
To show to the people who are buying the lots. We can't expect them to buy a pig in a poke.
Monsieur, I do not know this pig in a poke, but I do know what I have said. That no group should see this plan until copies have been mailed to all sections of this country, so that all who are interested may have equal chance to buy choice lots. That is my position, sir.
The position of this commission is that you will attend the sale, and there you will show the buyers your plan so that the buyers can tell where these lots are located in relation to the President's Palace, the Capitol, various cascades, waterfalls, pastures, parks, avenues, equestrian statues, canals, plaques, and mud ditches.
If there is nothing else, gentlemen, good afternoon.
Of all the insolent, temperamental, impossible imbeciles. Where in the world did George Washington locate him?
Now, one feature of L'Enfant's plan was that from the Capitol building you might look down Pennsylvania Avenue and see the President's Palace, which of course we today call the White House. Halfway between the two, at the point of several springs, L'Enfant planned to build 5 impressive fountains. It was all very well. But unfortunately, Daniel Carroll of Duddington, being sure that Pennsylvania Avenue would never develop to any extent, proceeded to build his house at the place of these springs on a foundation which had been laid before the federal city was started. L'Enfant warned him that completing the house was inadvisable. But Daniel Carroll and his wife wanted a new brick home. They built it. And when L'Enfant sent word for them to tear it down, they rather pointedly refused.
So, they will not tear it down themselves?
They indicated that was their general feeling at the moment, Pierre.
What did you tell them?
I don't know, Pierre. Just tell me what to do when the laborers get the avenue cleared down to the house. Just tell me that.
What would you do if the house were a tree?
I would be astonished.
If the house were a tree, would you not cut it down?
If you say so, Pierre, I suppose I would.
Then take the house down, that is all.
All right, Pierre. And the commissioners?
They must not know until we are on our way. I will be out of town and write them a letter. We will plan that later.
Yes, sir.
Be sure when you tear down the house to have good carpenters who will do as little damage to the material as possible. But tear it down, Roberto. Tear it down.
But the commissioners were notified of L'Enfant's plans, and hardly had the workmen begun tearing down the Carroll home when the commissioners stopped the operation. Pierre, many miles away purchasing a quarry from which the white stone for the Capitol and President's house were to come, heard soon enough of this order. And with his continental anger fully aroused, he wore out one of the best horses in America, getting back to the sprawling capital city. He reined up in front of the Carroll house and marshaled his workmen.
I want you to take the furniture out of the house and set it under the trees. And I want the carpenters and masons to go to work at once, to take off the roof and bring down the sides. And if the commissioners do not like it, let them go to Philadelphia and talk to President Washington.
So the men went to work tearing down the Carroll house. Good American laborers who'd never torn down a house before. Fact is, not many houses had ever been torn down in this whole continent before. Good masons are awkward when taking apart a solid masonry wall. And carpenters move slowly when taking molding from around a fireplace. But down came the house. Down to the foundation. Down to the cellar where the wine would have kept cool in summer. Down to the dried tears of Daniel Carroll's wife. Down to the line that was now clearly drawn between the commissioners and Pierre Charles L'Enfant.
Sit down, Mr. L'Enfant.
Thank you.
I called you to my office to state, Mr. L'Enfant, that the commission is displeased with your recent action.
In my letter to President Washington, I made clear that my authority...
I am aware of your letter. We hope that you are aware of President Washington's letter to you, stating that your actions are to be under the control of this commission. Is that your only comment?
I have here some plans for the winter work.
Mr. L'Enfant, Are there any more houses that are standing in the way of your plan?
Yes, sir. The house of Notley Young must come down.
Oh, Lord.
But it's at the end of the street, and perhaps 7 years or so would be time enough.
We must write Mr. Young and relieve his mind about this.
I have already written him.
You have written him? Who are you to write him?
Why, sir, I can write well enough.
My commission should write him, not you.
I have the plan here for the winter work.
Major, with this attitude, there isn't going to be any winter work.
Sir?
The activities of the federal city are approaching a standstill. This commission is going to have authority over you. If we must stop work on the federal city entirely, we are going to have authority over you.
A few weeks later, as tension continued, L'Enfant's men were discharged, and L'Enfant's overseer was imprisoned for breaking the new rules of the commission. The work on the federal city was stopped.
President Washington has called a special meeting of his advisors, Monsieur L'Enfant. He told me to talk to you and report back. With all work stopped, laborers discharged, construction at an absolute standstill, and you and the commissioners writing letters about each other,
I've never dealt in personalities, Monsieur Lee.
Be that as it may, I'm here to state that the President feels this entire matter can and must be worked out. But no reconciliation can be reached if you refuse to work under the commission. As law of Congress directs, you must.
I do not object to the commission, but only to the commissioner.
These commissioners will not be removed, I promise you. But surely your grievances are not so great that...
Great! They are beyond great. When they take my plan without my permission and give it to a surveyor to make changes, a man who knows nothing about cities, they take my plan and twist it into size. Then when they have twisted it, mailed copies of it around the world, and the surveyor has his name put on the design rather than me.
Without question, Major, that is a serious grievance. Perhaps a personal apology
No, that is not my main grievance. It is a very great grievance, but not the greatest.
Then, please, what is the greatest? I must board the next stage to get back in time for the cabinet meeting.
I do not know my main reason.
I beg your pardon?
I said I have no idea to tell you.
But, am I to appear before the cabinet and say, gentlemen, what am I to say?
I don't know. It is difficult to explain even to myself, but it comes to this. I am asked to design a city. I do. Something beautiful evolved in my mind. How can I put it all on paper? I see it evolving, not as a finished work. And even such things that I see will not go on paper without becoming words, thoughts, indexes, figures. Do you understand?
Perhaps.
But in my mind, I see the beginnings of a beautiful city. So then, these country gentlemen look at my city plan and they see nothing of beauty. They see only words, sketches, lines, budgets, indexes. And then they say, change this, do away with this, narrow here, a bit too much here for our money. They are changing figures on paper, but actually they are changing the features of my city. My plan is no longer pretty, it becomes ugly. And then I say, no, you cannot do this, and they say, why not? We are authorized by Congress. And then it comes time for me to speak in rebuttal, but I cannot. Do you understand?
Not in the slightest.
You see, I am remarkably clear, and nobody understands.
Major, I think you may be saying something, but what?
I cannot explain it any better.
But what are you explaining? After all, most of the Commission's criticism comes down to your disregard for their authority. Not all this.
My father always said to me, Pierre, use a big canvas. Do not paint except on a big canvas.
Why, sir, there have been paintings on small canvases which are rather good, it seems to me.
My father painted war scenes. I have no doubt that he killed more Frenchmen in his paintings than all France's enemies. Frenchmen were brave in his paintings. They were fierce. They were powerful. They were confident. They were victorious. Even in the battles which the history books said they lost, my father painted them victorious in defeat. Oh, I love the spirit in their faces.
I wonder if we could come back to the subject, Major.
I have heard critics come to my father and say, look here now. We aren't all that good, you know. We French, really. And my father would be upon that stepladder painting his soldiers on a big canvas, and he would peer down at them and say, we will be what we envision.
Major L'Enfant, I would like to hear more about your famous father, but at another time. What can I tell Mr. Washington?
You might say, L'Enfant demands a big canvas and an opportunity to say in a city what his father says in battles. that this nation can be what it envisions.
Am I to go back to see George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, and other founders of this nation, and tell them that you send word that the United States can become whatever it envisions? You were addressing, sir, through me, the final authorities on the vision of the United States. Now, sir, please tell me what you have to say about the commission. Tell me what to tell them.
Tell them that I am tired. I am absolutely clear, but I am not understood. I have tried to explain myself, and I have succeeded only in that I have explained myself to myself. And I was clear to me long ago. I have said all I can say, and I have heard all that I want to hear about this matter. Tell them that.
Is that your word for General Washington? Believe me, sir, he is not a man to be played with.
Nor am I, monsieur.
He wants you to stay in your present capacity.
I will not officiate it by destruction of my work. Let him find someone else to love this city for him, to see mud roads as something other than they are, to nurse the city. Your stage will be loading soon, monsieur.
A letter from Tom Jefferson cleared up the entire matter by dismissing Pierre l'Enfant. Actually, there was no other possible course in the political turmoil which had arisen. But the plan of Pierre l'Enfant was followed, nonetheless. Some changes have been made down through the years, many of which are now seen to be mistakes. But still, Washington is built around the plan of l'Enfant. And he's buried now in Arlington Cemetery, where he can look out over the city he designed. This man of the New World. This artist who saw everything en grand. Who painted only on the big canvas. Who symbolized in a plan the greatness of the coming nation. And as you stand beside his grave, as perhaps you will someday, you will look out and see the monument that commemorates him. Lying there, stretching on the banks of the Potomac, on one of the largest of canvases, you will see the village monumental, the town of magnificent distances, the most beautiful city in America, Washington.
American Adventure is written by John Ely, directed by John Clayton, and is produced by the Communications Center of the University of North Carolina, Earl Wynn, director. The series is made possible by grants and aid from the Educational Television and Radio Center, an organization established by the Ford Foundation. In Paint the Big Canvas, the part of Pierre l'Enfant was played by Charles Hadley. Earl Wynn was Washington, John Bunnitz was the chairman of the commissioners, and Bill Waddell was Washington's assistant, Mr. Lear. Cast members in all American Adventure programs are students, professors, and townspeople of the University of North Carolina community, and American Adventure is produced and recorded on the campus at Chapel Hill. Tonight's program originated from WPTF in Raleigh, North Carolina.
This is the NBC Radio Network.